Welcome to part 3. The night and the sun are on a collision course now. Bella's choices are no longer safe, and every truth she uncovers brings her closer to a destiny she never asked for. Let's see which side of her heart wins next. Previously, she blushed again, and her eyes still seemed sad. I dropped the shirt that I was about to put on, and crawled under the blanket with her once more. I placed my face on the pillow next to hers, and stared into her eyes with such intensity that she couldn't have looked away even if she had wanted to. Should I show you once more how beautiful you are? The gently movement of her lips against mine told me everything that I needed to know. You're insatiable, Edward Cullen, she mumbled against my lips. I noticed, though, that she didn't put up a fight as I covered her body in kisses. But you still love me, I pointed out. I do, she whispered, and I grinned against her skin. I do. The simple 2 words that had bound us together forever. August 17th, Sunday 3:11 p.m. Edward Pov 2 months later. The last few months of summer had been perfect, and the fact that I got to share them with Bella, my one true love, my wife, made them even better. We had decided against getting our own house for now, though. What was the point? We were leaving for college so soon. But because we didn't have a place of our own, Bella either spent the night over at my parents' house, or I spent the night with her and her father. We were together every moment in between, too. The nights when her father was home, though, we simply slept. He had a strict, no sex in the house, rule, and we honored it. When we were at my parents' house, though, on the 3rd floor, I grinned, and placed another pile of neatly folded jeans into my duffel bag before returning to my dresser. My life was officially perfect. I was 18, and married to the most beautiful girl in all of existence. We were preparing to leave for college. We were leaving in 3 days, actually. And we're preparing to start out life together in the real world. I'd previously flown up to New Hampshire to check out the Dartmouth area and enroll me and Bella in classes. We had most of our classes together, but since we weren't majoring in the same field, some of the required, basic classes were different. I'd also checked out the apartment area, and had found a small, 1-bedroom apartment that I knew Bella would simply adore. It overlooked a small park, and the lake was very close. It was a nice area, and I'd already spoken to someone to have the windows tinted. The entrance to the actual apartment was inside, so it was completely safe for my Bella. I smiled, and dropped back on my bed, sighing happily. I was almost finished packing. I was almost ready to leave the place I'd called home for so long. I was almost ready to start my life without my parents, my life alone with Bella. It was a little scary, actually. I'd never gone a day without seeing my little siblings, or without the encouraging words of my mother. To leave that all behind, but I knew I would be all right. I had to be, because I had to be strong, and responsible for Bella. I reached into the top drawer of my dresser, intending to pull out the neatly folded pile of boxers that I knew sat there. I frowned, though, when my hands hit the cold plastic that I couldn't, for the life of me, remember putting in there. What the? I whispered, pressing my lips together in confusion as I lifted the object from my dresser. I smiled, though, when I realized what it was. It was my baby album. My mother, who had believed she could never have children, had documented every moment of her pregnancy, and every moment of my early life. In this album, I knew, were the pictures from my birth to when I was almost 13. She had similar albums for both Emmett and Alice, too, though they weren't quite as detailed. When she'd made mine, she had honestly believed that I was the only child she'd ever be able to have. And then 2 more had come along. I smiled again, and ran my fingers over the cover picture. A bright red, screaming newborn stared back at me, his tiny fists clenched and his feet pulled back, as if he was ready to kick. I grinned, and flipped the album open, staring at myself as I slowly grew throughout the pages. My baby's first steps. The inscription was written in the beautiful handwriting that I knew belonged to my mother. A stain that knew had been created from joyful tears smudged the letters, but it was still mostly clear. As I looked through each of the pictures, and recalled the stories behind each one, I remembered the album that sat at the bottom of my duffel bag already, the album that Bella had created for me. Her album, the album that held the pictures and the stories of the girl that I hadn't been blessed to know for all of my life. I smiled then, realizing exactly what I wanted to do with the album that I held in my hands now. I wanted to share my childhood with the woman who had given me everything. Edouard, the ear-piercing scream, though, ripped me from my thoughts and tore through my heart, shattering it into a million pieces. My eyes flew open, and I couldn't breathe. I could feel myself falling to pieces as her voice rang through my head again and again. I dropped the album, and I ran. And as I ran, a million anguished thoughts ran through my head. Bella, please please, Edward, I didn't expect to see what I did, though. When I stumbled into the living room, I saw Bella standing beside the couch, cell phone in hand. Her eyes were wide, and her fingers shook. I raised an eyebrow, and tried to calm my frantic heart down as Bella stumbled, grinning so brightly, into my arms. I leaned back to stare into her eyes. The horrible, all-consuming terror slowly leaked from my body, though the fear still lingered. "What's wrong, love?" I asked quickly, running my hands across her face, desperate to feel her under my fingertips to make sure she was real, and that she wasn't just a beautiful illusion. And then I frowned, remembering the last time Bella had stood so still, a phone clasped in her shocked hands. She didn't call again, did she? Bella paid my words no attention, though. Edward, Jacob just called. Angela went into labor. My own eyes grew wide, and my previous worries were forgotten. My heart began to beat fast again. Bella grinned up at me, and bounced back and forth from one foot to the other. Edward, how much do you love me? I shrugged. Oh, just more than anyone or anything in this world. Her grin grew wider. Then please, pretty please bring me to the hospital so I can be with Angela. Of course, my love. I laughed, and swung my personal angel into my arms. She squealed as I ran her up to my room. I sat her down, and pulled her sunsuit from my closet, where it had been sitting for the past few days. After she was safely wrapped in the suit, I swept her into my arms once more before making my way to the garage. As I buckled her into my silver Volvo, I brushed my lips against her ear, and smiled. Someday it will be us welcoming a new life into the world. She shivered, and her smile grew as her features clouded over. I quickly buckled her in before running over to the driver's side of the car. I hopped in, and turned on the car in the same moment. "Hurry, Edward," Bella urged, finally snapping from the dazed stupor that had set over her as she began to bounce up and down in her seat. I smiled, and leaned over to kiss her forehead softly as I pulled from the driveway. "Bella, love, relax. Labor can take up to 24 hours for a first-time mother. We'll be there in plenty of time." Bella calmed a little as I had asked, but an adorable pout still lingered on her lips. I noticed she was still swinging her feet back and forth, though, and playing nervously with her hair. "I'm going to be godmother," she said, and her voice was full of love and wonder. "To a tiny baby girl. It's amazing. Oh, Edward, I can't wait to see her." I just smiled at the woman I loved so much. She was so beautiful when she was excited. And I could honestly say that I believed she would make a wonderful godmother. Sarah Isabel would probably be the most spoiled little child in the whole world. Except, I amended smiling, for our own children. Because when Bella and I had children of our own, not only she would spoil them, but so would I. And I knew that no other child in the world would receive more love than, one day, our own would. 9:23 p.m. Bella Pav. The tiny, beautiful cry of Sarah Isabel Black rang throughout the room and created emotions within me that, honestly, staggered me. I honestly didn't think it was possible to feel so happy. But when Angela gently placed the 5-pound, 10-ounce baby in my arms, I began to cry from the joy that filled me. And Sarah wasn't even my own. It was impossible to imagine the love that would fill me when, one day, I would hold my own baby in my arms. "She's so tiny," I marveled, and Edward kissed my forehead as he sat beside me. I could practically hear Jacob grinning as he responded. He was so happy. "Yeah, she is. And so beautiful. My little baby." Jacob was on the hospital bed, holding an exhausted Angela close as they both watched me holding their tiny miracle. Edward and I sat side by side on a large, comfortable chair that had been set up beside the hospital bed. "She really is very pretty," Edward murmured, and I felt his hand brush against mine as he softly touched the warm skin of little Sarah's face. I wanted so badly to see her. But simply feeling her soft warmth as she lay in my arms was enough. I knew without even looking that she was beautiful. I knew her skin was still red, and her tiny eyes were bright with curiosity as she looked around. I could feel the soft, thick hair that decorated her head, and as her tiny fingers latched around my thumb, I could feel emotions rise within me that I didn't understand. Edward leaned over, and, almost silently, began to whisper in my ear. Her eyes are a dark brown. Not like Angela's, though. Instead of a soft, tan brown, they're more of a russet color. Like Jacob's. Her hair is black, and her tiny lips are rosy and so soft. It was amazing, really, how this man, my husband, always seemed to know the desires of my heart. How he always seemed to know what I wanted so desperately to hear. Edward laughed, and his warm breath caressed my ear. I shivered as he continued to speak. She's wearing the sleeper that we bought her. I laughed, too. The sleeper, I knew, was a bright pink, and had, "Love Me, PLZ," written in sloppy, bright red writing right in the middle. And there was no chance of that not happening. This little girl, I knew, was already loved so much. I want one, I decided, and I turned to Edward and grinned. He laughed again, and kissed me on the forehead. I want a baby, too. After college, of course. But this time, it wasn't Edward that laughed. Instead, it was Jacob. That'll be fun. Poor Edward. He'll have diaper duty all the time. Since you can't see, you know. Edward chuckled, too, but the sound that escaped my lips was a cry of anguish rather than a laugh. Jacob's words painted in my mind the truth that I hadn't been able to see clearly before. His words, meant simply to make us laugh, instead made me cry. Soon, I was sobbing loudly and Edward was holding me, wrapping his arms protectively around little Sarah as my body began to shake. Bella, what's wrong? Shush, I don't mind diaper duty, you know. You don't need to cry over it, he said frantically, and my outburst would have seemed so trivial if I had simply been crying over that one fact. But instead, I was crying over the fact that I could never take care of a child. How could I? I couldn't see. I couldn't change my baby's clothes, or feed them. I couldn't bathe them, for fear of drowning them because I couldn't see if their tiny heads were above the water. What kind of mother could I be? Edward quickly took baby Sarah from my arms and handed her to Jacob before wrapping me in his warm, protective embrace. He held me close, and whispered softly in my ear as he tried to calm me down. I won't love you any less just because you can't change a diaper. Shish, Bella, shish. I tried to stop the tears, but I couldn't. No matter how hard I tried, they kept coming, and the sobs kept ripping from my throat. I could hear the concerned, worried voices of Angela and Jacob, and Edward's soft answer, but I couldn't respond. I barely noticed when Edward lifted me into his arms and moved us to the hall. I didn't understand why until I heard Sarah's loud, frantic cry. Sorry, IWW woke Sarah, I stuttered, but Edward didn't respond. He just held me tightly until the sobs stopped. Tears still slipped slowly down my cheeks, and each breath I took in was shaky, but I was no longer sobbing. Bella, Edward asked cautiously, this isn't simply about what Jake said, is it? I shook my head, and tried to contain the fresh wave of sobs that broke loose within me. I want to be a mother, I whispered, casting my gaze downward. Even though I couldn't see Edward, I still felt ashamed for my frantic breakdown. But I don't think I can. I felt Edward stiffen under me. Neither of us spoke for a long time. Finally, though, Edward's soft voice rang through the stifling silence. I would be there for you, Bella, he said, and his voice still sounded hopeful. Did he think that I didn't want to have children? I knew he did, very badly, but wasn't it impossible? If I couldn't see, I would be there for you every single step of the way. I wouldn't mind doing the things you couldn't do. I wouldn't care, Bella. I would do them simply because I love you, and I already love any children we might, in the future, have. I bit my lip to hold another sob in. Edward, I couldn't, I'm useless. What if, when our baby learns to walk, he runs outside into the sun? I couldn't see to follow him, and even if I could, I couldn't, because it would very possibly kill me. What if he ran into the street? What if I accidentally drowned our child, meaning to simply give him a bath? How could I see to walk when holding him? What if I fell, and hurt him? What if he hurt himself, and I couldn't see to stop the bleeding? If you weren't home, if you weren't with me every single second, how could I? Edward was silent. I knew he understood my worry, and simply didn't have any words to say. I began to cry again. I want children. When I was holding Sarah, I realized that. But how can I? Bella, blind people have children all the time, he whispered, and the hope that I had heard ringing in his voice only moments before was gone. Now, he simply sounded sad. But I'm not simply blind, I whispered, the sobs gone now but the pain still lingering. Bella, I rested my head on his shoulder, and we were both quiet for a long time. We mourned, in silence, as we both realized that children would not be possible in our future. Not unless, but I wouldn't let myself hope. I couldn't. It was impossible, right? Edward seemed to be thinking the same thing, because when he spoke, his words echoed the thoughts that I had tried to desperately to push back to a deep, dark corner in my mind. It's been 13 years, Bella, he whispered, and I knew what he was saying without even having to ask. He continued, anyway, 13 years since the doctor said it was impossible. There have been advances, huge advances in medical knowledge since then. Maybe. He trailed off, but the seed of hope he had planted within me continued to grow until it had almost completely taken over. My heart was beating fast as the words, the regrets, tumbled from my trembling lips. I want to see, I whispered, so quietly I was sure that Edward hadn't even heard me. But I felt him tense beside me, and I knew he had. I want to see you, Edward. I want to have children. I want to see our children. I want to see their first smiles, and their first steps. I want to see so badly. It never used to bother me. And then you came into my life, and I wanted, more than anything, to see you. Just once. I would be happy if I could see you just once. I paused, my breath coming in shaky gasps as I brushed away the tears that I hadn't known I'd had left to cry. I want to have a family, and watch as my children grow up. I don't want to miss a moment of it. And I'm afraid that I'm going to miss everything. Silence rang in the air, and the only sounds disrupting it were my quiet sobs and Edward's soft breathing. Finally, though, he spoke. His words were so strong, and his arms tightened around me more with each sentence that slipped past his lips. I'll talk to my father. Bella, he might know someone you can talk to. There might be something that can be done to let you see. But Bella, please, know this. No matter what, even if we can't have children, and even if we can't, if you can never see, I will never love you any less. Never. It doesn't matter to me whether you can see my face, or walk across the street alone. Nothing could ever happen that would make me love you less. If you gain your sight back, I won't love you any less. If, even after that, you don't want to have children, I will never love you less. I can only love you more, because the love I feel for you can never be diminished. It can only grow. I was sobbing by the time he finished talking. But this time, they weren't tears of sorrow. Instead, they were tears of joy, and a physical way to help me cope with the staggering love that was slowly building inside of me, begging for a release. I smiled, and held myself close to my husband, the man I loved more than anything. Thank you, Edward. He smiled against my cheek as he kissed it softly. I love you, he replied, and a new wave of tears hit me. Sorry, I muttered, wiping them away frantically. I'm an emotional wreck. Sorry. Can we go see Sarah again? Edward chuckled, but swept me gracefully into his arms once more. Of course, my love. We walked well, Edward walked. I was just along for the ride slowly through the halls. Before we walked into the delivery room where I knew that Angela and Jake were ready to ambush us with concerned questions, though, Edward leaned down and kissed me softly. Soon, I asked, and he knew I was referring to our seeing a doctor about my eyes. He smiled against my lips. Tomorrow, if that is what you wish. Today, even, anything for you. He kissed me again, and then walked forward. I could hear Jake talking softly to Angela, and Sarah's soft cries. I smiled, and gripped myself tighter to Edward. Can I hold her again? I asked, and Jake laughed softly as he walked over to place baby Sarah in my arms. I grinned like an idiot as I brushed my fingers across her soft face. She was so tiny. She was only 3 weeks premature, but still she was still very small. I smiled softly, and leaned back into Edward's chest, wondering silently if I would ever be able to hold my and Edward's child. if I would ever be able to see my and Edward's child. And I realized, in that moment, how truly badly I wanted a family. A family with Edward. I had never thought of the possibility of seeing. I had always been too frightened to. I knew that, like Edward had said, it had been a very long time since I had asked about the possibility of regaining my sight. Perhaps things had changed. I knew that it would hurt if I was told, still, that there was nothing that could be done. But I knew that it would hurt even worse if we never tried, if we never asked. Because if we never tried, we would live in constant regret, and we would never have the family we both wanted so badly. Soon, he had said, and I smiled as I remembered his words. It was a frightening possibility, I knew that much. But as tiny Sarah Isabel wiggled in my arms and dipped my thumb in her tiny fingers, I realized that it would be worth it. And, I knew, Edward would be by my side through everything. He would be with me if the doctor told me nothing could be done. He would hold me as I tried to take it in, as I cried. He would be with me if something could be done. His face would be the first I would see. And that, I realized, smiling would be worth everything. August 18th, Monday 6:30 a.m. Edward Pov. I yawned before reaching over to slap the snooze button on my blaring alarm. I tensed, though, when I heard Bella, beside me, groan. Had I woken her up? I hoped not. It was far too early for her to be awake, especially considering the time we had gone to bed. We'd been home by 11, but hadn't gone to sleep for quite a while afterwards. Apparently, Bella was more than just excited about talking to someone about her sight. She was terrified, too. I had spent a very long time with her, comforting her, and reassuring her of the love that I held for her. And every word I had spoken was true. I would never love her any less. I wouldn't love her less even if she decided to do nothing about her sight. Honestly, though, nothing mattered to me except for the fact that my Bella was happy. Because as long as she was happy, I was, too. I yawned again, and moved slowly, carefully, from the bed. Bella whimpered as I did, though, and I tensed, waiting anxiously to see if she'd woken up. She hadn't. I smiled, and kissed her forehead softly before moving silently from the room. I walked down the stairs, and into the kitchen. The whole house was silent. My brother and sister were still sleeping, as was my mother. I was sure my father was up by now, but he was probably in the shower. I shrugged, and walked over to switch the coffee maker on before turning to the toaster. I threw 2 pieces of bread into it, and pressed the button down before pouring myself a glass of milk. I stifled another yawn, and gulped down the cold liquid before turning the stove on and heating up some butter. I knew Alice and Emmett would be up soon, and it was the first day of the new school year. I wanted them to have a good breakfast. And, if I was being honest, I wanted to create just a few more memories with them before leaving for college. I wanted to remember them as clearly as possible. I knew, of course, that Bella and I would visit every single chance we got. But it still wouldn't be the same. I smiled sadly, and caught my toast as it popped from the toaster. As I chewed absently on it, I mixed together pancake batter and started a batch of chocolate chip pancakes, Alice's favorite. I knew Emmett would rather have blueberry, though, so I mixed up a separate batch, knowing that, between the 4 of us younger ones and my parents, they would all be eaten. Edward. I jumped slightly, splattering pancake batter all over the stove. I turned around quickly to see my father smiling at me. He was running a towel over his wet, messy hair. I grinned, and turned the stove down low before turning back to the coffee machine. "Morning, Dad," I said, and he smiled as he eyed the pancakes hungrily. "Good morning, son. Pancakes. Yum." I grinned, and brought several plates out of the cupboard. I poured 2 cups of coffee, and handed one to my father as he took over monitoring the pancakes for me. I turned to put more toast into the toaster and pour several glasses of orange juice. "You guys got in pretty late last night. How are Jake and Angela?" I smiled, and shrugged. Angela was wiped out. I can't blame her, really. Jake was just about glowing with excitement. He really loves his little girl. My father smiled, too. "Sarah Isabel, is it? She was in the NICU when I made my rounds." "Cute kid." I grinned, and nodded. "Yeah, adorable. Jake and Angela made me godfather, you know. Congratulations." My grin grew wider, and my father and I worked in silence for several moments. Soon, There was a large stack of golden brown pancakes sitting in the middle of the table, and a pile of toast. 3 kinds of jam surrounded the pitcher of juice, and each plate was set carefully with both a fork and a spoon surrounding them. "We should get Emmett and Alice up," my father observed randomly, glancing at the clock. It was almost 7, and the bus would be here by 8. I nodded, sighing. I knew he was right, but, "Can I talk to you about something first?" My father turned to face me, and when he saw the serious expression lighting my face, he nodded, his own expression turning serious. "Sure, Edward, what's wrong?" We both sat down at the table, and as we did, I ran a hand through my hair nervously. I knew that I had to ask this for Bella's sake, but I was still anxious. What if my father said it was impossible? Had I built Bella's hope to impossible heights? What if I only hurt her? "Bella wants to talk to someone about her sight," I finally mumbled, my voice quiet but strong. "She wants to know if there are any possibilities. It's been so long since she saw a doctor about her eyes. We thought that maybe." I trailed off, feeling no need to continue. I could see from the light that lit my father's eyes that he understood. "She wants to see again," he said, and it wasn't even a question. Merely an observation. I nodded, and he smiled. "Well, you're right about one thing. It has been a long time, and medical knowledge has advanced by leaps and bounds. The knowledge of the human eye, though, is very limited. While there are treatments and surgeries, I highly doubt that she will ever regain the full use of her eyes. Perhaps she would gain back partial sight, but that would be enough," I whispered, and I smiled. "Do you know anyone we could talk to about it? Before we leave, I know it's very short notice. But I figured, since you're so high up in the hospital and all, I can pull a few strings," my father noted absently. "And get you in to see Dr. Ross by tomorrow, maybe. I'll have to call and ask. But I think I can do it." I smiled, but it wasn't simply happiness that raced through my veins. There was fear, too, but the hope seemed to drown it out completely. "Thank you, Dad," I whispered, and though I had uttered only 3 simple words, they seemed to mean the world to him. He smiled, and the wrinkles were barely visible became apparent as he grinned brighter than I'd seen him grin in a long time. "You're welcome, son. Now, go wake Bella up. I'll see to the children and your mother." I smiled and nodded before turning off the stove and walked up the stairs. I opened the door of the room that Bella and I now shared, and smiled very softly as I took in the sight before me. Bella looked like an angel, surrounded by the pure white blankets. Her hair, still so short, spiked around her head in a beautiful mess, and her soft, pink lips were parted slightly as she slept on. The expression that lit her beautiful face was content, and she seemed so free as she curled her body closer to my pillow. She smiled in her sleep, and I smiled, too. "Bella," I whispered, and I walked to the side of the bed. I laid down beside her, and pulled her softly into my arms. The tender movement seemed to wake her from the gentle slumber she had fallen into so many hours before. She smiled before opening her beautiful, blind eyes. I kissed her softly, and she seemed to glow with happiness as she snuggled further into my embrace. "I love you," I whispered, and her smile grew as she pressed her face into my shoulder. "Good morning, Edward," she whispered, and I smiled before kissing her softly on the forehead and sitting up. "Breakfast awaits, my princess," I whispered, and I kissed her neck softly before taking her hand in mine and kissing the ring that sat motionlessly on the 3rd finger of the left hand. She smiled very softly yet still sleepily at me before she, too, sat up. The soft nightgown she wore rippled in waves across her gentle curves, and I grinned as I realized how lucky I was to have such a perfect angel to call my wife. Breakfast," she mumbled, and I laughed before kissing her again. "Be sure to take your pill this morning," I whispered, reminding her as I always did. I knew neither of us were ready for children, and with recent developments might never be. It was more important now than ever to make sure we stayed protected. I could see the smile slip from her face, though, as she, no doubt, realized the reason I was reminding her yet again. So, desperate to see that beautiful smile grace her perfect lips once more, I kissed her, and quietly whispered words of love to her. Finally, though, we both moved from the bed, and I walked into the bathroom to try in vain to control the mess of fuzz I called hair while Bella got dressed. Soon, we were walking down the stairs hand in hand. We entered the kitchen, and I chuckled lightly to myself as I realized that my father had managed to wake Alice, Emmett and my mother in less than the time it took for me to wake Bella. We sat down, and a sleepy Alice relocated herself to Bella's lap before yawning and shoving a bite of chocolate chip pancake into her mouth. "I'm sleepy," she complained, and Bella kissed her forehead, which seemed to brighten her mood considerably. "I don't want to go to school. I hate school. Jasper will be there," I reminded her, and though I knew they were in different grades and thus didn't have any classes together, they would see each other at recess. And, as I predicted, this trivial fact brightened Alice's outlook on the day. "Jazzy," she exclaimed, hurrying through her pancakes now. I laughed as I turned to Bella. "Blueberry, or chocolate chip?" "Blueberry," she whispered, and I placed 2 of the pancakes on her plate before drowning them in syrup. I grabbed a few of my own before I moved quickly from the table to grab my coffee. We ate in silence for a very long time, and soon, Alice and Emmett's bus arrived. My mother left the room, saying something about it being a perfect day to garden, and my father left for work soon after. Bella and I, however, continued to sit in silence long after the plates had been cleared from the table. Eventually, though, we moved to the living room, and I sat on the couch before Bella climbed into my lap. "My father said he'll talk to Dr. Ross, the eye specialist, today," I whispered finally, breaking the silence. "He said he can probably get us an appointment for tomorrow. How does that sound, love?" Bella stiffened in my arms, but she smiled. "So soon? I thought that was what you wanted," I whispered, and my smile turned to a worried frown. Had I done something wrong? Did she want to wait? But she kissed me softly, and wiggled further into my embrace. "No, it's all right. The sooner the better. I want to know if it's possible. I simply want to know if it's possible," she repeated softly, and her smile grew as she continued to whisper. "That's all. If it is, we can wait, so do some research, simply look into things. I'm content for now. I just want to know for the future. And the sooner we talk to someone, the better I'll feel." I smiled, and wrapped my arms tighter around my personal angel. "I love you," I whispered, and finally, she whispered the words back. She might not have noticed, but I sure did. Over the past 12 hours, every time I had whispered my love for her, she had said nothing back. I hadn't been worried, I was sure in the love I knew she felt for me. But hearing her say those words, nothing else compared. "I love you, too," she breathed, and I captured her into a deep, searing kiss. I tried to pour every single ounce of love I felt for her into that kiss, but it was impossible. As I'd noted before, it was impossible simply because the love I felt for her was endless. August 20th, Wednesday, 7:12 a.m. Bella Pav. As it turned out, Carlisle couldn't get me in to see Dr. Ross until the morning that Edward and I were supposed to leave for New Hampshire. I was worried that we couldn't both make the appointment in our flight, but Edward had encouraged me to try. To help manage time, though, we had already said our goodbyes and packed the car. So here I was, fidgeting nervously in the waiting room, trying to concentrate on the wonderful man holding me rather than the anticipation that was building up so quickly that it was very nearly painful. "Isabella Cullen." A soft voice finally spoke, and I jumped in my seat, smiling unconsciously as I heard my new name. Even after 2 months, I still wasn't used to it. I loved it, but then I remembered the reason I was here, and my smile fell. I bit my lip as I tried to hold the fear in. But as Edward helped me to my feet, I noticed that my whole body shook, and I realized that the fear was painted very clearly on my face. "Shh, Bella," Edward whispered, and his warm lips rested softly on my ear. "Everything will be fine, no matter what, right? I'll love you no matter what." I finally smiled, though the fear didn't completely leave me. "No matter what," I agreed, and we walked hand in hand through the halls. The helpful nurse guided us to what I assumed was the conference room, and then left us alone after telling us that Dr. Ross would be in shortly. "Are you nervous?" Edward whispered, and his warm breath made me shiver. I nodded, but smiled very softly as Edward lifted my lightly trembling form and placed me in his lap. He buried his head in the soft skin of my shoulder, and breathed out deeply. "No matter what," he whispered once more, and then the door opened. I jumped in surprise, and looked around frantically even though I could see nothing. I heard a soft, inviting chuckle, though, and I calmed down immediately. Did all doctors have such calming voices? I'm Dr. Ross, the man introduced himself, and he shook hands with Edward while I pressed myself further into the warm embrace of my husband. Edward and Isabella Cullen, correct? Edward nodded. She likes to be called Bella, though. Ah, well, we'll get right into it. I understand you're short on time this morning. I smiled, and relaxed a little as Dr. Ross pulled a chair across the floor. He sat in front of us, and I listened intently to the sounds of paper rustling. Was he looking at my file? I was sure it included a note from my previous doctor, a note saying that nothing could be done about my sight. Would I be turned away immediately? I felt my heart clench painfully at the idea. But then Dr. Ross spoke again, and his voice was still happy. So, Bella, how old were you when this happened? 5, I whispered, and my voice was so quiet that I was afraid he hadn't heard me. Aha, and it happened as a complication of your XP, correct? I nodded again, not trusting my voice. But then I realized that I couldn't make it through this meeting without speaking, so I tried to force the tears back and I spoke anyway. I was outside in the sun for a long while. I sat in the shade, and tried to keep my body away from the direct sunlight as much as I could. Even as a little child, I knew that the sun was bad. My father eventually found me. I'd run away from him, but it was already too late. I got sick from the sun exposure, and that was when it started happening. Slowly my world grew darker. Eventually, I couldn't see anything. It happened very quickly, actually, but I thought for sure the light would come back. But it never did. I felt Edward's arms tighten around me, and I was very thankful for his silent support. I turned to him, and smiled, and he kissed me gently. I blushed, of course, and buried my head in his chest. Both he and Dr. Ross laughed softly. Finally, though, Dr. Ross spoke once more. I can't be sure without running some tests, but it's quite possible that the damage to your eyes is simply superficial. Not to say that it isn't serious, of course, he added, and his words made my heart beat fast. I'm simply saying that it seems as though only the surface of your eyes were damaged. Your body is like its own doctor, and while we can't always heal ourselves, most of the time we can protect ourselves. There is growing evidence that lutein, a carotenoid that functions as an antioxidant for the protection of cells, is deposited in the areas of the body that are most prone to free radical damage. This includes the macula, the part of the eye that enables accurate vision. Lutein helps prevent harmful blue light from reaching, and thus causing damage, to the sensitive back tissue of the retina. Dr. Ross paused, and took in a deep breath. I could hear the papers in his hands rustling, and I bit my lip as I tried to hold the panic in. He continued, though, and the calm tone of his words helped to relax me. Since you have XP, your eyes as well as your skin, to put it simply, have no natural protection. In XP patients, the amount of lutein is drastically reduced, and thus, your eyes had no protection from the sun, and the tissue of the retina was damaged. Your eyes changed color when this happened, correct? I nodded, and I noticed that my hands were shaking. My voice shook, too. Why yes. From brown to blue. Dr. Ross made a small, noise, but didn't speak for a very long time. I heard papers rustling, and I heard Edward's erratic breathing. I turned to him, and placed a hand on his face. His skin was warm, and he seemed to tremble under my touch. Was he as nervous as I was? It seemed impossible, yet at the same time, it seemed as though we were simply one person. His feelings were my own, and my own feelings his. We were connected in ways I'd never thought possible. I smiled, and kissed Edward's cheek softly before whispering in his ear. No matter what, I murmured, and in that moment, Dr. Ross spoke again. I would like to take some tests now, Bella. Is that all right? I nodded, and stood to my feet. I nearly collapsed, though, and Edward let out a shaky breath as he steadied me. Sorry, I mumbled, and he captured my hand in his as we began to walk from the room. I leaned into his side, and sighed. Is something wrong, my love? Edward whispered, and I shook my head. No, not wrong. I'm just nervous. What if it's something so simple? What if, all these years, it was something so simple? Have I been living in darkness for no reason? And then again, what if it's irreversible? As much as I've been trying not to let myself hope, I want to see Edward so badly. I knew that Edward didn't have the words to respond. Instead, he gripped my hand tighter, and kissed my forehead softly. "I love you," he whispered, and I smiled. We stopped walking then, and my heart began to beat fast once more as Dr. Ross led me through set after set of tests. Some were physical, some were simply questions. Some, though, required large machines that made my heart fly. When it was over, though, we were led back to the conference room. We sat in silence for nearly 45 minutes, and then Dr. Ross walked back in. Normally, he said, it would have taken several weeks for my tests' results to return. But he believed that we only needed some of the basic tests to confirm his suspicions, so he rushed those and put the more complicated ones on the back burner for now. Well, Isabella, I didn't even notice that he had used my full name. I just gripped Edward's hand tighter, and tired to calm myself down. "Don't let yourself hope, don't let yourself hope," I chanted over and over again. But I couldn't help it. I'd barely ever even thought of the possibility before, and now it might actually become a reality. Dr. Ross spoke again, and my heart continued to beat fast. "The tests we just took have confirmed my suspicions. The sensitive tissue at the back of your retina was severely damaged. A transplant would be possible, but you have to understand the risks. If something goes wrong, you could lose your sight forever, with no chance of recovery. Yet another complication would be that it simply doesn't work, that the new tissue doesn't bond with the retina. And you have to remember this is still a new surgery. We can't guarantee full recovery of your sight. Results are mixed so far, but approximately 90 out of 100 recipients of the surgery recover at least 30% of their vision. Still legally blind, but that's enough," I whispered, and I could feel my heart soaring. I turned around to face Edward, but not even a single word could slip past my lips before he caught me up in a passionate, searing kiss. Finally he pulled away, and I knew he was happy. I could hear it in his voice. The joy saturated every word that he spoke. "I love you, Isabella. But is this what you want?" I barely had to think about it. Edward, a family, with my Edward. And I knew I wanted it more than anything. "Yes," I whispered, and Edward held me closer than ever. "Then that's all that matters, my love." August 18th, Monday, 4:20 p.m. Edward Pav. I smiled as I reached over to gently caress Bella's warm cheek. She had fallen asleep halfway through the drive from the airport up to the college. I couldn't blame her. We'd had a long, rough day both emotionally and physically. And, I grinned as I recalled, we had figured out that planes and Bella Cullens didn't mix. She had gotten airsick almost immediately, and we had spent the remainder of the ride in the tiny, 5x5 restroom. Edward. My grin grew as my angel whispered my name in her sleep. I slowed the car as I reached a stoplight, and as soon as I came to a complete halt, I reached over to gently brush my fingers across Bella's face once more. It was strange, really, how I felt so incomplete unless I was touching her. Even if I was simply sitting a few feet away, unless I was holding her hand, I felt empty. It was irrational, and yet it hurt so much to be away from her. "Bella, love," I murmured, and her eyes slowly fluttered open. I smiled, and kissed her forehead softly as the stoplight turned green. "We're almost there. Wakey wakey time," she smiled, and leaned over to rest her head on my shoulder. I wrapped one arm around her and ran my fingers through her hair as I continued to drive through the streets. I passed the college. Was it really that big? It had seemed smaller the one time I'd seen it at night, and continued on toward the apartment that I had already made ready for my Bella. There yet?" I grinned. "Are you awake, my Bella?" She mumbled, and I bit my lip to hold a chuckle in. "Do you love me?" This could get interesting. "What's your favorite color?" "Blue-y." I softly pulled my Volvo into a clear parking space in front of the small, one-story apartment building. The apartment was actually very pretty. It had an old-fashioned look about it. All the doorways were rounded, and the walls were made of old, polished pine wood. The windows were very large, allowing a lot of unwanted sunlight into the house. But I could already tell, from just one glance, that they'd already been tinted. They looked exactly like the windows of my car. I smiled as I shut the car off, and stuck my keys in my pocket before turning to face Bella. She grinned sleepily, and laid her head on my chest. I held her close, and chuckled softly. Her eyes fluttered closed again, and I kissed her forehead. "What do you want to name our first son?" "Edward." "Well, that was surprising. How about our first daughter? How about teacup? I couldn't hold in the laugh that bubbled from my throat. My whole body shook with the force of it, and because I was holding Bella so tightly, so closely, she shook, too. She peeled one eye open to glare at me. I grinned, biting back the laughter that wanted so desperately to break free. I hate you, she announced. My grin only grew, and I was sure my eyes were sparkling with amusement. I kissed her forehead softly, and the glare slowly melted from her expression as I held her close. I love you, I countered, and she finally smiled. Now, put on the hood to your suit, and let's go see our new home. The smile that graced her perfect, sleepy lips only grew as I helped her into the sun suit she'd so carelessly thrown into the back of the car once we'd climbed inside. I took her hand in mine, and we climbed, together, from the car. Bella strained against my grip, trying to run toward the building. I chuckled, and towed her toward the trunk of the Volvo. Patience, love, we have to grab our bags first. She pouted, and began to dance back and forth on the warm asphalt. Later, Edward, I want to see the house. Please, please, pretty please. I chuckled at her enthusiasm, and as I shrugged, allowing her to win, I realized that I had laughed more in the last day than I had in a long time. Maybe it was the high from the fact that Bella and I were starting a new life together, or maybe it was happiness that still lingered from the news that we had been given only hours before. Maybe it was just because I loved the woman in my arms more than anything, and that she was the one that made me happy. Her smiles made me happy. Her soft laugh, and her beautiful eyes made me happy. She made me happy. Everything about her was so beautiful. And she was mine, in the same way that I was hers. It was staggering. It was beautiful. And as we walked, together, into the building that was our home, I was happy. 5 p.m. Bella Pav. The wood floors were so soft under my bare feet, and the walls were cool to the touch as I let my fingers dance over them. I smiled, and I walked slowly through the one-bedroom apartment that Edward and I called ours. It was beautiful, really. The soft curtains flowed through my fingers as I traced the outline of the large, picture window in the living room. It almost completely took up the front wall, and, I was sure, flooded the house with warm sunlight. I smiled, and padded across the floor through the rounded opening that led to the kitchen. Edward followed right behind me, holding my hand and smiling against the soft skin of my neck as I explored. The kitchen, as all apartments did, had come with only the most necessary items: a stove, a dishwasher, and a refrigerator. There was a tiny table with 2 chairs in the corner, and in another, a wooden rack that held dry foods. The cupboards already held plates and pots and pans, and the drawers held silverware. The bathroom was very small. A single, stand-up shower and a sink decorated one wall, and the other sported a toilet and a towel rack. Edward pointed out that the walls were pure white, and that the shower curtain was a light green and decorated with gently twisting vines and leaves. I was sure it was very beautiful. I smiled, realizing that, one day, I would be able to see it. And this is our bedroom, Edward murmured quietly, his lips right up against my ear. I smiled, and briefly wondered if he had already gotten a bed. But then my bare feet hit into the soft mattress that decorated the floor, and I burst into happy laughter. An air mattress, Edward. Oh, I love you. He chuckled, and wrapped his arms around me from behind. My body shook in his embrace as his gentle chuckles turned to full laughter. Soon, I was laughing with him from the irony of it all. I thought you would like that. Besides, a bed is one thing I didn't want to pick out without you. It needs to be 100% Bella approved, too. And then he grinned and pressed his lips to my soft neck. Want to help me test it out? My heart began to beat hard in my chest, and I was sure that my cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Edward confirmed my assumption as he turned me around in his embrace. Your cheeks are the most delicious shade of red right now, he murmured, and he captured my lips in a passionate kiss. I melted in his arms, and allowed him to love me in the most intimate of ways. Every touch, every kiss, made me feel so alive. The blood raced through my veins, hot and fast, as I quickly reached the peak that I'd only ever experienced with Edward. He held me afterwards as I shook in his arms. My whole body seemed to have turned to jelly. And the fact that he never seemed to stop touching me didn't help in the least. His hands were everywhere. He gently brushed them up and down my arms, and let his fingers dance soothingly across my collarbone. His lips kept coming back to tease mine, and in that moment, I felt more loved than I ever had. I breathed, smiling as I hummed in content. I could feel Edward smiling against my lips as he pulled my flushed, naked body closer to his. I wrapped my arms around him, and laid my head on his warm, bare chest. "I love you," I whispered, and he kissed me again. "I love you more." I grinned, and bit my lip to hold in my chuckles of amusement. "Do not, do so, do not, so, not, Edward, we're fighting like children, and besides, we both know that I love you more. You can't deny it." He grinned against the soft skin of my shoulder. When he spoke, his words and the vibrations of his mouth against my skin sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, really? Shall I show you how much I love you?" I just nodded my head, too dizzy, too completely possessed by the man before me to respond. He gently kissed my shoulder, and then he trailed hot, open-mouthed kisses up my neck. I shivered from the sensations, and as his lips began to trail toward my lips, I turned, eager to meet his with my own. But he chuckled. "Nah," he whispered, almost as if he was rebuking a child. "Not yet, Edward," I breathed, and though I'd meant to sound firm, I was sure it came out as more of a gasp as he moved to take the lobe of my ear between his teeth. "I love your soft gasps," he whispered, and he sucked gently on the sensitive skin that was still revealed to him. "I love your lips. I love your tiny hands, that reach out to help everyone around them. I love your cute toes," he whispered, and I giggled as he kissed each one. He stretched up once more before taking my face very tenderly into his hands. I knew, without having to see, that he was staring directly into my eyes. "I love your beautiful eyes, and how they see everything, yet at the same time see nothing. I love your cute little nose," he said, and he kissed it. "I love your beautiful, kind, sharing heart. I love how you think nothing of yourself, and how you're always thinking of others. I love how you would give everything that made you happy simply to make someone else happy. You are beautiful, Isabella, and I love you more than anything." I hadn't realized that I'd been crying until Edward took me tenderly into his arms. He kissed my tears away, and I grasped myself closer to him. I knew that no words I could possibly say would be able to affect him the same way that he had affected me. So instead, I said nothing, and showed him with my actions and my tears as he slowly, gently, made love to me once more. "I love you," I finally managed to gasp, and I let my eyes flutter closed as he brought me into a whole new world. 7:45 p.m. Edward paused. I smiled, and held Bella closer than ever. She wiggled in my grasp, though, and giggled before leaning up to kiss me softly. "Take a walk with me?" I asked quietly, and she nodded without saying a word. I stood from the bed air mattress and reached out a hand to help Bella up, too. She smiled, and pressed her soft, warm body to mine for one brief moment before frowning. Edward." "Yes, love?" I asked, and I smiled as I pulled on my jeans without even bothering with boxers. "We never brought our bags in, huh?" I paused, and then grinned, letting my greedy eyes rake over Bella's beautiful body once more. "No, but I happen to like you without clothing. How about we stay like this forever?" She frowned, but I could tell she was trying to hold back a grin by the way she bit her lip. "I like that idea, too. But I don't like the idea of any other girl seeing you before I do." "Dress, mister." I laughed, and pulled a t-shirt on over my head. "Already done." And I moved closer, until Bella was in my arms once more. She simply had her panties and a bra on. The shirt she was holding dropped from her shaking hands as I moved closer to her. "And I don't like the idea of any other man seeing you, ever. You're mine, and I'm not sharing." She shivered in my arms, and her eyes fluttered closed once more. I grinned, and pecked her on the cheek before stepping back. "I'll be right back, love. Let me run and grab our bags while you get ready. I don't want you outside without a sweater on." She nodded, and staggered forward a step, unsteady. I grinned wider, and placed my hands on her shoulders. "Sit, please, before you hurt yourself." She managed a glare through her dazed state, but sat down as I'd asked. I chuckled to myself as I walked out to the car. I reached into the pocket of my wrinkled jeans, and pulled out the keys. I grabbed the bags from the back seat, and then relocked the doors after popping the trunk. I was rather proud of myself, actually. I'd managed to grab every single bag in one trip. As I was heading back inside, though, I heard the soft ringing of a cell phone. I knew it wasn't mine. I didn't have that ringtone, so I reached into Bella's bag to grab hers out. I grinned as I remembered giving it to her. She hadn't even put up a fight. It was staggering, actually. I flipped the phone open, and pressed it to my ear. Hello. I had expected it to be Alice, or Charlie. Maybe even my mother. But I didn't expect it to be her. Bella. I stiffened as her voice washed over me, and my duffel bag fell to the ground before I even noticed. I froze, and my heart stopped beating in that moment. Renee, I hissed, and I clenched my hand tightly around the phone. What do you want? To hurt Bella again? I'm sorry, but I won't allow that to happen. Ever again. I simply want to talk to my daughter. And you have no right to tell me that I can't. Like hell I don't, I growled. She's my wife. I will not let you hurt her like you hurt her before. She's happy now, Renee. She doesn't need you coming back into her life and screwing everything up. Please, just let her go. You were never there for her before. Why now? Why now, when she's so happy? Why not before? Why not 15 years ago? Why did you leave in the first place? There was a long pause, and when Renee spoke again, I very nearly wished I could take my words back. I was scared, but I didn't. Instead, I spoke softly, and whispered the words that I was sure, if anything, would make Renee understand. I was scared, too. So scared, Renee, you have no idea. And I won't lie and say I haven't made mistakes. My stupidity nearly cost Bella her life. But I stayed, and that meant more to her than anything. Even if I disagreed, even though she would be better off if I left, I stayed because she wanted me to. As unfathomable as it is, she wants me. She wants me by her side. And as long as it makes her happy, as long as I make her happy, I'll stay. And you should have, too, Edward. But I couldn't allow her to continue. I have to go now. Bella's waiting for me, and I don't want to worry her. I'll talk to her. If she wants to talk to you, I'll have her call. But please, don't call back. I paused, frowning. How did you get this number, anyway? Renee paused on the other end, and she sighed deeply. My heart ached for her. I knew that, though the things she had done were horrible, she wasn't horrible. But eventually, she spoke, and I was pulled from my thoughts. I called Charlie, and he gave me her number. I have to admit, you're a hell of a lot more polite than he is. She paused, and laughed bitterly, though still sadly. I had to very nearly threaten him to get this number. And I understand. I won't call back. But please, talk to Bella. I just want to hear her voice. I smiled sadly. I will. Goodbye, Renee. Goodbye, Edward. I clicked the end button, and stared at the phone for a few brief moments. But then a beautiful, happy voice broke me from my thoughts, and I smiled. Hurry up, Edward. I'm cold standing here in just my undies. I looked up, grinning brightly, to see Bella's head sticking out the door. I laughed, and grabbed my duffel bag off of the ground before running to her. I stuffed her phone back into her purse, and entered our home. I dropped all the bags on the kitchen floor, and swung Bella up into my arms. And we can't have that, now can we? I asked, and then I kissed her. She giggled, and brushed her tiny body against mine. I groaned, but she giggled and pulled away. Not now, Edward. I want to take that walk you promised me. Where are we going? She looked so innocent, and yet so beautiful, as she stood in the middle of the bright kitchen. And as I watched the happiness dance in her eyes, I knew I couldn't mention the phone call I'd just shared with her mother. Not now. Not when she was so completely happy. So instead, I handed her the duffel that I knew was hers. She danced out of the room with it, and just a few moments later, danced back in. I laughed. You're going to trip if you keep bouncing around like that. Oh, shush, Edward. Don't ruin my moment. And you never did tell me where are we going. I grabbed her hand in mine, and tugged a sweater on over her head. The sweater was mine, and much too large for her. But I liked it won her. It claimed her as mine in a material way. I'm going to give you a tour of the college, love. Classes are running right now, so there's barely anyone roaming around. It's a perfect time to show you where we're going to build our futures. She smiled brightly at me, though her cheeks flushed a deep red. I chuckled, and kissed her softly. Ready? Is it dark enough for me? I nodded, remembering the blanket of darkness that I'd stood under only moments before. Yes, now, if you're ready. She squealed happily, and tugged me out of THR door. I caught her around the waist, and spun her in circles as we laughed together. When we were still, though, she stumbled into my embrace, and smiled as she hummed in contentment. I love you, she said, and I smiled as I buried my head in her hair. I love you, too. In that moment, my world was perfect. But at the same time, I was so blissfully unaware of how soon it come crashing down around me. August 18th, Monday 9:55 p.m. Belle Epauve. I was almost literally bouncing around as Edward led me slowly across Dartmouth's campus. It was huge. We'd been walking for nearly 2 hours now, and hadn't even been through half of it. We couldn't, of course, see the classrooms yet, as they were all occupied. But we went to the library, and Edward showed me to the Braille section. He sat with me for over 20 minutes while I squealed happily. Then, he'd had the patience to fill out the paperwork for me to get the card. And then he had decided he would carry my books for me. Perfect gentleman, much. God, how I loved him. Bella, I was sure I was smiling like an idiot. I didn't much care. I was happy. So what if I was smiling? Are you hungry? We're at the food court. I shrugged, and bit my lip. Honestly, I was famished. Between walking for hours, and my earlier activities with Edward, I was starving. So I nodded, and Edward grabbed my hand once more. And what would you like, my Bella? He asked, and my legs turned to jelly as his possession, in the form of words, washed over me. Food. Doesn't matter what, I answered, trying to sound casual. Edward chuckled lightly, though, as I wobbled forward. He ran to catch up with me, and I leaned into him. How about tacos? I finally asked breathlessly, just to distract him and his silly, wandering hands. He grinned against the soft skin of my neck as he spread soft kisses up and down my jaw. I'll see what I can do, my princess. Could he get any more perfect? In the end, Edward found tacos quite easily, and we ended up sitting in the food court until one set of classes ended and another began. People swarmed the small area, and for a long moment, my world was filled with voices and invisible people. I could hear them, but not see them. It frightened me a little, actually. I'd never been around this many people before in my life. But it was a good kind of scared. My body shook with both excitement and fear as I realized, in the midst of it all, that one day I would be able to see all the people surrounding me. What are you thinking about, my love? Edward murmured, pulling me close even though the concrete sidewalks were almost empty now. How soon? I murmured. How soon can we look into the surgery? Edward knew what I was asking without me even having to explain. That was another thing he was perfect at. Reading me. But when he spoke, his voice was very soft and loving. As soon as you want, he whispered, resting his head on my shoulder as he lifted me gently off of my chair to sit me in his lap. However, we can't actually have the surgery until winter or summer break. You need some time to recover, the doctor said. A few weeks, at the least. I nodded, smiling. The way Edward had spoken reassured me in a simple, and yet undeniable way, that he would be by my side through the whole thing. I knew it would be terrifying. But it would be worth it when I saw my angel's face. I love you, Edward, I whispered, my words completely random but true in every single, possible way. He kissed me softly, and swept me into his arms before sitting me softly on the ground. I wobbled for a few seconds, smiling as Edward snaked an arm around my waist to steady me. Silly Bella, he murmured, and he caught my hand in his, and we began to walk again. We walked from one end of the campus to the other, stopping inside a few buildings for Edward to explain where we were at. At one point, when he showed me where I would be going for my one class without him, he began to whisper reassurances in my ear. I'll walk you to class, and I promise I'll be here as soon as you get out. Will you be all right? I grinned, and nodded. I lived without you for over 17 years, Edward. I'll be fine. I expected Edward to laugh. But he didn't. Instead, he held me closer than ever, and breathed out deeply. The sorrow was clear in his voice, and ancient anguish painted every word he spoke. I wish I had never had to experience life without you by my side, my love. I smiled, and laid my head on his shoulder. We have no control over the past, I whispered. But we do have control over our future. And I promise that not a day will go by that we can't hold each other. You promised me forever, remember? I do remember, he agreed quietly, and as we began to walk forward, hand in hand, it seemed as though nothing more needed to be said. A silence that was completely comfortable set over us, and I smiled as we began to walk home. Edward opened the door for me, and as soon as we were inside, I took his hand and tugged him toward our bedroom. I was exhausted, and I didn't want to sleep anywhere but in his arms. He smiled, and kissed me before silently following me into our bedroom. He simply stripped down to his boxers while I threw on a soft, lacy nightgown. And even as we lay down together, the silence lingered. I had nothing more to say, because Edward knew I loved him, and would love him forever. And that was all that mattered. August 19th, Tuesday 1:13 p.m. Edward Pav. I wasn't surprised that, after walking the campus for over 4 hours, we would sleep in. But when I turned over in bed and stared at the alarm clock, my eyes flew open wide. Oh, shoot, wow, it was late. I sat up quickly, and immediately regretted it. My head began to spin, and I groaned before dropping my head into my hands. Bella, beside me, began to stir, and I smiled through the waves of dizziness that kept assaulting me. I turned to see her grin sleepily at me. Good morning, she breathed, smacking her lips together a few times before rolling over and burying her head in the pillow. Afternoon, love, I said, smirking. It's afternoon. Now it was Bella's turn to sit up so fast that her head began to spin. Oh, shoot, wow, it's late, she exclaimed, echoing my previous thoughts. I grinned, and kissed her on the cheek before rising from the air mattress. Wake up a moment, all right. I'm going to go take a shower. We don't have classes today. Relax a little. Have something to eat, and then we can go back to the library if you want, or I could read a book to you. She smiled softly, and I very tenderly kissed each of her eyelids before standing to my feet. Love you, she mumbled, and she landed back on the bed with a smile gracing her lips. I laughed, and grabbed a change of clothes before heading to the bathroom. Nothing could ruin my morning. It was perfect. I was so happy. Was it possible to be this happy without having everything come crashing down? I hoped so. And yet, as I climbed into the shower, I couldn't help but feel that the happiness that surrounded me would soon come crashing down around me, leaving my world in rubble. Bella Pav. I yawned, and groaned deeply. I didn't want to move from the wonderfully warm bed that surrounded me. And yet at the same time, my stomach began to rumble and my cell phone rang. Could this morning get any worse? The only high point of it so far was hearing Edward's soft voice. I stumbled from bed and blindly followed the sound of the annoying ringtone that let me know before I'd even answered that it was Charlie calling. Hello. There was a chuckle on the other end, and the sound made me smile. You sound like you just woke up, Charlie observed, and I grinned, flopping back onto the air mattress and sighed deeply. I did. Oh. Charlie fell silent for several moments, and I grinned. Neither one of us had ever been very good at talking on the phone. Usually our phone conversations consisted of a lot of silence and a lot of awkward questions. This morning, though, Charlie decided to try something new. He decided to throw in some awkward declarations of feeling. I miss ya, Bells. The food around here sucks when you're gone. And it's so silent. This house has always been filled with your happy laughter, and your smiling face. And now all that's left are memories. I smiled sadly, and gripped the phone tighter. Edward and I will be home for Thanksgiving break, and then winter break. It's not the same. The sadness that had creeped into my smile began to fill my eyes with tears. I know, Daddy, but I can't be your little girl anymore. I grew up. Well, stop growing, Charlie grouched, and I knew he was frowning like he always did when he was annoyed. That was the one thing you always did too damn fast. It just seems like I missed your whole childhood, even though I know I was beside you every step of the way. He paused, and sighed. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. Promise you'll come visit your old man soon. I grinned then, laughing softly. I promise, Dad, as soon as I can. Classes start tomorrow. Can you believe that? Hardly. How's Edward treating you? Our conversation went on for a long while, until I heard the water in the bathroom shut off. I have to go, Daddy. Edward just got out of the shower, and I think I'm going to make him take me to breakfast this morning. I paused, remembering that Edward had told me it was already afternoon. I'm going to make him take me to lunch this afternoon. I don't think we have any food in the house except for crackers and dry cereal. Charlie laughed, and said a quick goodbye. I smiled as I pressed the bright red end button. But my smile slipped as the annoying monotone voice announced that I had 3 missed calls. I sighed, and scrolled down to my recent calls. Jake, the voice, which was an extra feature for blind people, announced. I grinned. He probably wanted to inform me of yet another momentous occasion. Perhaps Sarah had burped this time, or laughed. That little girl really did have Jacob wrapped around her tiny finger. I deleted the alert, making a mental note to call him after breakfast. I scrolled down to the next one. Charlie. He'd called last night, while we were out. I deleted the alert, as I'd just talked to him and I knew he was fine. The next one announced Monday, 1:12 p.m. Someone had called while Edward and I were on the plane. I vaguely remembered having turned the phone off before getting on the plane, and forgetting to turn it back on until somewhere close to New York. I shrugged, and clicked more details. The name that was spoken next, though, sent a shiver of fright down my spine. Renee. Bella. I couldn't turn around. I could barely even move. I was immobile. Bella. Bella. Love, answer me. Are you all right? Come on, Bella. I turned around, and though my blind eyes couldn't see the man before me, I could hear the fear in his voice. What's wrong, Bella? Please tell me, he begged softly, his hand moving up to softly cup my face. I can't help you if I don't know what's wrong. What has your beautiful eyes so filled with fear? I let the cell phone drop from my numb hands before leaning forward. I let Edward wrap his arms around me, and I reveled in the comfort his embrace offered. I shivered, though, as her name danced across my mind once more, leaving in its tracks nothing but pain and fear. Renee, I gasped, and Edward stiffened. I gripped his shirt tightly in my hands, and clenched my eyes shut tightly. I knew I was shaking. So what? It hurt. It hurt so badly. How could someone who had hurt me so much think she could simply become a part of my life again? All she was doing was causing me more pain and ripping apart the life I'd so carefully created for myself over the years. Renee called, I whispered, and Edward buried his head in my hair. He spoke softly, so softly that I could barely hear his words. But I did hear them. I'm sorry, Bella, I was going to tell you. Please don't be angry with me. His word didn't make any sense to me, but it was hard to place why through the fear-filled haze that had set over me. So instead of trying to piece together the jumbled bits of suspicion that were floating around in my mind, I gasped out the words that would bring me peace of mind. How did you know? He stiffened again, and it was then that I knew something was wrong. Was he keeping something from me? Had Renee called more than once, and he had deleted the alerts, so I wouldn't see them? The fear in my mind began to turn to panic. Edward, how? You mean you didn't look at the call history? His words were quiet, cautious. I shook my head, more confused now than ever. I looked at the missed calls log. She called while we were on the plane. Edward fell silent, and I pulled away from him, my eyes growing wide as I finally understood his words. She called, and you answered. I'm sorry, Bella, Edward whispered, resting his forehead against my shoulder, his hand reaching out to grab mine. I was going to tell you. But you were so happy. I didn't want to ruin that. I would have told you. I bit my lip, feeling irrationally angry. He hadn't told me. Did he honestly think I was that weak? But though I was angry, my words were quiet, anguished. But would you have? He didn't speak, and all the anger that I had been holding back came rushing forward. I'm not that weak, Edward. Yes, she hurt me. Every time she calls, she hurts me again. But I'm not a little girl anymore, and I don't want to be treated like one. You should have told me. I will trust you and respect you, laugh with you and cry with you, loving you faithfully through good times and bad, regardless of the obstacles we may face together. Do you remember those words, Edward? They're the ones you whispered to me when we were married. Together, Edward. We're supposed to do this together. His head was resting on my chest now, and his hands were gripping mine tightly. "Please don't me mad, Bella," he whispered, and it was then that I felt the warm tears sliding down face. But instead of tears of sorrow, they were tears of anger. "Please don't be mad at me. I only kept Renee's call a secret from you because I wanted to protect you." It was very hard, as he continued to shake in my arms, to reject him. "But I did. I don't need to be protected," I whispered, and I pulled myself roughly away from the only man I would love for the rest of my life. I grabbed my cell phone, and furiously wiped at the tears that were sliding down my cheeks. I knew I couldn't run far. Where could I go while the sun was shining so brightly? I ran from the front door, though, and slid down the wall that laid right outside our apartment. The sun couldn't hurt me in here, I knew, and I knew that Edward wouldn't follow me. He knew I was angry, as irrational as my anger was, and he knew I needed space. I fumbled with the phone in my hands as I fought against the tears of anger that were sliding hot and fast down my cheeks. I was being stupid. Why was I crying? Why was I angry? So what if Edward had kept a secret from me? He had the right. But this was different. So Renee had abandoned me as a little girl, and she'd hurt me time and time again. But so what? Edward always told me everything. I sighed, realizing suddenly that I wasn't angry at Edward because he hadn't told me about Renee calling. Instead, I was angry because I knew he didn't believe I was strong enough to handle the pain. He treated me like I was glass, like I would break down any second. I was stronger than that. I knew I was. But if I was, then why was I sitting here, shaking, with tears of fear rolling hard and fast down my cheeks? I shook my head violently, and sniffled deeply before grabbing the phone into my trembling hands once more. I was strong enough. I knew was. I dialed quickly, knowing the number by heart even though I had never called it before. The voice that answered was painfully soft and sweet. "Hello, hello." I drew in a deep, shaking breath. "Hi, Mom. It's me, Bella." "Oh, Bella, my baby girl, how are you?" "It hurts, Mom," I whispered, knowing that the words I was about to speak would, in turn, hurt my mother. "Every time you call, it hurts. When I hear your name, or think of you, it hurts. Every time you call, I'm reminded of all the years you weren't there for me. I remember the times that I tried so desperately to remember you, and the times when I tried so desperately to believe you'd never existed. I can't do this. I want to be strong, but I'm not strong enough for this. I am strong enough, though, to say this, please don't call anymore. I can't if any more pieces are ripped so painfully from my world, it's going to come crashing down. I want to live, Mom. I want to live with Edward, and with Charlie. With the people who love me, the people who have always been there for me." Bella. I could hear the pain, and the tears that I knew Renee was crying. And though her pain, in turn, hurt me, it didn't cause me enough sorrow to take back the words I'd already whispered. "I'll call again, Mom. I promise. Sometime in the future. But the pain is still too fresh, and I need to adjust, to heal. Maybe one day, you can be my mother again. But that day isn't today. Bella, I love you, baby." I began to cry again, and this time there was no trace of anger in the tears I cried. "I know, Mommy. And maybe one day I can love you again, too." There was a long silence on the other end, interrupted only by the soft sobs of my mother. "I'm sorry, baby. I know I can never say those words enough. I know nothing I ever say or do will make up for the years I wasn't there for you. But maybe one day, maybe when you learn to love me again, you can forgive me, too. I'm sorry. I love you. Always remember that. And goodbye." I smiled sadly. "Goodbye," I whispered, and I didn't even wait for an answer. I pressed the end button, and let the phone slip through my trembling hands. Only one thought ran through my head. Edward was right. I wasn't strong enough. "Edward," I whimpered, and in that moment, I needed nothing more than to be in his arms. And almost as if he was listening to my thoughts, he was suddenly there, wrapping his arms around me, holding me tightly. "I'm sorry, Edward. I'm sorry. I'm not mad at you. I'll love you. I love you so much." He smiled against my skin, and moved until I was sitting in his lap. It briefly occurred to me that we were sitting in the middle of the apartment building hall, probably making a scene. But I didn't care. It didn't matter. I love you, too, my Bella. And you're forgiven. Forgive me. I smiled. Always. Because the man holding me, and our life together, was the only thing that mattered. August 20th, Wednesday 8:20 p.m. Edward Pov. She was honestly beautiful, inside and out. I was the one who had messed up. I was the one who had hurt her, who had kept the truth from her. And yet she had been the one crying, begging for my forgiveness, though she'd done nothing wrong. I sighed, and smiled sadly as I very gently brushed my fingertips against Bella's soft skin. She was sleeping beside me, completely serene as she dreamed on. Her face was calm, and there was a tiny smile playing on her lips as she sighed in complete contentment. And, as I watched her so immersed in the dreams that made her so happy, I briefly wondered if it was me that she dreamed about. I closed my eyes, and breathed in deeply of her heavenly scent. It was strange, really, to be sleeping during the daytime. But I might as well start now because I knew that a life with Bella meant a life of darkness. I wasn't bitter about it, though instead, I was excited about spending forever in the darkness that was only lit up by the light of love that shone so brilliantly from my Bella. Edward. I grinned, and pressed my lips softly to Bella's cheek. She grinned, too, and I knew that she wasn't sleeping anymore. Are you awake? I murmured softly, and I brushed my fingers gently across her cheek. The warm heat that cooled beneath my hand was the only answer I needed. I chuckled, and kissed Bella softly before sitting up. We have to go to class soon, I reminded her softly, and she nodded, a small, nervous smile playing on her lips. You'll stay by my side, right? She asked, and I knew that she questioned my promises not because she didn't believe me, but simply because she was nervous. In the same way, I knew she was so dependent on me because of the fear she harbored, and not because she couldn't stand on her own. But her fear was understandable. She'd never gone to school, and she'd never interacted with many people her own age, much less hundreds at a time. Of course she would be scared. Terrified, even. I promise, I whispered once more, and she smiled as she sat up beside me. She folded herself gracefully into my embrace, and I smiled as I rocked us back and forth slowly. Eventually, though, I sighed. Bella turned to me curiously. What's wrong? I kissed her forehead, reassuring her through my actions rather than words. Our first class is at 9. We need to shower and grab something to eat before going. I paused, and she nodded. Neither of us moved, though. How pathetic was the fact that I couldn't bear to tear myself from her side. But then I smiled, realizing that I didn't have to. Want to help me conserve water? She turned to me, an eyebrow raised. Obviously she understood the meaning of my words. She grinned, and stood from our bed or air mattress before holding out her hand. I was preoccupied, though, by the way her soft, silk nightgown flowed over her every curve. But then I quickly realized that the sooner we got into the shower, the sooner I could really see her. I took the hand she offered, and kissed her fleetingly on the lips. That was simply a hint of what's to come, I whispered, and she shivered in my arms as her eyes fluttered closed. A hint of what is to come in our lives. 9 p.m. Bella Pov. I pressed myself tightly to Edward's side as the voices rang all around me. I didn't like feeling so dependent. But Edward was honestly the only anchor I had in this world of insanity that we call college. Why did I agree to this again? 4 years of sharing tiny, stuffy rooms with anywhere between 20 and 40 people at a time. It was pure torture, I tell you. Torture. I could feel Edward's body shaking as he tried desperately to hold his laughter in. I turned to glare at him, and that seemed to be his undoing. He chuckled deeply, and try as I might, I couldn't be mad at such a perfect man. Even his laugh was perfect. Shut up, I grumbled, and he muffled his chuckles before grasping my hand tighter in his. We entered the classroom that our first class advanced mathematics was held in. Edward led me gently to a seat in the back of the room, and I thanked him with a small smile. He kissed me on the lips quickly before hauling his desk loudly, I might add, to where it was sitting only a few inches away from mine. And then the teacher entered the room. I clasped my hands together tightly, and bit my lip. Welcome to Dartmouth, he greeted us. I smiled half-heartedly, and shifted in my seat, wishing desperately, once more, that I could see the eyes that scanned the classroom now. Today, we're going to go over the basics of this class. If you've been accepted into this college, your math skills should be up to par. If you cheated your way in, go home now. I have no time nor patience for those who can't keep up. This is advanced mathematics, people. That means if you got in here, you have to be smart. Thankfully, a lot of you actually are smart. If you weren't, I would be teaching 5-year-olds how to add. The whole class chuckled, and I grinned. Oh, and by the way, I'm Professor Jackson. Call me such. I do not wish to be called Jackson, or Jack, or Sir, or Dude. I despise dude. If you ever say dude in my class, I will flunk you. Are we clear? A chorus of, yes, sir, rang through the room. Professor Jackson sighed, and tapped what I assumed was a ruler against his desk. What did I just tell you? The whole class chuckled once more, but then corrected themselves. I sat silently in the back, unwilling to speak. Edward reached out, and his warm hand clasped mine. And just like that, with just a simple, single touch, I felt better. I felt whole, and my world seemed to brighten beautifully. I grinned at Edward, and his thumb softly caressed my knuckles. Calm down, love, he whispered. Don't be nervous. You're amazing. You're so very smart. You're going to do great. I smiled again, but didn't respond. I felt his hand leave mine, and then squeeze my thigh in a gentle, calming manner. But I couldn't, try as I may, pass up the chance to tease him. Insatiable, irresistible, he shot back, and I pressed a hand over my mouth to muffle my giggles. Cocky, beautiful, perf, pay attention, Cullen, the both of you, Professor Jackson yelled, slamming his ruler against the desk loudly. I jumped, and pulled away from Edward. I hadn't realized that, as we were speaking, we had slowly drifted closer to one another. I blushed a deep, dark red, and groaned as I heard Edward's soft laughter beside me. And now that Cullen and Cullen have decided to grace us with their attention, we will move on too. I sighed, and dropped my head into my hands. I followed along with what Professor Jackson was illustrating on the board by referring to the Braille papers that had previously been printed for me. They followed the brief lesson perfectly, and I wondered silently if Professor Jackson had taken the time to make them himself. I smiled, and as Edward reached over once more to capture my hand in his, I realized that maybe, just maybe this college thing would be so bad after all. 4:15 a.m. Actually, take that back about this, not being as bad as I thought it would. It was worse, a million times so. My biology teacher hated us all, and had already given us homework. Likewise, our literature teacher had decided that we all had only 2 weeks to prepare an oral, biographical presentation. I was sure that within the week, the Dartmouth administrators would begin to regret their decision in allowing me into their college. It was going to be a complete disaster, and pair into teams and write a report about the Second World War, and its effects on how the way we live our lives was changed, Professor Kincaid, our history teacher, said in a dull, monotone voice. I would also like for you to read chapters 2 through 3 in your books. There will be a small quiz on Friday, just so I can draw out those of you who I know are going to fail this class. Better I drop you now than later. I gulped, and Edward chuckled softly. The bell rang then, and I heard the scraping of chairs on the floor, and Professor Kincaid as she shouted, trying to be heard over the rustling of papers and the excited voices all around me. Your report is due by next Friday, people. Do not put it off until the last moment. If you hand in a pirated essay off of the internet, you will receive a failing grade. I was sure half of the class hadn't heard her, nor cared to hear her. But I had. I was sure my face paled, because I felt Edward's encouraging grip on my shoulder tighten. Everything will be fine, Bella, he whispered softly, sweetly, and he captured my hand in his as we slowly walked from the white-walled room. I smiled, but as we began to walk down the noisy halls, my smile slipped. I remembered suddenly that, though I hated our history class, I hated nothing more than not having Edward by my side, and I would rather endure a lifetime in our history class than be separated from him for the single hour that I knew was shining on the horizon. I bit my lip, and I could feel tears of frustration pooling in my eyes. I was stronger than this. But I knew it wasn't a matter of strength. I wasn't afraid of being away from Edward so much as I was afraid of being alone, and blind, in a world that was constantly moving. It scared me. I could feel Edward's concerned gaze on me, so I smiled and tugged him along. Come on, hurry up, I said quickly, to hide the way my voice shook. Someone scheduled my classes so that I barely had time to breathe in between them, and that same someone promised me he would walk me to class. Edward pressed his lips against my forehead, and I could feel him smiling. I did, didn't I? Well, in my defense, I had to. We only have so many hours of darkness to work with. Oh, well, come on, we should get going. I finally smiled, a real smile. And though I was still worried, the fear I felt about being alone was held back in the presence of so much love. Edward was holding me so softly, so tightly, as we walked along. But then we were standing in front of the door of my creative writing class, and my heart began to thump painfully in my chest. Edward stepped away from me, and as his warm hands left mine, all of the fear that had been held back in his presence came crashing back. I could feel the tears of fear surfacing once more. Edward, I'm scared. Please don't leave me, I begged him quietly, and he sighed sadly. I have to, Bella, but it's only for 1 hour. Everything will be fine, he murmured encouragingly. His voice was so very soft, and his touch sent shivers down my spine. I've already talked to Professor Sarah, and she said she'll keep an eye on you. I will be back outside this door before the bell has time to ring. You will be safe, I can promise you that. I'll be back by your side before you can even miss me. But I already miss you. He leaned in and kissed me softly, and then it was time to go inside the classroom. I tried to push the fear away. I knew Edward was right. Nothing could, or would, happen to me. I was perfectly safe under the watchful gaze of my professor, and I knew that Edward would never break his word where I was concerned he would be standing outside the door before I even walked out. So I tried to smile as I took my seat, and as I smiled, I could slowly feel the weight of worry lifting from my shoulders. You're Bella, right? I turned, my blind eyes growing wide, to face the direction in which I'd heard the curious voice. Yes, I answered shyly. I could feel a light blush staining my cheeks. The voice, obviously male, introduced himself enthusiastically. I'm Eric Yorkie. You're blind, right? I squished the urge to roll my eyes, and though the boy in front of me was obviously the overly helpful, puppy dog type, he had at least given me an outlet for my fear annoyance. Oh, that's cool. It was, Isn't class starting soon? I asked, though I knew very well that we had at least 5 minutes until our professor would even grace us with her presence. Yeah, I suppose so. So hey, want to go out to breakfast after class? I balked. I'd never been asked out before. Except by Edward, of course, but he was my husband and thus had the right to ask me out. How should I respond? I decided, in the end of my brief, silent panic, that sarcasm would be the safest idea if I simply brushed him off. He would probably ask me again, and I didn't want to be mean, so. Sorry, I can't. See, after class it will be getting light and sadly, I'm a vampire and I will burn up in the sun. Oh, and by the way, I'm married. Absolute silence followed my random declarations. I fought the urge to giggle, and I wished very badly in that moment to see the face of the boy before me. Either he was mad, or shocked into silence. I hoped it was the latter. But then I heard him stumbling away from me, and I couldn't hold back the giggle that quietly slipped past my lips. Do you find something amusing, Mrs. Cullen? My giggle stuck in my throat and I realized several things in one brief moment. First, the whole class had fallen silent except for me, of course. Second, Professor Sarah had entered the room. And finally, I had managed against all odds to get myself in trouble before class had even started. Talented, no, Professor Sarah. Sorry. I blushed a shade of red that I was sure could put fire hydrants to shame as I slipped as low as possible in my seat without falling out. That's what I thought. Now, moving on. Since today is our first class together, we're not going to have much of a lesson. Instead, we're going to run over very quickly what I expect out of each and every one of you. This is not high school, people. This is college, and I drowned out the voice of my professor as I tried to make myself believe that every eye in the room wasn't on me. It was hard to believe, though, as I could almost physically feel their stares. So instead of focusing on them, I tried to focus my attention on the braille papers that were set out before me. They contained almost nothing, since the lessons in this course were going to be mainly vocal. The course, as I'd expected, would require that I write many essays. But I knew Edward would help me, so I wouldn't need as I had previously in my studies, a computer program that read my work back to me. I knew, though, that Edward and I would need to invest in a Braille laptop, so I could type while we waited for news back on when my surgery could possibly be scheduled. That stray thought sent a rush of excitement through me. I would be able to see. Soon. I knew that with only 30% of my sight, which is the best we were really expecting, I would still be legally blind. But still, I would be able to read, and see Edward's face. The hour passed quickly in my mind as I occupied myself with excited thoughts about all the things I would be able to see soon. I was smiling, and my heart was beating frantically as I gathered together my papers and books. I shoved them into my backpack, and hurried to the door. I bolted out, but ran into the roadblock we all loving refer to as Edward. I grinned, and snuggled my way into his embrace. "I love you," I exclaimed happily, and he laughed. "Oh, Edward, I can't wait until I can see again. It's going to be amazing. I want to see you smile, and see you laugh. I want to drive, too, and as soon as I can see, I want to learn to read and write for real. No more Braille for me." Edward chuckled, and swept me into his arms before kissing me lightly. I grinned brightly. "Your cheeks are flushed beautifully, my Bella. What has made you so happy?" I shrugged, but the smile didn't fall from my lips even as I recounted the not-so-pleasant minutes of my morning. "Well, when I walked into class, a boy named Eric walked up to me and asked me out. I was kind of rude to him, I think. I was too shocked to really respond politely. And then Professor Sarah walked in, and I got in trouble for giggling during class. And I knew that everyone was staring at me, so I started thinking of everything that I would be able to see after the surgery. I'm just so excited, and a little hyper, I think." Edward didn't say anything, but I could feel his body shaking with silent laughter. I hugged him tightly before grabbing his hand in mine and tugging him through the halls. "We need to get home," I informed him. "I am a vampire, after all. Wouldn't want me to burn up in the sun, would you?" Edward chuckled again how happy he was, and swept me into his arms dramatically before beginning to walk through the halls. "Of course not, my princess. And when we get home, we can start working on our essay for history." I groaned, and rolled my eyes. "Edward, we are not working on homework on our first day." And put me down. "This is embarrassing." He chuckled once more, and I couldn't help but smile, too. "I'm never going to let you go, Bella. Better get used to it now, because we have forever ahead of us." "You'll have to let me go eventually," I muttered, a pretend scowl lighting my pale features. Edward pressed his lips softly against my neck, and I could tell that he was smiling. "Never," he vowed, and I smiled, blushing as I hid my jubilant expression from the incredulous stares of our classmates. "Never," I agreed, and though his words seemed merely romantic in that moment, I didn't realize how soon I would need the simple reassurance that he would never leave me to make it through the day. "Never," I whispered again, and I let my eyes flutter closed as I dreamed of our future, the future that would soon come crashing down around us. July 7th, Thursday, 2011, 6:10 a.m. Edward Pa 3 years later. It had been 3 years since Bella and I had started college. Nothing much had changed in that time, though. Bella hadn't even gotten her sight back yet. Since the surgery required a 3-month recovery time, and we were both so involved in our studies, she had decided to wait until after college. During those 3 years, we had only been home to visit out families a handful of times. Bella had called her mother a few times, though not often, and her phone calls usually ended in tears. She still wasn't ready. I didn't know if she ever would be. To be abandoned, and to try and rebuild that relationship that took time, and a lot of it. It also took a kind, caring heart, and I knew that if anyone could ever be forgiving enough to let someone who had hurt them so much back into their lives, it would be my Bella. She was so beautiful in so many ways. It was still hard to believe, even after 3 years, that she was mine. But she was, and I was never going to let her go. I smiled, and hummed to myself as I moved silently around the kitchen. We were in Forks for a few weeks before leaving back to New York, where we would finish our last year of college. Bella was so excited. She had decided to major in literature like she'd planned, and wanted to go into either journalism or be a college-grade professor. I knew she could do, or be, anything she wanted. She was brilliant. I had decided to major in music, just like I'd planned all along. Sure, Dartmouth didn't have as good a music course as Juilliard, but the fact that Bella could be there with me made it 1,000 times better. And speaking of Bella, what's cookin'? Good lookin'. I laughed as I turned to face the one woman I knew I would love forever. She was clad in only one of my large t-shirts and panties, and I smiled widely as I pulled her into my arms. Breakfast. But if you don't march right back upstairs and put on something less tempting, I'm afraid we'll never get around to eating it. I wouldn't complain about that. I laughed, and playfully pushed her away from me. She stuck her tongue out at me, but her blind eyes were shining so happily. I shook my head as she bounded carefully up the stairs and into the bedroom I still owned after 3 years. I was still grinning, though, as I flipped the eggs expertly out of the pan and onto a waiting plate. 3 years. Had it really been so long? It didn't seem like it. Those 3 years had been hard, and at times very challenging. But at the same time, every single second had been so perfect. Every tear, every laugh, every moment, I wouldn't trade them for anything. And I knew that we still had an eternity left to create more of those beautiful yet sometimes painful memories that were so precious to me now. I sighed happily, and turned the stove off before walking silently up the stairs. I walked into my bedroom, and grinned as I watched Bella pace carefully around the room. She was still only wearing my t-shirt and her panties. She seemed to be having trouble finding her clothes. I laughed, alerting her to my presence. She turned to glare blindly at me, and I laughed harder. I walked into the room, and wrapped my arms around her before pulling her close. I love you, my Bella. The glare slipped slowly from her serene face as she smiled and leaned into my embrace. She hummed in contentment, and the feelings of love that welled up within me were very nearly painful. I sighed, and closed my eyes as I reveled in that single moment. It seemed as though if I pulled away from Bella, I would fall to pieces. So, instead of pulling away, I held her closer. I love you, Bella. So much. It's been 3 years, and yet my love simply grows every day. I don't think I could live for even a single moment without you by my side, without knowing that you love me. I hold on to that knowledge like a lifeboat. If I let it go, surely I will drown. I can't live without you. I simply couldn't exist without you by my side and holding my hand. Silence followed my loving words, and I was worried suddenly that I'd said too much. But then I heard Bella's tiny whimper, and I held her closer than ever, kissing her very gently as I brushed her tears away. I love you, I whispered once more, and she smiled, and though her words were shaky, they meant more to me than the whole world. I love you, T2, Edward. So much, so damn much. I smiled, and though I knew our eggs were getting cold downstairs, I could honestly care less. But then my smile faltered as I felt Bella's too warm skin against mine. Are you still feeling sick, Bella? She grumbled something unintelligent and then, more clearly, shut up and stop ruining the moment, Edward, or I'll puke on you. Again, she grinned. Again, she agreed, and I closed my eyes as I buried my face in the soft locks of her rich, brown hair. I vaguely remembered the eggs that were downstairs getting cold, but I didn't even spare them a second thought. Because Bella was the only thing that mattered in my world now. July 10th, Sunday 5:21 a.m. Bella Pav. When I woke up, my body felt like it was on fire. I groaned, and reached unsteadily over to press the button on my alarm that would allow me to know the time even though I couldn't see the shining digits. 5:21 a.m., the annoying, monotone voice announced. I barely had time to register the early hour, though, before I felt the familiar churning in my stomach return. I groaned, and stumbled from Edward's warm embrace before bolting toward the bathroom. My shoulder glanced painfully off of the wall before I fell in front of the toilet. I barely had time to register the pain, though, for my stomach heaved painfully in that moment and I began to cry softly as the acid burned my throat. I couldn't hold anything of substance down, and yet I couldn't stop from being so violently sick. It reminded me of before, though, when I had been sick. So sick, but I knew this wasn't the same. I was healthy. This was just the flu. Besides, the only reason I'd thrown up so violently during that time was because of the treatments. Of course this was something different. I choked on a dry sob as I leaned against the wall and wrapped my arms around my trembling body. I wasn't cold. Merely exhausted and physically taxed to the limit. I pressed my lips together tightly, willing the sick feelings to go away. Had it only been a week. At first, I'd simply felt nauseous. The morning that Edward had made me eggs for breakfast just 3 days ago had really been the beginning of it all. Bella, I groaned as the sleepy, concerned voice of my Edward floated through the air. I tried to smile, but it was hard. Sleep, I whispered. Go back to sleep. You can't make me better by exhausting yourself. But he leaned down beside me without a word and held me tightly. He smoothed the sweaty hair from my face, and hummed quietly to me until my eyes began to flutter closed. We should go to the doctor, he said softly, quietly, almost as if he was afraid to speak the words aloud. What if? I knew what he was worried about, without even having to ask. I shook my head, and the sudden movement made me dizzy. I'm fine, I insisted shakily, and I laid my head back on his chest. Just a relapse of the flu I had a couple months ago. I'm fine. If we go to the doctor, he'll just give us more antibiotics. I don't like them. Bella, I shook my head again, firm in my decision. Just the flu. No doctors, Edward. I'm a tough girl, I can do this. Edward sighed, but he didn't speak for a long time. His fingers raked slowly, tenderly, through the sweaty clumps of my hair, and I sighed in contentment, smiling very slightly as my stomach finally calmed. Edward gently lifted me into his arms and carried me back to our room. You're so weak, Bella. And so sick. Please, no, Edward. But he didn't give up this time. I could hear the frustration, and the pain in his voice. Please, for me, it hurts me to see you so sick, Bella. I promise I won't make you take any medication if you don't want to. I just need to know. I need to know that you're going to be all right. I'm scared, Bella, so scared. I've seen this before. I've seen you sick before, and so tired. Even though I know it's not the same, I'm so scared. Please, Bella, please, for me, see a doctor. The pain was transparent in his voice, and his hands shook as he gently caressed my face. I choked back a sob, for his pain was my pain, too, and it hurt so very badly. Please, he begged one final time, and his voice was so quiet, so broken. I buried my head in his chest, and breathed in deeply of his heavenly scent. I sighed, and then nodded. I would do anything to take his pain away, to make him feel better. I would even go to the stupid doctor. But I knew he was smiling as he kissed me softly on the forehead. Thank you, my Bella. I love you. I smiled, too, my heart warmed by his soft, loving words. Me, too, I mumbled sleepily as I climbed into his lap and folded myself gracefully into his warm embrace. His whole body shook under me as he tried to contain his laughter. Go to sleep, my Bella, and dream beautiful dreams. I smiled, and it was impossible to imagine having anything but beautiful dreams when I was in his arms. But as I slowly slipped back into unconsciousness, the dreams that haunted me were anything but pleasant. Dreams of fire, and of pain. But when I woke up hours later, shaking and covered in sweat, I couldn't remember them. I couldn't remember them at all. So instead of dwelling on the mysterious dreams that made me shiver in fright though I couldn't even remember them, I curled myself into Edward's embrace, and he chased away the bad dreams for me. July 10th, Sunday 3 p.m. Edward Pav. I'm so scared, Dad, I whispered. She's so sick. I can't get her in to see a doctor before Wednesday, though, and she refuses to go to the emergency room. It's the same flu she had last month, but it's back and it's worse. What if just continues to get worse? People have died from the flu before. I was frantic now. I had worried myself constantly to the point where it had made me sick. My worry was only getting worse, as was Bella's condition. She'll be fine, son, my father reassured me softly. She simply has the flu. It's nothing more than that. It's been going around town, remember? Sarah and Angela both had it, and so did Alice. Bella could have picked it up from any one of them. You need to calm down, and just be there for her. There's not much that I can do as a doctor to make her more comfortable except to start her on a round of antibiotics. She just has to tough it out. Get her a new book from the library, or bring her some flowers. Something to cheer her up. I would suggest making her breakfast in bed, but since it would probably end up literally in bed. We both laughed, though my laugh was shaky and quiet. I smiled, though, as I turned to walk from my father's office. "Thank you, Dad," I murmured, and though he didn't respond, I knew he'd heard me. And honestly, his words so sure had reassured me. I didn't worry so much now, but not even the most encouraging words wouldn't have been able to completely erase my anxiety as I looked into Bella's tired, worn eyes. She smiled as I entered the room, and I smiled back though I knew she couldn't see me. "Bella, love, Her voice sounded strong, even though she looked exhausted, and so very, very sick. I sat down beside her on the large bed we shared, and kissed her softly on the forehead. "Would you be all right if I left you alone for a while? I have some errands to run." I didn't miss the way she bit her lip, or the small flash of panic that lit her beautiful eyes. But she nodded how brave my Bella was. And smiled. "Of course I'll be fine, Edward," she whispered, and she laid her head on my chest. My arms immediately moved to wrap around her and hold her close. I noticed that her skin was warm, but not feverishly so. Was she getting better? I fervently hoped so. She continued to speak quietly. "Can I call Angela over, though, in case I get sick again or need something?" I smiled and nodded, liking the idea. Angela was a wonderful girl, and I knew she would keep Bella entertained while I was gone. She would also keep my Bella safe. "That's a wonderful idea, Bella," I said, and I smiled as I kissed her fleetingly. "I'll be gone for an hour or two, though I promise I'll be back as quick as humanly possible. I'll pick up dinner on the way back. Does Chinese sound good to you?" She nodded enthusiastically, and I was happy to see some color light her cheeks. "I love you," I whispered, and I kissed her softly, sweetly, for one brief moment before moving away from her. "Do you want me to stay here until Angela arrives? I'll call her now, she shouldn't be long." But Bella shook her head, still smiling. "Go on. Like you said, she'll be here soon if you call her now." I nodded, and sighed silently at the thought of leaving Bella, so vulnerable, alone. But I walked quickly from the room, pulling my cell phone out as I went. I hadn't been lying when I'd said I'd had errands to run. I really did, and besides, this would be the perfect chance to pick up a gift for my Bella. Possibly roses, or a new book. She would like that. A Braille book that she had never read before. Wello. I was snapped from my thoughts, though, by the tiny voice that answered the phone. I bit my lip to hold back a chuckle. "Hello, Sarah, can I speak to your mommy?" I could tell that Sarah had placed the phone down and I could hear her giggling as she called for Angela. Mama, Uncle Eddie is on telephone. Mama." Sarah was 3 years old now, and the cutest little girl I'd ever seen. She was beautiful, with her long, wavy black hair and her bright, brown eyes. Her tiny, red lips were always raised in a smile, and her eyes were always lit with a beautiful happiness that made everyone around her just as joyful. "Hello," I smiled. Angela and her daughter sounded so much alike except for the adorable baby voice, of course. "Hey, Angela, can I ask you a favor?" 3:33 p.m. Bella Pav. I was a nervous wreck as I waited for Angela. I knew what I needed to do, and I knew that Angela would be the only one I'd ever trust to help me. I knew that the reason I was sick wasn't simply the flu. It was little things, really, that made me realize how right I was. Like how I would only be so violently sick in the morning, and how I would begin to feel better in the evening. Little things like how I was so tired, and how I got so dizzy when I stood up. But all those little things pointed toward one really big thing. I was pregnant. I was going to have a baby. I knew I was. And I knew, though I knew that I wasn't yet ready, that I already loved the little baby that was growing inside of me. My baby, Edward's baby, a piece of both of us, put together to make a tiny, beautiful life. I smiled tiredly as I rubbed my flat tummy. I knew, but I needed to know, without a single doubt, before I told Edward. I sighed, but let my eyes flutter closed as I waited for Angela. How would Edward respond? I knew that I didn't have great timing, but hey. In my defense, I honestly believed that this couldn't happen while I was on birth control. But that 0.05% chance and all. I smiled at the irony. Why would this happen to me? I wasn't ready. I still couldn't see, though I knew soon that I would, and that truth sent a shiver of warmth through my body, and I hadn't yet finished college. Bad timing, indeed, but I knew that, despite everything, I was ready, because even though I wasn't, I had to be. I had to be ready, because the thought of not having my baby hurt so much more than I'd thought possible. I'd never even had a choice, really. How could I even consider abortion? How could I kill this child, who was a part of me, and a part of the man I loved so much? I couldn't. I couldn't even think about it. And at the same time I couldn't consider adoption, because I knew that the moment I first held my baby in my arms, I would never be able to let go. Bella. I smiled as the soft, quiet voice washed over me. I felt the bed shift as Angela sat down, and I waved to her before pulling myself into a comfortable sitting position. Hey, Angela, thanks for coming over. I knew she was smiling. I could hear the happiness in her voice. How goes the pregnancy? Angela laughed, and I reached forward to touch her bloated tummy. Well, she was certainly showing. Her second child, and yet another girl, Emily Angela, as she'd already been named, was due in just 3 months. Very well, actually. I didn't have any morning sickness at all this time. But I'm so huge. When Jake mentioned the possibility of twins, I nearly fainted. We both laughed together, and I bit my lip. I knew I needed to speak quickly. Those stupid pee-on-me tests did take a while to complete after all, and Edward wasn't going to be gone forever. I grinned sheepishly, and I was sure I was blushing. My cheeks were so warm, but my smile was so huge. Yes, I was nervous, but I was so excited, and so very, very happy. I know you already have your hands full as Mommy, but how would like to be Godmommy, too? Angela froze for several moments, and then she shrieked happily in a very un-Angela way. I winced, but my smile grew as I listened to her obvious excitement. The bed trembled under me as she bounced around happily, exclaiming her excitement in the only way she knew how to. Oh, Bella, really? When are you due? Is it a boy or a girl? What are you going to name it? Does Edward? But I cut her off as soon as Edward's name was mentioned. I was still blushing and biting my lip, but the smile was gone. Instead, it was replaced by a nervous frown. Oh, Angela said slowly, understanding my silence. He doesn't know yet, does he? But Bella, you don't have much time left. He needs to know. He's taking you to the doctor on Wednesday, right? And I'm sure he'd rather hear it from you than someone he doesn't even know. Tell him, soon. I shook my head. I don't even know. Well, I think I know, but I want to be sure. Can we go to Walmart or something, and get a home pregnancy test? I don't want to go to the doctor yet. I want to go with Edward. But I need to know first. He's always loved the idea of kids, and it would hurt him so badly if it ended up that I'm not pregnant, after I got his hopes up. It was hard to say the word, really. It was stupid, too. I was pregnant, and I loved the idea. But saying it made everything so much more real. Of course we can, Angela finally said, right now, as a matter of fact. And I can help a lot, too. I took 1,000,000 of those home tests my first time around, so I can get you a good one. Ooh, I'm so excited. Our babies will be the best of friends, I just know it. They can grow up together and everything. Angela grabbed my hand, and helped me from the bed and to the door. Well, help wouldn't be quite the right word. Hauled fit a lot better, actually. She stopped only long enough to help me into the bulky, blue sunsuit that I'd grown so used to over the years. Soon, though, we were driving toward the closest Walmart, which was actually quite a while away. Angela bent the speed limit just a little bit, knowing that we were pressed for time. Most of the ride was spent in silence, but at one point Angela's excitement seemed to dim just enough for the worry to set in. Are you scared, Bella? I shrugged. I bit my lip, though, and the tears that surfaced were enough to answer Angela's question. Oh, Bella, she breathed, and even those 2 simple words were enough to reassure me. It wasn't her words, though, that set my fear at ease. Instead, it was the soft voice in which she spoke, and the comforting way she grasped my hand. Everything will be fine, she murmured softly. It's a lot easier than it seems, really. When you think about it, nothing really matters except that you love your little one unconditionally, and I know you already do. I reached a shaky hand up to wipe the tears away. But Edward, what if he doesn't love the baby? Angela scoffed in a very unladylike way, and I couldn't help but giggle quietly. Bella, Edward would give his life for this child, simply because it's a part of you. Simply because you love it. Even if he alone didn't hold even a single ounce of love for this baby, and that could never happen, he would love it simply because you loved it. He would do anything for you, anything to make you happy. I knew she was right, and her kind words only made me cry harder. Her voice held amusement, though, when she spoke next. Now stop blubbering. We're here. Time to find out if you're a mommy or not. But I already knew that I was. I smiled, and touched my stomach delicately, where I knew my tiny baby was already growing. I wonder if my baby will look like me or Edward. 4:15 p.m. Bella paw. This is it, Bella, Angela murmured softly, and she gripped my hand encouragingly. They're right in front of you. That's the best kind that I took. Do you want a minute alone? I need to pick up a few things for Sarah. I can do that now, if you want. I nodded, not trusting my voice. I could hear Angela walking away, and though my blind eyes still shrouded the world around me in a blanket of mystery, it seemed as though I could hear and feel everything. Oh, yes, I could feel. I could feel worry, and frustration, and fear, and love all at the same time. I already loved the tiny baby that I knew, without a doubt, was growing inside of me. Why then, was I standing here in front of a pile of pregnancy tests that I couldn't even see? It was irrational, I knew. But at the same time that I already knew the truth, I needed to know, without a doubt, that I was right. I sighed as I reached forward, only to pull my hand back quickly and clasp it tightly in my other. I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to be doing this alone. I fought back tears as I reached out to quickly grab a home pregnancy test from the shelf that Angela had assured me they rested upon. I began to walk away, holding the test in such a way that no one else could see it. Both of my palms covered any words that would be showing, and my delicate fingers curled around the words that repeated on the side that I held tightly to my chest. I sighed, and bit my lip. Was I embarrassed? Ashamed? Why didn't I want other people to know? Or did I simply, unconsciously, want no one else to know, before Edward did? I felt that he had the right to know before anyone else. I wanted him to be there with me, when I took the test. As much as I was afraid of him being mad, or being disappointed should the test come out negative, I was even more afraid to this without him by my side. I finally smiled as I wandered aisles silently. I kept my head down, and people moved quickly out of the way for me. Did they know who I was? Did they know that I wore the large, bulky suit that I wore now simply to keep myself alive? Did they know I was blind? Did they care? But it didn't matter to me. I'd learned, over the years, that no one's opinions mattered except for the people that loved me. Because if I tried to please everyone, I would destroy myself. Bella. The voice that spoke was quiet, and so soft. I smiled. All ready, Angela? Yeah, how about you? I held out the test, and smiled very slightly. Yeah, I'm ready. Want me to stay with you when you take it? Since you won't be able to see the results. I shook my head, and spoke quietly. I want Edward with me. Angela didn't speak after that, but I knew that she understood simply because she, too, had once been in my position. She, too, had wanted the one she loved by her side as they found out, together, the fate of both of their lives. But she had been so young. I was 21 now, and almost finished with college. I knew that I was afraid simply because I was still alone in the knowledge of my pregnancy. But I wouldn't be alone for long. I was going to tell Edward. Soon. He needed to know. I needed him to know. Because I needed him by side. Thank you for coming with me today, I whispered, and Angela wrapped an arm tightly, comfortingly, around my waist as I dropped the pregnancy test onto the checkout counter. Good luck, sweetie, the cashier said, and her voice was quiet, encouraging. I smiled, and nodded at her before grasping the test in my hand once more. I quickly paid with the money that Edward had given me. I didn't mind so much that he supported me, simply because I knew that I couldn't support myself. Let's go home, I whispered, and Angela kissed me softly on the cheek before grabbing my hand in hers. I was very happy, in that moment, that she was my friend. My best friend. Let's, she agreed, and though the weight of the unknown still sat so heavily on my shoulders, I knew that, no matter what came, I would be all right. Because Edward and Angela, and Jake, and the rest of my loving family would be by my side throughout it all. In that moment, though, I was still blissfully unaware of how much pain and heartbreak that unknown future would bring. July 10th. Sunday 7:12 p.m. Edward Pav. I grinned as I fumbled with the key in my hand. Chocolate and roses, right. The quickest way to a girl's heart. I knew it didn't much matter, Bella's heart belonged to me, and I knew that no matter what happened she would never stop loving me, but my father was right. Poor Bella was miserable with this flu, and I would do anything to make her smile, even in the slightest. Honey, I'm home. I heard Bella giggle from the other room, but it wasn't her sweet, beautiful voice that answered. I'm in here, sweetheart. I laughed as my father's voice washed over me. Bella only giggled harder, though, and her beautiful voice was the only thing I heard. I passed my father, who was grinning as he splayed out on the couch in front of the TV, and quickly made my way toward the love of my life. I hid the flowers and chocolate behind my back, though I knew the action was completely useless, for she couldn't have seen my actions even if she'd wanted to. How was your day, sweetheart? I murmured, putting the gifts on the dresser before moving to take my blushing Bella into my arms. She grinned, but her blind eyes were guarded. I stared into her beautiful eyes, confused. Did she simply miss me? Or had something happened in my absence that made her so anxious? Really good, actually, she chirped happily. Her cheeks were flushed, I noticed, and she looked so much healthier than she had this morning. She backed up my observations by her words only a moment later. I felt a lot better throughout today. Angela was over for hours. She just left. We had a lot of fun. She's getting really big, too, and Jake keeps teasing her about the possibility of twins. I laughed. That would scare her, huh? Sarah's only 3. Poor Angela. Though twins are quite possible. Angela's little brothers are twins, and Jake's sisters are twins. She'll never get to go to college at this rate. Bella's features twisted into an expression of surprise. Oh, but she doesn't want to. She said that she and Jake talked about it for a long time. He's going to support them, while she stays at home. She said that if it had just been little Sarah, she would have seriously considered going to college. But with Emily on the way, that would be impossible for at least several months. And besides, Angela told me that she really wants to stay home with her babies. She doesn't want to miss out on their lives. I smiled, and buried my head in Bella's soft hair. Do you want to stay home when we have children? Bella bit her lip, and I quickly took my words back, afraid that I'd offended her. You don't have to if you don't want to, I said, and I kissed her cheek softly. As long as you're happy, nothing else matters to me. Edward, she whispered, and she sounded so vulnerable, so entirely bared before the horrors of the world. Her eyes were wide and innocent, and shining with unshed tears. Edward, would you do something for me? Of course, love, I would do anything for you. She bit her lip harder, and I reached forward to press my fingers against her soft skin in the same moment that a single tear slid from her fear-filled eyes. Bella, I murmured softly, anything. She smiled a small, sad smile, and then reached over my lap and into a small bag that sat, unnoticed, beside the bed. Her tiny hands wrapped around a brightly colored box, and I frowned in confusion as she moved her delicate fingers until they were covering the words. She quickly climbed back into my lap, and laid her head against my chest before pressing the small box into my hands. I didn't spare it a glance at first, desperate to see my Bella's beautiful eyes. They still held fear, but hope, too, and happiness. I smiled, and then dropped my curious eyes to the box in my hands. Please, she whispered, and she held tightly onto me. Stay with me, please. While I take it, I want you to hold my hand. I nodded, but my whole body was numb as I stared at the bright words on the front of the box. Home pregnancy test. Was Bella pregnant? Could it be true? But I realized in that moment, that it could. Every symptom, every little thing that I'd been too wrapped up in my own worry to notice, it all pointed toward one thing. And I knew that my heart wasn't racing from the fear. The emotion that swelled up so intensely inside of me was not anxiety. Instead, it was love for the tiny creature that was a part of me, and a part of Bella. A tiny baby, created by love. I'm gonna be a daddy, I whispered, and Bella glanced up at me, her eyes filled with longing. I realized that my words were curiously unemotional, so I smiled and kissed my Bella softly. I knew I couldn't have managed any more words at that point. I was still too shocked, too surprised. But my kiss seemed to reassure Bella in a way that words couldn't. Come on, Bella whispered, and she grabbed my hand, tugging me forward slowly. I followed her, the box still clasped tightly in my hand. I was grinning now, unable to keep the smile off of my face. Yes, I knew this was a bad time. We were about to start our final year of college, and Bella didn't yet have her sight back. But I couldn't, no matter how hard I tried, deny how happy the idea of my baby growing inside of Bella made me. My baby, our baby, a part of me, and a part of the one I loved so much, created from our love. A baby, I whispered, and Bella smiled before curling herself into my embrace. Hold my hand, she whispered, and I passed the test to her before softly, tenderly, taking her hand into mine. And I never wanted to let her go. 7:55 p.m. Bella paused. The room was silent as we waited. We sat on the bathroom floor together, holding each other as the seconds slowly passed by. Edward would kiss my forehead, or my cheek, or rub his fingers lovingly across the back of my hand. I smiled when he did this, unable to contain my love for him. Daddy, he whispered, and he grinned against the skin of my neck. You're gonna be a mommy, he informed me, and the words, spoken in awe, seemed to make everything so much more real. His words, his loving declaration, pushed everything into perspective. We don't know yet, I argued softly, though I wanted to believe it. I knew that even if I was pregnant, we had many months before the baby would be born. I could take a break from college just a semester. To have the surgery, the only hesitation I had right now about having a child was the fact that I couldn't see. It didn't matter to me that I was young, or that others might look down on me and Edward because we were starting a family so early. The only thing that mattered to me now was the man that was holding me so tightly, and the child that I couldn't deny was growing inside of me. The test is ready, Edward murmured, and I felt my heart beat frantically in my chest. Do you want me to look? I nodded, and I felt Edward shift from behind me. He reached out to take the test into his hand, and a happy sob escaped his lips as he turned it over. Slowly, a breathtaking smile spread over my lips. Edward, he didn't answer my whispered plea. Instead, he shifted me in his arms. Hey, baby, he whispered, leaning down until his face was level with my tummy. He inched my tank top up to the bottom of my breasts, and pressed both hands to my still flat stomach. Hey, baby, I'm your daddy. I could feel the tears slipping unnoticed down my pale cheeks as I smiled. But not one single tear escaped as Edward leaned up and caught them with his soft, warm lips. I love you, he said fiercely, his voice strong and sure. I love you, Bella. And I love our baby. Our baby. All ours, I agreed, and his lips captured mine in that moment. I couldn't honestly say that I remembered anything after that. I knew a lot of happy tears, and loving declarations were involved. And kisses. Lots of mind-numbing, heart-pounding, bone-melting kisses. Edward sure was happy. I grinned as I realized how true my words. And then, we're having a baby, I marveled, pressing my fingers to my pale tummy. There's a baby in there. A little Edward. Edward scoffed, and I was sure he had rolled his eyes. A little Bella, I think. My little princess. My grin grew wider. But if it's a girl, you're going to have to spend the next 20 years beating the boys off with a stick. I hate to inform you, Edward, but most men aren't gentlemen like you, and if our little girl even has so much as your beautiful eyes, well, if we have a girl, we're putting her in martial arts lessons as soon as she can walk, I think. Edward laughed. It was a loud, happy sound, and it made my heart beat fast with excitement. Edward laughed again, but this time it was a soft, airy sound. Oh, how your heart flutters like a butterfly's wings, he murmured, and I smiled before curling myself into his embrace. I wonder if it's too late to turn our appointment on Wednesday to a prenatal appointment. I grinned, and closed my eyes. I felt Edward shift beside me, and then I felt his hands on my stomach. He inched my shirt up again, and I giggled quietly at his excitement. But then he began to speak very softly, and my laughter caught in my throat. Hello, my little one, he murmured, and he kissed the warm skin of my tummy so lightly, so softly, that it made me heart clench with emotion. You were quite the surprise. But Mommy and I love you very much. You're our little baby. You're so very special. I could feel Edward's gaze on me. I blushed and grinned. He chuckled airily, and then his lips pressed to my stomach again. Mommy is beautiful. I hope you have her eyes. I scoffed. Your eyes, I argued, but instead of answering my protest, Edward spoke to our baby once more. Mommy is stubborn, and she doesn't realize exactly how beautiful she truly is. The first thing she's going to look at when she can see again is a mirror. The first thing I want to see is you. I love Mommy very much. But Mommy loves Daddy more. Edward shifted beside me, and his lips captured mine in that moment. A baby, Bella, he murmured, and he smiled against my lips as he wrapped his arms around me tenderly to pull me closer. A baby. We're going to have a baby. I smiled, and buried my head in the crook of his neck. But my smile wavered as previous concerns came crashing back. Can I have the surgery while I'm pregnant? I want to see my baby's eyes, and his little face. My voice shook on the word pregnant. It was stupid, really. I was pregnant, and while it was so easy to imagine the tiny baby growing inside of me, it was hard to actually say the word that would make everything so real. Edward sighed. I think I'll need to talk to my father about it, and to Dr. Ross. But there shouldn't be any problems. Oh, I didn't know what else to say. What was there to say? But the relief that flooded my body was so intense that I couldn't help the small sigh of happiness that escaped my lips. Edward held me tightly to him once more, and began to hum softly, quietly. I smiled as I recognized the tune. My lullaby, I whispered, and he smiled against my skin as he softly kissed my forehead. Of course, my love. Everything was silent then, and my eyes began to grow heavy. I tried to fight the sleepiness that was slowly overtaking me, but I wasn't having much luck. My will to fight, however, completely vanished as Edward noticed my exhaustion. He spoke softly, quietly. Please don't fight it, love. The baby's tired. You need to sleep so he can grow big and strong. I smiled even through the exhaustion that was slowly growing. Thought you wanted a girl. Edward laughed, and his laughter shook me gently. My smile grew to stupid proportions, and I laughed, too, though my laugh sounded quite small and tired compared to Edward's joyful, full chuckle. I don't mind either way. I'll love our baby no matter what. But now, my Bella, you need to close your beautiful, blind eyes, and get some sleep. For when you wake up, we'll need to tell our family. I would suggest keeping this a secret for a while, for I want to share this joy with only you for a little bit longer. But I'm afraid that my joy is simply too much to contain, and I will soon ending up shouting my happiness to the stars. How could his words, turn me so completely mushy inside? I was like jelly in his arms, completely content and so very, very happy. My eyes remained closed, and my smile only continued to grow. I was just about to fall in a deep, dream-filled sleep, though, when Edward's voice cut through my mind. Hey, Bella. I was about to chuckle, and tease him about talking to me right after telling me to sleep. But his next words caught me off guard, and my breath caught in my throat. What if our baby has XP? His voice was calm, but I could hear the pain, and the worry. The fear and the confusion. And I felt ashamed. I knew, but I hadn't said anything to him. It hadn't even occurred to me once to let him know, even though we'd been together for over 3 years. Edward, I whispered, and though I was still tired, I was completely alert. When he spoke, I could detect every single hint of pain in his voice, and his pain was my pain. I'll love our baby, no matter what. It doesn't matter to me. We'll be careful, and keep him safe. We can show our baby the beauty of life without the light. His face was buried in the crook of my neck, and I could feel him shaking. I knew he would love our baby no matter what. I knew he would, but it's not possible, Edward, I breathed, and his whole body froze. But it is, Bella. We can still have our baby. We'll love him no matter what, right? Even if he is different. I smiled, and laughed. I kissed him softly, and his confusion seemed to run deeper than ever. I meant that it's not possible for our baby to have XP, I said, and Edward, beside me, froze up again. But, I shook my head. No buts. Both parents have to be carriers. And though I am a carrier, it's highly unlikely that you are, too. Oh, he whispered, and then he smiled against my skin. Oh, I was so worried, so scared, but I meant every word. Even if our baby did have XP, I would still love him. I sighed in happiness, and relaxed back against Edward's side. You keep saying he. Edward shrugged. I just have a feeling. Now go to sleep. You're the one keeping me awake, I grumbled, and he laughed, but didn't deny it. But he didn't interrupt me again, and I soon felt my eyes growing heavy once more. I smiled. Love you, I whispered, for I felt that soon I would fall over the edge that I was precariously perched upon, and I couldn't let that happen without letting the man who had changed me so completely know how deeply I loved him. I love you, too, my Bella. Now sleep, and dream beautiful dreams. His voice then took on a teasing edge that I could hear even though I was almost unconscious. For when you awake, we will be thrown into the hell that is our family's excitement. I giggled sleepily. Silly Edward. And then my eyes closed, and my dreams were beautiful, for they were utterly consumed by my husband, and the child we had created together. July 11th, Monday 6:10 a.m. Edward Pav. I smiled as I shuffled around the kitchen, so much like I had only days before. But only days ago, I had worried for Bella so intensely that it hurt, for she had been so sick. Now I was practically glowing with happiness as my thoughts turned to the tiny baby that was slowly growing inside of the woman I loved. My baby. Our baby. Honestly, it was staggering. Amazing. Simply indescribable. It was frightening, too. Soon, I would be responsible for a little life. A human life. A tiny life, unable to exist on its own. A baby that would be dependent on me. What did I have to offer my child? I was simply a normal man, working his way through college. All I had to offer was love. But I knew that this baby would never suffer the pain of living a loveless life. He would always be loved. The word rang clear in my mind. Bella had pointed out that I kept referring to our child as a boy. Did I want a boy? I supposed I did. A son to carry on my name. A little boy that I could teach to play baseball, to make mud pies, and to pick on girls. I grinned as I turned the stove off and placed a large plate of steaming hot eggs in the middle of the table. Is this going to become a habit? Because if it is, I'm going to tie you up and never let you leave. I laughed as my father's voice washed over me. A habit of what? Cooking. Mom cooks fine. You can live without me. Yes, son, my father said, and his face was completely serious as he sipped slowly on the coffee he had quickly poured. But you make the best coffee in the whole world. I can see now why Bella loves you. I rolled my eyes, and gasped dramatically as I played along. Dad, is there something you need to tell me? He placed the coffee down, and my face was just as serious as his as he dropped to one knee in front of me. Of course, Edward, will you marry me? I just blinked at him. He grinned up at me. Well, this isn't at all awkward, a third, softer voice spoke. I glanced up, and burst into hysterical laughter when I saw my mother and my wife standing, shocked, in the doorway of the kitchen. I knew that Bella couldn't see me, but I imagined that my father's words and my own were more than enough to paint a very vivid picture in her beautiful mind. Bella faltered, unable to find words. Esme laughed once more, and rested a comforting hand on Bella's arm. Don't worry, sweetheart, they do this all the time. They're being silly. Oh, she exclaimed, and then she smiled. She walked up to me before wrapping her arms around me and resting her head on my chest. Silly Edward, she murmured, and I grinned widely as I kissed her softly on the forehead. I let my fingers dance intimately over her stomach, and she sighed happily. My father raised an eyebrow, but my mother was practically glowing with happiness as she watched me with Bella. I smiled, too, and then pulled away from Bella's embrace a little. I kissed the hollow right beneath her ear, and spoke so quietly that no one else but my love could hear. Can we tell them now? I asked, and Bella nodded, her eyes glowing with both nervousness and absolute joy. I grinned brightly, and Bella laughed before laying her head on my chest once more. She turned, though, until she was facing our family. I spoke quietly. Mom, Dad, we Bella and I have something to tell you. July 11th, Monday 7 a.m. Bella Pav. Mom, Dad, we Bella and I have something to tell you. Edward's voice, so soft, slowly spoke the words that should have sent my heart pounding. But instead, I simply smiled, so sure of my future that I couldn't imagine a time when both Carlisle and Esme wouldn't accept our news happily. I'm pregnant, I whispered, and a breathtaking smile spread over my excited features. The whole room fell silent. I heard Esme's breath catch, and then an excited little voice, one that didn't belong to either of the wonderful people I considered parents, washed over me. A baby. Bella's gonna have a baby. 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 I felt Edward's warm breath wash over me as he chuckled and buried his face in the crook of my neck. I could feel him smiling, too, and that simple fact sent my heart soaring. Come here, Alice, Edward sighed softly, and as Alice bounced happily into my waiting arms, Esme finally spoke. Baby. I nodded, and cast my blind gaze up to meet hers. I smiled again, a warm, soft smile. That's why I've been so sick. There's a baby growing inside of me. My words were spoken in awe, and as I whispered them, Alice's tiny hand pressed to my stomach. She giggled, and then kissed my skin through the fabric of my tank top. Hello, baby, I'm your Auntie Alice. I love you. I smiled, and tears welled in my eyes. And then a pair of comforting, warm arms wrapped softly around me. I smiled, and leaned into Esme's embrace. Well, she began, and her voice was quiet. I didn't expect to be made a grandma so soon. But I am very, very happy for you. Carlisle is, too, she added so quietly that I was sure no one but me could hear. He just doesn't want to admit that he's going to be a grandfather at 39. I giggled, and Edward laughed, too. His body, previously very tense, relaxed as he began to kiss my neck softly. I grinned happily, and opened my mouth to speak. I was cut off, however, by 10-year-old Alice's verbal attack. Is it a boy, or a girl? What are you going to name it? Can I take her shopping? And dress her up, and play with her? Will she be able to go outside? And can I? Edward laughed loudly as he dropped his arms from around me. I stood in the middle of the floor in confusion until I heard Alice's tiny, excited shriek. Put me down, Eddie. Down, down. Edward simply laughed harder, and the sound was so euphoric. His joy filled my heart with love, and I smiled, sniffling as tears began to fill my eyes. Esme wrapped her arms around me as Carlisle moved to join the excited squabble, and she whispered softly into my ear. I'm so very happy for you, Bella. So excited. I know that if anyone can make this work, it's you and my son. You're both so selfless, so willing to give everything up for the love you hold for one another, and the love I know you already hold for this child. If anyone can make this work. My smile slipped, and I bit my lip. I knew this would be hard. Even if I did get my sight back, I still wouldn't be able to go into the sun. Keeping a child inside for all of his life, would it be fair? To keep a little child from the sun, which they loved so much. The warmth, the light. What if my baby ran into the street in the middle of the day? I knew the answer to that already. I would run after him. It didn't matter to me if I hurt myself. I already knew that I'd give my life for the baby I'd not even seen yet. You can do this, Esme whispered, and I closed my eyes. She moved away quietly, and I immediately missed the warmth her comforting embrace held. But then her arms were replaced with a pair I knew well. Edward, I breathed, and he held me close. I love you, he said, and I smiled. Me, too, I chirped, and he laughed. That's good, because everyone should love you. I meant you, silly Edward. He laughed again, and this time I laughed, too. I was crying, though, as I laughed, for I couldn't bear the overwhelming feelings of love inside of me, and I didn't know any other way to let the emotion out. How could I have gotten so lucky? I was blind, and disabled. And yet, in that one moment, I was more loved than any other girl on the planet. I was loved by my wonderful husband, his mother and father, and his sister and brother. I was loved by my father, and my friends, the best friends anyone could ask for. Well, I finally breathed, my heart stuttering frantically as Edward gently wiped my tears away. That went well. Now we need to tell Charlie. Edward groaned. Thanks, Bella. Now my morning is officially ruined. I giggled, and then hiccuped. It won't be that bad, Edward. Yes, he said, and his voice was sure. It will be. He's gonna kill me. Well, there's not much he can do about it, I decided, and my voice was firm as I spoke. I knew my father was going to overreact. He always did, but I knew that the word I spoke now were true. We're having a baby, whether he likes it or not. Edward smiled softly against my skin, and he sighed happily. I shivered as his warm breath cascaded across my skin, and I smiled, too. So, Edward finally broke the silence. How about some eggs for breakfast? I nodded enthusiastically, and followed Edward into the kitchen. I was immediately met with Alice, who grabbed both of my hands in hers as she bounced up and down. She didn't speak, but her happy giggles and her excited sighs were enough to tell me what was going on inside her hyper, little mind. "I'm so happy," she finally exclaimed. "And then, I wonder if Jazzy and I will someday have babies." Edward, beside me, stiffened, and scoffed loudly. I pressed a hand over my mouth to stifle my giggles, and I imagined him turning to glare at me. I bit my lip, and my eyes were sparkling happily. "I want a baby girl," Alice decided. "Not," Edward hissed in a dangerous voice. "For a long, long time. You're 10. Don't worry about these things for a while, Alice. Is Jasper putting these crazy ideas into you head? I'll kill high." I pressed my hand over Edward's mouth to silence him. I was still biting my lip, and I was fighting against another peal of laughter. "Edward, shush." I couldn't manage anything else, then, because between Alice's surprised sputters and Edward's dangerous growls, the amusement was too much. I began to giggle. My chest thudded painfully, and I realized why. Oh, I wasn't breathing. Well, that wasn't good. 8:11 a.m. Edward paused. "Bella, you fainted," I reasoned, sighing deeply as Bella shook her head defiantly. So, it was only because I wasn't breathing. As if that made it any better. "Besides," she continued, and her tiny fingers began to trace a sensual path up and down my arm. Her touch left fire in its wake, and I bit the inside of my cheek to hold back a moan. Telling Charlie isn't going to get any easier. In fact, if we wait to tell him, he'll only get more angry because we kept the truth from him for so long. I sighed, knowing that Bella was right but not quite ready to admit it. Charlie is going to react the same way that I would react should Alice ever show up to tell me she was pregnant. Anger. Men don't think like women. Their first reaction is anger. Rational thought comes much, much later. So when someone knocks up a man's daughter or their sister, they kill first, and ask questions later. Bella rolled her beautiful eyes, much like I'd just done. "Edward, you're my husband." How amazing was it that after 3 years that one single word still sent shivers down my spine. "And therefore have the right to knock me up anytime you want. So does this mean you want more children? Are you willing to sell the Volvo to get a minivan? Will you?" I frowned, and cut myself off as my eyes grew wide. "Sell the Volvo? Bella, have you lost your mind?" She giggled, and clasped my hand tightly in hers before tugging me toward the door. She never responded to my question, though. "Bella, we don't have to sell the Volvo, do we? We can have 3 children before we even have to worry about a bigger car. Come on, say something, Bella. I'm losing my mind here." She laughed again, and I frowned, though a smile tugged relentlessly at my lips. 3 children. I could barely fathom the idea. 3 children with my beautiful Bella. Maybe, I began, and I smiled as I climbed into the driver's side of the car. Selling the Volvo wouldn't be too bad. I turned to stare at my wife, who was bouncing up and down happily in the passenger seat. She was smiling widely, her blind eyes sparkling. I was surprised when she suddenly stopped bouncing, but I could feel my heart swelling with love as she slowly brushed her hand across her tummy before splaying her fingers out across the cloth-clad skin. "I still can't really believe it," she whispered, and I grinned though my heart beat fast. "Well, I'm sure that everything will become a bit more real after Charlie rants about the responsibility of being a parent for an hour. At least you've gotten the ridiculous idea of Charlie killing you out of your silly head," Bella said, and I rolled my eyes. "I'm still not entirely sure about that, but I've decided that even if he does decide to kill me, I'll have to fight back. I can't die now. I have to live for you, and our baby." I smiled, and turned to look at Bella. My smile turned to a look of horror, though, when I saw the tears slipping down her cheeks. "Bella, why are you crying? Are you hurt? Are you?" She pressed her hand over my mouth, but though my words were cut off, my eyes remained wide. She smiled through her tears, and kissed my cheek as I turned my eyes to stare at the road that was laid out before me. "I'm crying because I love you, Edward. These are happy tears. Are you going to be this emotional throughout your whole pregnancy? End up giving me a heart attack, you will." My words were quiet grumbled, Really, but Bella still heard them. She giggled, and laid her head on my shoulder. Silly Edward. Lovely Bella. And don't forget our beautiful baby. My grin grew tenfold. How could I ever forget about him? Her. I thought you were the one who wanted a boy, I protested, surprised. Bella laughed, and the soft, happy sound made me smile. I just have a feeling. I laughed again, and Bella scowled at me. I clamped my lips together to hold back my amusement, and turned back to the road. Apparently, on top of being sick and emotional, pregnant women also had mood swings. This was something I needed to talk to my father about. We're almost there, Bella, I said, and her frown deepened. But this time she wasn't mad at me. Instead, the nerves were finally beginning to set in. But she'd been right. This was our life, and our baby. And nothing that Charlie said could make any difference. We would still love each other, and we would still love our little miracle baby. I reached over and clasped Bella's hand tightly in mine as I pulled into Charlie's driveway. 10:02 a.m. Bella Pav. It was amazing that, after such a short time, I no longer considered this place home. The scent of the old wood was so unfamiliar to me, and the feel of the door as it moved so willing under my hand was surprising. I smiled. The door of my and Edward's home had to be pushed. Our door had personality. If you shoved, it shoved back. I smiled, and called out loudly for my father. Dad, are you here? Wow, this feels weird, I added quietly under my breath. I feel like a stranger here. Edward chuckled lightly beside me, and squeezed my hand supportively. In here, Bells. I smiled, the familiar nickname making my heart race excitedly. I wondered then, would our child ever have nicknames like that made them feel so loved? I hoped so. Hi, Daddy, I whispered, breathing in deeply his scent as he pulled me into his arms. His scent, at least, was still comforting to me. Still familiar. Something I would always recognize, no matter how many years I spent away from him. Good to see you. Hear you. Feel you. You know what I mean. Both Charlie and Edward laughed this time, and I felt so warm in their presence. The two people I loved most, by my side, and holding my hands. I felt like a little girl again, so happy between them. Finally coming to pay your old man a visit. Charlie grumbled, but I could tell he was smiling. The happiness that was lacing his voice gave him away. I laughed again, so carefree in that moment. Dad, you're the first one we stopped to see when we got home for summer break. Yeah, he agreed, and he was grumbling again. But you spend all of your free time and the nights over at Edward's house. I grinned widely, and wiggled my eyebrows suggestively. Yeah, because his old room is on the 3rd floor. Over there, no one has to yell at us to tell us to keep the noise down. My father groaned, and Edward laughed loudly. Thanks for the lovely mental picture, Bells. I grinned, glad to be of service. Silence rang thick in the room for several moments. And then Edward broke it with his soft, sweet, fate-sealing words. Charlie, we have something to tell you. It's very important. Edward's declaration rang loudly in the room, and then silence followed once more. I could almost imagine my father's eyes grow wide, and the smile slip from his face. His next words were shocked, quiet. You guys aren't splitting up, are you? My eyes grew wide and the words slipped past my lips before I even had a chance to think them through. It's nothing like that, Dad. In fact, because of the baby, I think we're closer than ever. If I had though that it had been silent before, it was nothing compared to now. I could hear the clock ticking, and the beating of my own heart rang loudly in my ears. Edward, beside me, stiffened. His hand grasped mine so tightly that it nearly hurt. I barely noticed the pain, though, instead, I concentrated on my father's breathing, which was steadily creeping toward hyperventilation. Dad, I cried, and I moved forward to take his hands into mine. I stared worriedly into the perpetual darkness, where I knew my father stood. Calm down. He took a deep, steady breath in, and I relaxed. He did, too, and so did Edward. Finally, the silence was broken. Let's all go into the living room, shall we? Edward murmured softly, and I nodded. Charlie moved without speaking, and I winced. Was he mad? But then I realized it didn't matter. I was firm in my resolve I wouldn't let anything that Charlie said today mess up what Edward and I had together. I took a seat next to Edward, and climbed into his comforting embrace. I buried my head in the crook of his neck, and he kissed my cheek softly. I knew he was smiling. I could feel his lips turn upward against my skin. I smiled, too. "Daddy," I whispered, and I heard him suck in a sharp breath. "Yeah, Bells, Edward and I are going to have a baby." As this, Charlie paused, and I could hear him struggling for words. "Is this something that's already happened, or something you're planning?" "I'm pregnant," I said bluntly. "We didn't plan this, though. It just happened. I'm on the pill. Well, Edward made me stop taking it when we found out, but apparently it didn't work." Or, Edward murmured so quietly that only I could hear. "It could be because of that fact that we're always going at it like bunnies." I turned red, and chuckled quietly. I pressed both hands over my mouth, and I could almost feel Charlie's glare on me. I choked back yet another round of laughter, and to turn toward him. "Are you mad, Dad?" Silence rang for several moments. And then, "No, not mad, just surprised, and overwhelmed." "But Bells," he groaned, and he was whining now. I grinned. "I'm only 44. I'm not ready to be a grandfather." It makes you feel any better, Carlisle is only 39. He considered that for a moment. Well, I guess so. Is it a boy, or a girl?" I grinned. Edward relaxed beside me, and he, too, smiled. He turned away from me, and I shivered as his warm breath swept across the soft skin of my cheek. "We don't know yet. We actually haven't even been to the doctor yet. We're going on Wednesday." I had previously set up an appointment for Bella because she was sick, but this morning I called and canceled before setting up an appointment with an OB/GYN. My smile grew. Edward was rambling. He was still nervous, I realized, and then my smile grew even more as I realized that I knew him better than anyone else. I knew all of his little quirks, his flaws, and his habits. "What has you smiling so very widely, my love?" Edward murmured, and his fingers danced under my chin, pulling my chin until my blind gaze met his. "I love you," I marveled, and he chuckled softly. "And I love you. Are you two done yet?" I chuckled, and turned my gaze away from Edward's. I smiled at my father. "So you really aren't angry?" "Of course not," Charlie said, though there was still a grumbled whine lingering in his tone. "Besides, I knew this would happen. Edward warned me on your wedding day. Although he did mention something about after college." Charlie paused then, and the words that followed were slightly frantic. "You're not dropping out, are you?" I laughed. I couldn't help it. He was being so absurd. "Of course not. I'm going to skip a semester, I think, so I can have the eye surgery. Hopefully I'll be able to finish before the baby is very old, though." Edward leaned forward, and took me back into his arms. He rested his head on my shoulder, and laid both hands on my flat stomach. "We're moving back here after college," he explained quietly. "I bought the land surrounding my and Bella's meadow. We're going to build, and raise our children in the place where we first met." I smiled, and leaned further into his embrace. "We're very happy about this, Dad," I whispered, pressing my hand to my stomach. Edward's hand immediately covered mine in a protective, possessive way. My smile grew very tender. I turned back to my father. "I hope you're happy, too." I knew he was smiling. I could hear the happiness in his tone. "I am, Bells, I am." And I was happy, too. Happier than I'd ever been. Happier than I had a right to be. Happier, in that moment, than I would be for a long time to come. July 13th, Wednesday 8:15 a.m. Edward Pav. Bella was bouncing up and down excitedly in her seat. Her blind eyes were glowing so happily, and her delicate hands kept brushing against her stomach, so softly, as if she was worried she would hurt our baby with her gentle touch. I smiled as the words swept slowly through my mind. Our baby. It was still hard to believe. But I knew that, today, when we saw our little one on the ultrasound, everything would become so much more real. I breathed a happy sigh, and Bella turned to look at me, curious. I smiled, and kissed her softly. Her cheeks flushed the most delicious shade of red as she hid her face in my shoulder. I chuckled, and she pouted how easily embarrassed she was. It was cute. Cullen. I felt my heart speed up as I cast my gaze forward. My eyes met those of the doctor, and I smiled. He smiled, too, as I stood from my seat and offered my hand to Bella. She grabbed it, and bounced along beside me as we walked forward. "Can we see the baby?" "How far along am I?" Is it a boy, or a girl? We want to know. The doctor laughed deeply, and smiled so very brightly. I laughed, too, and Bella blushed. She grinned sheepishly as I led her softly behind the doctor. She never let go of my hand. Let's find out, the doctor said, and then he introduced himself to us. Hello, I'm Dr. Jeremy Kane, and I'll be your primary care physician throughout the remainder of your pregnancy and through delivery. Edward and Isabella Cullen, correct? I nodded at him, and he quickly made a note on his chart before handing Bella a pair of light pink scrubs. Change into these real quick, and then hop up onto the bed. I'll leave, and give you a few minutes of privacy, and then we can see the little one that has you so excited. I smiled at him in thanks, and turned to see Bella already peeling her clothes off. An excited smile was on her face as she tugged the pink top violently over her head. I laughed softly, and she turned her blind gaze to glare at me. Oh, shush, and help me change. I agreed with another laugh, and though I'd like to call what I did then helping, I don't honestly believe it would fall under that category. Try distracting. All right, Dr. Kane said, smiling as he walked in. Let's get this show on the road. How far along are you, Mrs. Cullen? Call me Bella, please, my lovely wife protested. And I honestly don't know. This little one, she said, and her gaze turned adoring as she placed a hand to her stomach. Was quite the surprise. I was on birth control. I'm going to assume, since you said was, that you're not taking it anymore. Dr. Kane said, raising an eyebrow. Bella nodded, and he sighed. Well, let's take a look then, shall we? We both nodded eagerly, and Dr. Kane began to ready everything for the ultrasound. I gripped Bella's hand tightly, and a smile broke out over my face as she turned to stare at me. The look on her beautiful face was absolutely breathtaking. She was practically glowing with happiness and excitement. This is going to be cold, Dr. Kane murmured, and Bella squealed when the cold gel hit her bare tummy. She giggled, though, as Dr. Kane began to spread it around with the wand. I want to hear her heart beat, Bella said excitedly, and I nodded in agreement. Dr. Kane smiled. All right, just 1 second but, he added, and I almost didn't hear his words through the longing that was so intense it was very nearly painful. I'm afraid the nursery needs to be painted blue, not pink. My eyes grew wide, and my mouth opened. I tried to form words, but nothing came out. And then, without my brain telling my mouth that it was allowed to speak, the words tumbled out. I told you so. Bella stuck her tongue out at me, but then, so quickly, her annoyance was completely erased and replaced with an expression of complete awe. The sound that filled the room was quiet, and was so very quick. It sounded like the fluttering of a butterfly's wings. Is that, she gasped, and tears welled up in her eyes as Dr. Kane nodded. Our baby's heartbeat. Dr. Kane reached out to turn the ultrasound monitor to us, and I felt my own eyes tearing up as I stared in wonder at the tiny being whose hand was splayed out clearly, as if to touch me. I reached a hand forward, too, and pressed a finger to the little hand that was held forward. I smiled a watery smile. A boy? I asked quietly, and Dr. Kane nodded, chuckling. Yes, he gave me quite the view. Definitely a boy. A little Edward, Bella concluded, smiling as she reached out for my hand. I quickly grasped her hand in mine, and she sobbed happily as I rubbed her skin so softly. A baby boy, Edward. Our baby boy. I want to see him so badly. I smiled very tenderly at her. As soon as possible, my love. Dr. Kane interrupted us again, laughing. Oh, well, it looks as though you're about 14 weeks along, Bella. Possibly a little more. This little one went undetected for quite a while. But Dr. Kane's amused laughter cut off sharply, and the smile fell quickly from his face. I turned to the monitor, fear gripping me suddenly. Was something wrong? But all I saw was my little boy, reaching out again. He kicked his leg forward, and my lips twitched, trying to fight a smile. I turned to Dr. Kane, gripping Bella's hand tighter than ever. Is everything all right? I asked quietly, but he didn't answer me. He moved the wand around on Bella's stomach rapidly, muttering quietly under his breath as he stared at the monitor intensely. I repeated my words, this time louder. He still didn't answer. Instead, with his expression hard as a stone, he reached for a small phone on the desk beside him. He spoke quickly and quietly, and as each word passed his lips, my fear continued to grow. "Edward?" Bella asked shakily, and her fingers danced softly over her stomach. I noticed in that moment, as the fear inside of me continued to grow to frightening proportions, that her stomach was less flat, more rounded than usual. I smiled softly. She had a baby bump. "Shish, love," I murmured, and I kissed her forehead gently. "Everything's fine, I hope," I added silently, but I didn't voice my concerns out loud. I didn't want to make Bella upset. It wasn't good for her, or the baby. "Edward, I'm scared," she murmured, and I noticed that her hands were shaking. I didn't have time to respond, to try desperately to relieve her fears, for before the comforting words could leave my lips, Dr. Kane was standing over us once more. He didn't speak. Instead, he lowered the back of Bella's cot, and pulled up the railings on either side. I stood from my chair, and, still gripping Bella's hand, turned to Dr. Kane. "What's going on?" I demanded, my voice loud and rough as I tried to hold the emotion in. "I'm not sure," Dr. Kane admitted in a small, quiet voice, and after that, no one spoke. Bella cried silently as we were rushed through the halls of the hospital. I was simply numb. I couldn't think, or feel. But when Bella was taken from my side, her hand forcefully removed from mine as they pushed her bed away from me, I fell to pieces. I collapsed into a chair in the waiting room, and sobbed violently, thankful that Bella was so far away from me. I couldn't do this in front of her. I couldn't cry in front of her. I had to be strong for her. But it was so hard, not knowing. What if something was wrong? What if something was wrong with our baby? With Bella? What if they didn't make it? But I refused to let myself dwell on those thoughts. Instead, I tried to concentrate on the beautiful, fluttering sound I'd heard only minutes before, the sound of my son's heart. It had been strong, constant. Surely he was healthy. He had to be. Maybe Dr. Kane had simply seen something on the ultrasound that concerned him. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe everything was all right. I held on to that last thought tightly, afraid to let the hope slip from my grasp. Because hope was all that I had left. 9:02 a.m. Bella Pav. The nurse spoke softly, quietly, to me as the doctors fluttered around me. There were two or more of them now, I couldn't really tell. Instead, all I heard was a flutter of voices, some concerned, some simply emotionless. And then one of them spoke to me. "Bella." "Yeah," I whispered, my voice weak. It shook, too, from the fear that had taken over me. "We need your permission to do a special kind of ultrasound. It's not scary at all, it's three-dimensional, and it allows us to see your baby more clearly. We think there might be something wrong with him." I swallowed hard, and my hands began to shake. "Anything," I whispered. "Anything to help my baby boy." The doctor fell silent again, and I drew in a deep breath, letting it out shakily before closing my eyes. I felt the cold of the gel on my stomach again, and I listened intently as the doctors around me began to talk in low whispers. I bit my lip, trying desperately to hold the tears in. Why me? Why us? Why our baby? Hadn't we been through enough heartbreak? Hadn't we been torn down enough times? We'd been hurt, again and again, and yet it was happening once more. Why us? Why couldn't my little baby boy be healthy? Why couldn't we have come in here happy, and left the same way? It hurt too much. "Edward," I whimpered, and I wanted nothing more in that moment than for him to be by my side. "Edward," I cried, and the nurse that was holding my hand tried to calm me down. "Shish, Mrs. Cullen, everything is fine. They're just doing another ultrasound to make sure." "Shish, make sure of what?" I gasped, the tears flowing freely once more. The nurse stiffened, and didn't answer. And then Dr. Kane spoke once more. He didn't speak to me, but his words frightened me. "Bring Mr. Cullen in here." "I'd rather not have to say this twice," he murmured softly, and the nurse left my side. But then Edward was there, and though I was still filled with fear, I had hope, because he was standing strong by my side. In a flurry of movement, all of the doctors except for Dr. Kane left. "Tell me," Edward whispered, and though his voice was calm, there was an undertone of fear, and of desperation. "Just please, tell me what's wrong with my son. My son." And then Dr. Kane spoke so very softly the words that sent my world crashing down around me. "We believe, but we can't be 100% sure without running an amniocentesis test in a few weeks, that your son might possibly have a condition known as spina bifida. Are you familiar with this condition? I shook my head, the tears already welling up in my eyes once more. No, Edward whispered, and Dr. Kane sighed very softly. I pressed a hand protectively over my stomach, and it seemed almost as though I could feel my little boy. Spina bifida, Dr. Kane explained gently, is a birth defect that involves the incomplete development of the spinal cord. The most serious form myelomeningocele is what we believe your baby has developed. In layman's terms, there is a hole in your baby's back that formed when the two sides of the spinal cord did not meet. Instead of a cyst like is most common, your baby simply has an open hole in his back, making him very prone to infection while in the womb. Edward broke off, and his voice shook. His hands shook in mine, and I knew he was just barely fighting back tears. Is it serious? Dr. Kane spoke only one word, but that one word was all I needed to hear. Very. I began to cry, and as I cried, my world slowly crumbled to pieces around me. 9:22 a.m. Edward paused. Mr. Cullen. I looked up, my eyes opening in surprise, to see a young nurse standing before me. Her eyes were so very sad, but her smile was soft. I swallowed back a whimper, and answered her quietly. Yeah, Dr. Kane wants to see you inside. He wants to speak to you and your wife. I nodded, and stood unsteadily from my chair. I gripped the wall tightly to regain my balance, and then walked forward. When I saw Bella laying in a sea of white sheets, my heart broke just a little more. I rushed to her side and took her hand. I turned to the doctor, and my heart twisted painfully when I saw the sorrow painted clearly on his features. Tell me, I begged quietly. Just please, tell me what's wrong with my son. Dr. Kane sighed, and bit his lip. But he spoke softly, quietly. We believe but we can't be 100% sure without running an amniocentesis test first that your son might possibly have a condition known as spina bifida. Are you familiar with this condition? No, I whispered, and I waited to cry out in sorrow as I watched Bella place both arms protectively around her barely rounded tummy. Spina bifida, Dr. Kane explained gently, is a birth defect that involves the incomplete development of the spinal cord. The most serious form myelomeningocele is what we believe your baby has developed. In layman's terms, there is a hole in your baby's back that formed when the two sides of the spinal cord did not meet. Instead of a cyst like is most common, your baby simply has an open hole in his back, making him very prone to infection while in the womb. I tried to choke the words out, but I couldn't force anything past the tears and the horrible fear that gripped me. Is it serious? The doctor that sat before us nodded, and his eyes were hard now, unemotional. Very, he whispered, and Bella began to cry loudly in that moment. Her thin arms wrapped protectively around her stomach, as if she was unwilling to let our child go. No, 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 she whispered quietly, and she fell into my arms as she sobbed. The spine, Dr. Kane continued to explain softly, finishes forming in the end of the first month of pregnancy. Several factors can determine if spina bifida occurs or not. One of the most important factors is the mother's health. If the mother takes certain, dangerous medications for epilepsy or has had a high fever during the first few weeks of pregnancy, the child is over 10 times more likely to develop this condition. The mother's diet is also a big factor. It is believed that a certain vitamin, folic acid, can prevent this condition. But it's too late now for that. I held on to Bella tightly as Dr. Kane paused. He took a deep breath in, and as he spoke, Bella fell to pieces in my arms. She continued to sob, and chant that one single word over and over again. Bella, you're nearly 3.5 months along, and your baby's diagnosis is very grim. When born, he will most likely develop hydrocephalus and accumulation of fluid in and around the brain and severe paralysis. In the end, I think it would be kindest for your baby, that is to simply terminate the pregnancy. I felt the anger flare within me. Horror set in, and then finally, desperation. I grasped any ray of hope I could find, but my heart still continued to slowly crumble. You said, I gasped out. That you can't be sure. That you need to do more tests. You could be wrong, right? Our baby could be fine. Dr. Kane nodded slowly. Of course, Mr. Cullen. The 3D ultrasound can be flawed. We'll run an amniocentesis test before we make a final assumption, but that can't be done for several more weeks. It would be far too dangerous to attempt now. In the meantime, I'd like to prescribe Bella some vitamins to take, and schedule an appointment for the amniocentesis test as soon as possible. I nodded, my eyes closing as I took a deep breath in. Edward, Bella whimpered, and my eyes snapped open to meet her sorrowful, tear-filled gaze. I tried to smile, but as I did, a small cry of pain tore past my lips. Everything will be fine, I whispered, fighting back the fear as I grasped tightly onto the last ray of hope that was in view. No matter what, right? She nodded her head shakily, closing her eyes as she tried to stop the trembling. And no matter what, she agreed, and I took her into my arms then, holding her close as she cried. No matter what happens, together we'll face it together. July 13th, Wednesday 3:50 p.m. Bella Pav. Bella, love, I murmured, and I spooned my body behind hers as I climbed into the bed beside her. My hands found hers as I slowly turned her to face me. Bella, say something, I begged. It's been hours, and you haven't said a word. I'm scared, I admitted, and my voice was quiet and sad. She trembled in my arms, but the tears didn't come. She had cried too much, and there simply weren't any tears left to cry. I'm scared, too, she admitted in a tiny voice, and I pressed my lips softly to her forehead. That's not what I'm talking about, and you know it. Talk to me, Bella. I need to know what's going on inside your beautiful mind. How can I help you if I don't know what's troubling you? She didn't answer. Instead, she buried her head in my chest and sobbed loudly. Bella, please, I begged, for her pain was my pain, and the fact that I couldn't take her pain away only made the stabbing sorrow worse. Please, Bella, please tell me what's wrong. She choked back a loud sob, and grasped my shirt tightly in her little fists. It's all my fault, she cried, and I felt my heart break just a little bit more at the absolute grief that laced her sorrowful words. It's my fault that our baby is as sick. The anger that rose within me then was irrational, but so intense that it very nearly crushed me. Bella, I whispered, and my hands went to her cheeks so I could hold her gaze to mine. This is not your fault. Do you understand me? Nothing that you could have done could have prevented this. Nothing. Do you understand me? Bella trembled in my arms, but didn't answer me. The tears were falling again, and as I watched the love of my life fall to pieces, the anger slowly seeped from my body. Bella, love, please listen to me, I begged her, and though I felt like crying, like screaming, I continued to speak as sweetly, as softly as possible. There is nothing that either one of us could have done. But she cut me off, and her words were so very anguished. I was sick. I had a fever during the first month of my pregnancy. Dr. Kane said that a fever was what hurt my baby. I hurt him, Edward. It was my fault. I was sick, and I hurt my baby. Oh, Bella, I breathed, but I didn't know what to say. So I held her tighter, and fought for the words that just wouldn't come. Dr. Kane said that a fever during the first month could attribute to the development of spina bifida. Not that it caused it. And even if it had caused our baby to become sick, it wouldn't have been your fault. It wasn't your fault you got so sick, my love. It wasn't your fault that this happened. I don't know why this happened. But I do know that it happened for a reason. I don't know why, and I don't know how, but everything will be fine. I might not believe in a God, but I do know that everything that happens for a purpose. Why do you have XP? If you hadn't been born with the disease that still plagues you today, your family wouldn't have moved to Forks. I would have never known you. Maybe this sickness that plagues our baby, maybe this, too, is for a purpose. But believe me when I say this, Bella, this was not your fault, and we will get through it. I love you, and I love our son. Can you put enough trust in me to believe me when I say that everything will be fine? Can you believe me, Bella? She still continued to tremble in my arms, but the tears had stopped, and the desperate, anguished cries that had torn from her lips only moments before had been silenced. Can you believe me, Bella? A tremble shuddered through her small frame, but she nodded, choking on a silent sob as she spoke. I believe you, Edward. I love you. I smiled, and buried my face in her soft hair. As I love you. Silence rang loudly in the room, though I could still sense the lingering doubt that plagued my Bella's beautiful mind. I spoke softly once more. I'm scared, no, Terrified of the possibilities, I whispered, and my hands moved the soft material of her tank top out of the way before pressing softly to cover her stomach. But we have to be strong. We have to believe. We have to hope. Because without hope, we'll crumble, and we won't be able to move on. Hope, Bella. Even if our baby boy is sick, we'll love him, right? No matter what, because I can't imagine a life without him, even though I've only known him for a couple days. I can't even begin to think of abortion. We'll always love him, right? Bella Pav. We'll always love him, right? Edward's words washed over me once more, and I whimpered, pain filling my heart. But I nodded, and shakily whispered the answer that I knew was true. No matter what, I agreed shakily, and I pressed my face into the crook of Edward's neck, breathing in deeply of his scent. You don't. He paused, and he whimpered quietly. When he spoke again, the pain that laced his voice was so raw that it made my heart beat fast. You don't want to have an abortion, do you? His words, so pained, washed over me only seconds before I responded with fervor. No, I cried, and the mere thought of hurting my baby made me sick. No, never, no matter what. I'm disabled, too, and yet I wouldn't give my life up. I wouldn't give you up for anything. I want our baby to have a chance at life. Maybe there's something that can be done, I whispered, and the words were falling so quickly from my lips now that I couldn't stop them. Maybe there's a surgery or something, anything that could be done to help him. Maybe. Hope, Edward whispered, kissing me softly as he placed his hands on either side of my face to pull me closer to him. Keep hoping. Never give up, he breathed, his lips kissing mine before moving to my cheeks, my nose, and so delicately, to kiss both of my eyelids. He captured me in a passionate embrace, and I held tightly to him, desperate to pull myself closer. I wanted to crawl inside of him in that moment, and never find my way out. I wanted to hold him forever, to never let him go. Because he was my hope. Without him, I would crumble. He was holding me together, and together, we were holding up high the hope that was just barely within our grasp. Without each other, I mused as Edward's lips began their descent down my neck and to my chest, we would be nothing. I love you, I gasped, tears breaking to the surface once more. Edward smiled against my skin, and pulled me closer than ever. I shivered as his warm skin touched mine, and let my blind eyes flutter closed as he brought his lips to mine once more. As I love you, he whispered huskily, and then he proceeded to take my breath away. He took my pain away, too, and my worry. Because as he held me and loved me, I could think of nothing but him. 5:15 p.m. Edward Pav. Bella finally fell asleep, and when she did, though it pained me, I pulled myself from her side and quietly walked from the room. I closed the door, and let out a relieved sigh when Bella didn't awaken. I needed to talk to my father, and I needed to do it alone. Because I knew that what I needed to say to him would only pain her further, and cause her beautiful eyes to cry the tears that I wished she'd never had to shed in the first place. Dad, I whispered, peeking around the door into his office. He smiled at me, and motioned me forward. So, he said conversationally, you and Bella ran off the second you got home. How did it go? A boy, or a girl? I smiled sadly. A boy. You have a grandson. My father smiled brightly, and as he did, my own smile fell. How could I take away his happiness? Was it fair to bestow this sorrow on him, too? Before we were even sure. But I knew that I needed answers, and I needed them now. If I was going to be able to hold myself together for the next 5 weeks, I needed to know. I needed to know about this disease. I needed to know that what the doctor said was true, that our son could still live a normal life after birth and surgery. I needed to know. Dad, I asked in a small voice, and his smile slipped the smallest bit. But when I whispered the next words, my voice broke, and a tear slipped from my eye. Dad, tell me about spina bifida. My father's breath caught in his throat, and a look of horror crossed over his features. His eyes were suddenly very sad, and though he quickly rearranged his expression so I couldn't see the anguish that was slowly rising within him, I could still hear the pain in his voice. Spina bifida is a condition that develops within the first month of pregnancy. I shook my head, and bit my lip. I know the technical details. What I want to know is how a child that has developed the condition can live his life. My father took a deep, shaky breath in, but answered me quickly. As soon as that child were born, he would have a surgery to remove the cyst on his back and close up the hole. A shunt would be placed in his brain to drain the buildup of fluid that comes from a condition known as hydrocephalus. Complete or partial paralysis sometimes is a cause for concern, but the risk is reduced considerably if the cyst is repaired immediately after birth. Sometimes, though not often, death occurs. I swallowed hard. Could a child born with that condition live a normal life? Relatively. With the proper medical care. What if it were myelomeningocele spina bifida? I could see the tears pooling in my father's eyes now, and as I watched the pain flash across his eyes, tears began to slip slowly down my own cheeks. Edward, does your son, my grandson, does he? I nodded slowly, and in that moment, the wall that I had been slowly building broke down completely. It crumbled, and as I cried in the arms of my father, the comforting words that I'd whispered to Bella only moments before were completely erased from my mind. I couldn't let her see me like this, I vowed silently. I couldn't. If I couldn't be strong for her, then who would? Oh, Edward, my father murmured softly, and he held me tightly as I fell to pieces in his arms. Everything will be all right. Your baby boy will be all right. Though serious, spina bifida is very rarely fatal. There will be many challenges in his life, but he can live. He can live as you and I live. Is there anything that we see can do? I whispered, not pulling away from my father's comforting embrace, though the tears had already stopped. Money is no object for me. I'll do anything for my baby boy. My father breathed a deep sigh, but he didn't speak. And at the same time that I felt horror rise within me, what if nothing could be done? I felt hope. But he paused, and I sat back in my chair to meet his eyes. He bit his lip as I furiously wiped the tears away from my eyes. There's a hospital in Philadelphia that performs prenatal surgeries on spina bifida positive children. Though no one can yet say if the surgery is right for everyone, there's been a staggering amount of positive results on myelomeningocele diagnosed children. The surgery is performed before birth, and repairs the defect in the spine and closes up the hole in the back, thus reducing the possibility of paralysis and brain damage. My heart was racing fast, and with each word that my father spoke, my hope grew. Is something like that possible for my baby? Edward, that kind of surgery would be very expensive. It would, but I shook my head, and cut my father off. I don't care what it costs. I'll take out a loan. I still have several thousand left in my college fund, I mused, and a smile slowly started to spread across my pale lips. I'll do anything, I whispered quietly. There are risks, my father murmured quietly. To both the baby and the mother. Shouldn't you talk to Bella before you make the decision to look into this? I shook my head. I already knew what Bella would say. I already knew that she was willing to do anything for our son. I already knew that we would give anything, even our lives, for the tiny baby that already had us wrapped so tightly around his little finger. I'm sure, I whispered, and I knew that I would talk to Bella about this, but after I was sure it was actually something that could happen. How horrible of me would it be to build her hope up only to tear it down? What if this surgery was only a phantom hope? Or even if it could happen, what if we couldn't afford it? Or the hospital wouldn't take us in? I decided in that moment as I closed my eyes and smiled softly that I would rather break my own heart, and I would rather tear my own hope down, than hurt Bella again. Thank you, Dad, I whispered, and I stood from my chair numbly to walk from the room. My father smiled sadly at me, but didn't speak another word as I quickly ran up the stairs. I entered my bedroom, and walked quietly over to where Bella was still sleeping peacefully. I laid down beside her, but instead of taking her into my arms, I leaned down, and kissed her stomach gently. Daddy will save you, I whispered, smiling as I pressed both hands to the tiny bump that proved my baby was growing inside of the woman I loved. Daddy will save you, no matter what the cost. August 10th, Wednesday 9:10 a.m. Bella Pav 4 weeks later. The days passed slowly, but they did pass. Even when your life falls apart, it still continues on. No matter how much you wish that time could just stop, the hours still pass, and eventually, the days, and then the weeks. The pain that encased me each time I brushed my hands so tenderly over my stomach only grew stronger each day. How was it possible to feel this much love, and yet still so much anguish? But at the same time that I felt the pain, I felt content and hopeful, because each time a tear would slip from my eye, or each time I would cry out from the intensity of everything I was feeling, he was there. He would take me into his arms and whisper encouraging words. And he was so sure. Sometimes, it seemed as though Edward knew, without a doubt, that everything was going to be all right. A calm surrounded him that seemed almost serene. "Bella," I smiled softly as his voice washed over me. His hands pressed softly to my baby bump, which was growing bigger each and every day, and his lips caressed mine. I whispered, and I sighed in happy contentment as he wrapped his arms around me. I curled into his side and climbed onto his lap as he sat beside me on the couch. "Are you ready?" The smile that had graced my lips only moments before slipped slowly from my face. But I nodded, tensing in his arms for the emotional assault that I knew would begin as soon as we walked out of the door. "Yes," I whispered, and though my voice was quiet, it was strong. "I'm ready." Edward smiled against my skin, and I smiled, too. Today, we would discover our future. I knew that no matter what, my future involved a baby boy, for I knew that I would not kill him. But I didn't know whether it would be a future filled with heartbreak or happiness. "I love you," Edward whispered, and he grasped my hand tightly in his. Not another word passed between us as we stood, together, from the couch. We stayed silent as we paused at the doorway to put our shoes on, and silence continued to fall as I climbed into the car, and as we drove slowly toward the doctor's office. The peaceful nothingness was broken, however, when Edward opened the door of the Volvo for me. He took my hand in his, and led me slowly down the sidewalk. I could see nothing, and yet at the same time, I could imagine the sun shining directly above us, the flowers swaying gently in the calm wind. The calm before the storm. I knew that the news we would receive today would change nothing. I would always love my baby boy. I would love him and care for him in the way that my mother hadn't cared for me. I would never leave his side. I would never abandon him. "I love you," I whispered softly to Edward, and then the nurse quietly called our name. We followed her silently, slowly, and I felt numb as I changed into a bright pink gown. The soft, flowery scent that swirled around the room made my stomach churn, and as I climbed onto the hard table, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath in. "Calm down, love," Edward whispered, and he took my hand in his and kissed my forehead. I nodded numbly, and took a deep, shaking breath in. "Edward, Bella," I smiled slightly as I heard the voice of Dr. Kane wash over me. "Good morning. Are you ready?" I nodded, and Dr. Kane proceeded to go over the procedure with me. He explained in detail what would happen, and I nodded silently when he asked me, once more, if I was ready. "I'm ready," I whispered, my blind eyes slowly closing. And they didn't open again until those two fateful words were whispered softly to me. 1:03 p.m. Edward Pav. It's positive. Those two words kept swirling around in my mind, and yet I still smiled. I still smiled because I knew that, no matter what, this changed nothing. I loved my little boy, and I always would. And besides, "Hey, Bella," I murmured softly, and she wrapped her arms tighter around me. We were at home now, in our room. The door was closed, and the silence beautiful. She looked up at me, and though her smile was so very sad, her blind eyes held hope. I have something that I need to talk to you about." She paused, and drew in a surprised breath. I drew in a breath, too, but it was a calming one. If I continued to be so intense, surely I would scare her. "All right," she whispered, and though her voice was calm, her eyes were guarded. I didn't want to say anything, I whispered quietly, brushing my hands through her soft hair. Before I was sure. Before we were sure. But now that we know it's true, I want to look into something my father told me about. He told me that there's a hospital in Philadelphia that specializes in prenatal surgeries and that they could help our baby before he's even born. Bella wasn't breathing now, her eyes were wide, and her heart beat fast under my hand. She turned to stare at me, and her blind eyes were so very wide, and filled with such excitement. "Edward," I smiled, and kissed her cheek softly before continuing. "He said that they could fix the defect in the spine, and that they would close up the hole in our baby's back before he was even born. Though he would still have some problems, the surgery has shown surprisingly positive results. This could be it, Bella." Bella was silent for one moment, and then she turned around in my arms. Her hands grasped excitedly onto my shirt, and she was smiling widely. "When?" she demanded breathlessly. "When can we do it?" I laughed softly, and kissed her forehead again before taking her hands into mine. "I don't know, sweetheart. I haven't really looked into it yet. But there would be risks, to both you and I don't care," she said firmly. "I don't care what happens to me. If there's a chance that this could help our baby, I'll do anything." I smiled, and wrapped my arms tightly around my love before laying down. She curled herself into my warm embrace, and sighed happily. But her beautiful gaze was confused as her delicate fingers traced random patterns on my chest. "Why now?" she whispered quietly. "Why did Carlyle only tell you now? We've been so worried, for over 4 weeks. He could have. But she seemed to have no words. The confusion in her eyes had turned to sorrowful anger, and the tears began to slowly slip from her beautiful eyes as I held her. I felt my heart clench painfully. I had hurt her by keeping this news from her, when I'd only kept it from her in the first place to protect her. "Shh, Bella," I whispered, and I kissed her forehead softly. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I've known for weeks. I've known since the beginning. But I didn't say anything because I was afraid of hurting you. I was so scared of building up your hope only to tear it down. But I've talked to one of the doctors there, and he said that though we'll need to come in for a consultation, he already knows that the surgery will be possible." I stared into Bella's eyes, desperate for her to understand. But the anger in her eyes quickly melted into betrayal, and my heart began to beat painfully in my chest. "Edward," Bella whimpered, and pain was so clear in her voice. What had I done? I'd only wanted to protect her. But in protecting her, I'd only hurt her worse. "Bella, please understand," I begged her quietly. I wasn't sure that the surgery was more than a dream. I had to know for sure before I told you. I had to know that it was a possibility before I raised your hopes so high it would crush you if it were to fall. I'm so very, very sorry that I hurt you. I'm sorry that I kept this from you. But I had to. I couldn't bear to see you in such pain because of me. But," I smiled sadly, regretfully. "But I suppose I hurt you anyway, didn't I? It's painful," I whispered, "to see these tears flowing so freely from your beautiful eyes, knowing that I was the one to cause them." She didn't speak. She didn't even move in my arms. She simply stared blindly at me. But, eventually, she stopped crying, and she pulled herself closer to me before burying her head in my chest. "Are you very mad at me?" "That depends," she whispered, and the sound was muffled in my chest. I laughed softly, and she looked up to glare at me blindly. "Silence. On," I urged, desperate now. Bella giggled, and I felt my heart soar. A smile came to my lips as she leaned up to kiss me. "On what you're willing to do to make up for your foolishness." "Anything," I vowed quickly, and as she grinned mischievously, I felt my heart drop. "Within reason," I added quickly, but she shook her head. "Nope," she exclaimed, and she popped the P loudly. "You said anything, and I knew it was true. I would do anything for her. Anything to make her smile. Anything to see her happy, carefree." "Is this real?" she murmured suddenly. "It seems like a dream. I'm worried that any moment now, I'll wake up, and your words will have simply been a dream. Is this real? Can we really help our baby? Can we save him from a life of pain?" I smiled, and captured Bella's lips with mine for one brief moment. "I promise you, it's very real. It's not just a hope, or a dream. This is real, and it really is happening. We're going to save our little boy." Bella drew in a deep breath, and then let it out slowly, quietly. But she didn't smile. "Are you still mad at me?" "That depends." I rolled my eyes. On whether or not you're willing to find me some chocolate ice cream with roasted pickles on top." I raised an eyebrow. She grinned. She was serious. "Oh, God. Well, my father had always told me that forgiveness came with a price." "All right," I said, and I kissed her forehead. I didn't move, though. Instead, I spoke again, softly this time. "I really am sorry, Bella. I wanted to protect you. I didn't want to give you false hope. I thought in the end, that not telling you would be better. I might have been wrong, and I am truly sorry for that. I do love you, Bella, and I would never willing keep something from you if I didn't believe I would be hurting you by telling you." She finally smiled, and as she smiled, something within me seemed to piece back together. "Oh, right, my heart. It's all right, Edward," she whispered. "I forgive you. I know you were only trying to protect me. You were wrong to keep it from me, but if we're going to make it through this together, I can't hold this against you. I have to let it go. And you have to let those feelings of regret go, too," she murmured, and she brushed her fingers gently across my cheek. "Let it all go, Edward. I forgive you, but you will never keep something like that from me again, do you understand?" I nodded. "I love you, Bella. I love you, too, mister. But if you don't get me my chocolate ice cream with roasted pickles on top soon, you're sleeping on the couch tonight." Captain," I muttered, rolling my eyes. But I smiled as I moved from the bed. I knew that the next few months would be hard. Heartbreakingly painful, even. But we could get through it. We could get through anything. As long as we were together. August 19th, Friday 8:44 a.m. Bella Pav 1 week later. I moved a hand to my mouth, and bit down nervously on my fingernail. Edward, who was sitting beside me under me, really, as I'd refused to sit anywhere but his lap side. "Bella, love, please don't draw blood." Silence fell for one long moment. "But I'm scared," I whispered, and his lips softly caressed my cheek. My lips turned up in an involuntary smile, one that fell as quickly as it appeared. Oh, God, this was really happening. This was really happening. It didn't seem real. None of this seemed real. The fact that I was pregnant, and the fact that my baby was sick, the fact that we were here, preparing ourselves for quite possibly the biggest moment of our lives. None of it seemed real. It seemed like a dream. I wasn't sure if it was a nightmare or not, though. Should it have been a nightmare? What parent wouldn't consider a situation like this a nightmare? But at the same time, there was hope, and there was love. How could this moment be a nightmare? In what nightmare would Edward so softly take me into his arms, and hold me, and whisper soft, loving words to me? How could this be a nightmare? "Are you ready?" he whispered, and his lips captured mine for one brief moment before he pulled away. He didn't let me leave his embrace, though. Instead, he held me face softly, delicately in his beautiful hands. Yes, and I knew I was. I was ready for this. For everything. I was ready to save my baby. August 19th, Friday 8 a.m. Edward Pav. "Sign here," the nurse said in a dull, monotone voice, popping her gum loudly, looking as if she didn't care in the slightest that this moment was the most important moment in my life. "And fill out the medical history section. Your wife will need to sign here, and date here," she continued, pointing out the individual lines that sat, so innocently, on each page. I nodded, and sighed before taking the clipboard from the board reception nurse. I walked slowly over to where Bella was sitting, away from the sunlight, in her soft, blue sunsuit. I smiled, my heart beating fast as I watched her rub the cloth-covered baby bump that curved her beautiful body. "Here you are, love," I whispered, sitting the clipboard in her lap. "You have to sign some things, and that's it. I'll help you sign your name, all right." She nodded, and smiled. To anyone but me, she would have seemed completely at ease. But I could read her, and I recognized each and every one of her nervous habits. Her leg tapped slowly up and down, and she kept playing absently with her hair. Her blind eyes were sparkling, but though there was excitement in her gaze, there was fear, too. And, as I watched her shuffle her feet back and forth slowly, I realized that I needed to know why she was so nervous. Was it simply nerves, or was there something more? "Are you sure about this, Bella? The doctor said that there could be a risk to you. This is completely up to you. I don't want you to regret anything that happens today." "Bella, But she cut me off by gently pressed her lips to mine. "I'm sure, Edward. I don't care what happens to me. I just want to try as hard as I can to save our baby. If I backed out now, and looked back in 5 years, I don't want to regret anything. I want to know that I did everything for our baby that could possibly be done." "I'm sure, Edward, so sure." I smiled softly, and brushed a lock of hair away from her beautiful, blind eyes. "But," I whispered, and she bit her lip. She didn't answer. Instead, she brought her delicate fingers to her mouth, and bit down. I saw her wince at the pain. I sighed, and gently pushed her soft skin away from her teeth. "Bella, Love, please don't draw blood, I whispered, but I didn't push her to answer my soft inquisition. Instead, I held her softly, and continued to gently brush my fingers tenderly through her hair. But I'm scared, she finally admitted, and her voice was soft, quiet. I smiled, and kissed her cheek softly, but didn't speak. I knew my words of encouragement would hurt more than help right now. I knew what she needed was not words. Instead, she needed the silent encouragement that I was more than willing to offer. I held her tightly to me, and rocked us back and forth slowly. I was sure we were quite a sight, me with my hair so messy, holding Bella who was clad from head to toe in her soft, blue sun suit. But I didn't care. All I cared about in that moment was erasing Bella's fears, her doubts. My own didn't matter to me. Ever since the consultation only days ago, when Bella had broken down in my arms, she was the only thing that mattered. 3 days ago, Edward Pov. Mr. and Mrs. Cullen. I nodded, and took Bella's hand as I softly led her toward the consultation room. The doctor that led us, Dr. Trey, seemed very unemotional. He smiled at us as we sat down, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Was he simply being professional, or had he seen so much pain in his life that it no longer fazed him? I tried to smile back, but I was sure there was worry shining in my curious gaze. First things first, he began, and he flipped slowly through the papers he held. This surgery is still listed as experimental. Every surgery we perform holds risks. We ask that both parents sign a release form that states we are not held responsible for any possible deaths. We will go over the risks with you, and once you make an informed decision, I will ask you to sign the form. Also, please know this: we are still not 100% sure of the results. Though this surgery had yielded overwhelmingly positive results, even the first children to receive treatment aren't yet old enough to know if the long-term effects of spina bifida were diminished by the surgery performed. I nodded, and the worry that sat silently in my stomach continued to grow with each word that was spoken. We would like to accept every parent into our facility despite insurance coverage, but that is simply not possible. Let me be clear about one point: this will not be cheap. Whether you have insurance coverage or not, a large portion of the cost will have to come from your own pocket. You've already looked over the forms we sent, correct? I nodded, and even the memory of the 5-digit, estimated price didn't faze me. Good. Then let's go over the risks, shall we? There is, of course, a risk to the mother. And you have to understand that if something goes wrong, Bella is our first priority. The child cannot live on his own right now. Should something go wrong, we will not extend an effort to save him. I nodded, swallowing hard. I understood their reasoning. Why would they waste time trying to save someone who couldn't be saved? But the way he spoke the words made my heart twist painfully. I loved both Bella and our child, and hearing that the men who were willing to extend such an effort to save our baby would so easily prioritize one over the other, it was unfathomable, really, how they could so easily make the decision to let one die in order to save the other, should something go wrong. What do you mean something could go wrong? Could you elaborate? I asked. And then Dr. Trey began to list off quietly the risks and possible outcomes of the surgery. When he finished, silence fell, and I could feel Bella, beside me, shaking with silent sobs. But, I began, and I paused, biting my lip. But none of these complications happen often, right? Dr. Trey nodded. Of course, I'm simply mentioning them because you need to know in order to make an informed decision. But only about 5% of the surgeries we've performed have even gone slightly awry. 95% have gone perfectly according to plan. I won't say that nothing will go wrong. I'm simply saying that it's not a large possibility. I drew in a deep breath, and nodded. Dr. Trey smiled, and continued to shuffle through his papers. Let me explain the surgery a little bit. Basically, we're going to give Bella a sedative, and then make a traditional C-section incision in her abdomen. From that incision, we will lift the uterus gently from her body. In the uterus, we will make an 1.5-inch wide incision. We will perform the whole surgery through that hole. The surgery will consist of gently pushing the bulging spine back inside your baby's back. Since your baby has been diagnosed with myelomeningocele spina bifida, and since there is no cyst on his back, the surgery will be considerably shorter. After we move the spine back inside his back, we will cover the hole in his back. Once we're finished repairing the hole created in the uterus, we will place it back inside Bella's body, and then suture the C-section incision we made. If all goes well, the hydrocephalus that has begun to form will disappear, and your child will stay where he belongs for a few more months." Dr. Trey paused, and then looked up at us. I nodded at him, the information swirling around hectically in my head. "I'll leave the room for a while, if you need time," he said gently, and I nodded again. He spoke softly before standing to his feet. "Have a nurse alert me when you've decided what's best for you." I nodded again, and Dr. Trey left the room. I turned to Bella, and let my rough fingers dance softly over her pale face. "This is about you, too, Bella," I whispered. "Your health is involved, too. Think before you answer, all right? Do you want this? Do you want to take the risks?" But she didn't even have to think. "I'm sure," she said, and her voice was so firm. But it was shaky, and filled with fear, too. I smiled sadly, and brushed a tear from her soft skin. "Please, you have to be 100% sure." 110, I joked, and she cracked a small smile. But then she choked on a sob, and the tears began to fall faster. "I'm worried about our baby," she whispered, clutching herself tightly to me as the cries became louder and more frequent. "If something goes wrong, they're not going to even try to save him. I want him to live. If something," she couldn't continue, though, because the tears were too much. She could barely even breathe as she choked out each cry one at a time. "I don't want to lose him," she finally whimpered, and I held her tighter than ever. I want to do this. I'm sure. 1,000,000% sure. I want this," she whispered, and though she was still crying, trembling in my arms, I knew the words she spoke were true, and I knew that she wouldn't change her mind, no matter what. I smiled softly, and kissed her forehead tenderly. "If that is what you wish, my love." Present, 9:30 a.m. Bella Pav. I took a deep breath, and smiled. "It's time," Edward whispered, and his lips brushed softly against the warm skin of my forehead. He squeezed my hand tightly, and cupped my face in his other hand. "I love you, Bella. Never forget that. I love you with all that I am. You consume my life. You are my life. Please be safe." I smiled up at where I knew he was standing, and I could feel the warm tears stinging my blind eyes. "I love you, too," I whispered, and his warm hand left mine as I was wheeled slowly into the operating room. I could smell the sting of antiseptic, and hear the quiet whispers of the doctors around me. I heard the soft scrape of metal on metal, and then I could hear Edward's voice. "I'm here, love," he whispered, though he sounded far away. I smiled. "I'm in the observation room. I have to turn the speaker off now, but I'm not leaving." "I'm never leaving, all right." I nodded, and bit my lip. I closed my blind eyes then, trying to imagine Edward's beautiful face as he stared down at me. It was a stunning image, one that would hold me through the fear that was beginning to set over me as the medications took effect. I smiled one last time. "I love you," I murmured, and then I slipped into a drug-induced sleep. And I knew that, when I woke up, he would be by my side. Because he was never going to leave me or our baby. 11:12 a.m. Edward Pav. The minutes passed slowly, painfully so, but they did pass. But even as I watched on in horror and amazement as the doctors below so carefully operated on my Bella, I felt calm. She was laying on the bed, a peaceful expression on her serene face. I smiled, and pressed my fingers to the glass, as if I was reaching out to touch her. It was amazing, really, what was going on below. My baby was outside of Bella's body. Given, he was still cocooned in the protective wrapping he would continue to grow inside of for the next several weeks, the uterus. But he seemed so close. I wanted so badly to see him, to reach inside of the tiny hole that had been created in Bella's uterus in order to perform the delicate surgery that would either save or. But I refused to think this would save him. Nothing would go wrong. Nothing could possibly. "Dr. Trey." Those two frantic words ripped through me and tore me in half. My heart froze, and then picked up double time. I glanced frantically around the room that lay below me, until my eyes landed on the doctor that had exclaimed so loudly. But it wasn't his expression of surprise that my eyes lingered on. Nor was it the soft, amused words of the doctor that stood before me. Instead, It was the tiny hand of my baby boy, grasping tightly onto the hand that was healing him. 5 tiny fingers, splayed out to grasp the finger that had been touching his little body only seconds before. "Hey, little man," Dr. Trey murmured softly, tenderly. "You have quite the strong grip there. Hang on and be strong. Your mommy and your daddy love you very much." I blinked away tears as I watched the doctor very gently shake my baby's hand with his finger. Both of my hands were pressed up against the glass, trying so desperately to break free from the wall that held me prisoner from touching my baby as the doctor before me did. "Be strong, hear me. You need to hang on for just a little while longer." I watched in stunned awe as Dr. Trey gently brushed over my son's fingers as he carefully pushed the hand back inside of the warm cocoon that my baby would stay inside of for months to come. And then he moved his eyes until they met mine, and he smiled. It wasn't the unemotional smile that had lit his lips days before. Instead, it was a smile that was full of excitement and awe. I smiled, too, but my smile was watery as I gasped for breath. "My baby boy, he's a strong one, Edward," Dr. Trey whispered as he slowly, carefully, began to sew up the hole that he'd created in Bella's uterus. "He's so very strong. Have faith that he'll pull through. Hope." I nodded slowly. My heart was still pounding, and my hands were trembling on the glass. "So, does he have a name yet?" Dr. Trey asked, smiling in happy relief as he placed my baby back inside of Bella's body. It was smooth sailing from here, I knew. If something was going to go wrong, it would have happened by now. I knew that Dr. Trey wouldn't be able to hear my answer, so I didn't respond. But his words ran around in my mind again and again and again. Did he have a name yet? I knew that it was something I would need to talk to Bella about, but I already knew, in my heart, what I wanted to name our son. I'd known for weeks, but had been afraid to talk to Bella about names, afraid that, if I did, it would bring on a whole new wave of pain, and a possibility we hadn't even wanted to consider. Would our baby even live to be born? I pressed the speaker button with shaking hands. "I want to name him, it means, divine gift," but I couldn't seem to force the words past my lips. But Dr. Trey seemed to understand. He simply smiled as he carefully bandaged the wound on Bella's tummy. "Shish," he whispered softly, glancing up at me in tender amusement. "You'll wake the baby." I smiled a watery smile, and my weak knees finally gave out. I collapsed to the floor, my hands clenching into fists against the glass. My baby boy. August 21st, Sunday, 2:13 p.m. Bella Pav. My head pounded and my mouth felt dry. I felt dizzy as I tried to sit up. But a comforting hand pressed onto my shoulder, and a soft voice broke through the darkness that still encased my world. "Shish, Bella, love. Calm down. Stay still." I smiled. "Edward." I breathed quietly, and then everything came crashing back. I could hear the heart monitor go crazy as my mind flew across all the possibilities. What had happened while I was sleeping? Was my baby all right? Had the surgery been successful? "Edward," I gasped, but I was unable to form any other words besides his name. Fear gripped me, froze me. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, but Edward seemed to understand my frantic plea, because he kissed my cheek softly and spoke quickly, quietly. "He's fine. Our baby's fine. The surgery went well. It was amazing. Breathtaking. Our baby was outside of your body. They took him out to do the surgery, though he was still in the uterus." Then Theodore reached out and grasped the doctor's hand. The fear that had gripped me slowly seeped from my body with each word that Edward spoke. But as he spoke, I cut him off. His words were so fast, I barely heard them. But the one thing that I did hear, the name he had uttered with such love. Theodore. I could feel Edward smiling hesitantly against my cheek. He chuckled quietly, nervously. I'd actually planned on this conversation going a little bit differently. But I grinned. "Theodore?" I asked again, and I brushed a hand hesitantly across my tummy. I winced, though, when my fingers came into contact with my bare skin, and the bandage that was covering my war wound. I grinned at my random thoughts, and then briefly wondered what kind of drugs they had me on. Wait, weren't pain medications bad for the baby? Bella love, Edward exclaimed, and he was laughing. "Calm down. Shish," he murmured comfortingly, though he was still laughing. "Love, you look absolutely horrified. The name can't be that bad, Can it? I shook my head quickly, my blind eyes widening. No, of course not. So, he ventured, and he spread his body out beside mine as he wrapped his arms gently around me. What do you think of the name Theodore? I grinned again, unable to keep my joy sealed up. But I yawned then, and Edward chuckled. Sleep, my love, we'll talk about it when you wake up. Our baby is still tired, and... But I cut him off, once again. Theodore, I corrected him, and I reveled at how right the name sounded as it slipped past my lips. Theodore is tired. He laughed, and the sound was so beautiful, so carefree. His laughter quieted, though, as he laid his head on my chest. All right then, Theodore is tired. Sleep now, Bella, and when you wake up perhaps I'll tell you what I've come up with for a middle name. I glared blindly at him. Now that's just not fair, Edward Anthony Cullen. Tell me now. Oh, Bella, he whispered, and he kissed my cheek softly. Silly, beautiful Bella, sleep. I'll tell you when you wake up. And besides, you might want to think this over. I mean, once the name is on the birth certificate, then it's... I apparently had a very bad habit of interrupting Edward. His name is Theodore, I said, and my voice was low and dangerous. It's perfect. Now shush, or how will I sleep? I want to go to sleep so I can wake up so I can hear my baby's middle name. Edward laughed again. How long had it been since I'd heard him this happy? And tucked his head into the crook of my neck. As you wish, my Bella. I smiled, and closed my blind eyes. Sleep overtook me quickly, but just before I nodded off, I frowned, recalling Edward's rushed words from moments before. Theodore grabbed the doctor's hand. He laughed again, and his body shook mine. I grinned brightly, trying to imagine the picture. But it was impossible. I couldn't bring an image to mind that seemed to fit the absolute beauty that Edward's words suggested. It was magical, Edward murmured, and his soft words washed over me as my eyes began to droop with exhaustion. His hand was so tiny. So tiny. Itty-bitty fingers. They couldn't even wrap around Dr. Trey's pinky. So small. It was beautiful, the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. His words, so soft, eventually lulled me into a dream-filled sleep. My baby Theodore. 6:10 p.m. Edward paused. Stop eating my food. I paused, the toast halfway to my mouth. How in the hell did Bella know I was eating her dinner? She couldn't see, for goodness sake. Better yet, why was she awake? She'd only fallen asleep 4 hours ago. I sighed, though, as I put the bread down. I turned back to Bella, and grinned sheepishly, though I knew she couldn't see me. Sorry, love. Here, I said softly, pushing the tray toward her. Eat something. The doctor said that it'll be hard to keep the food down for a while, but just try, please. Try for Theodore. He's hungry too, you know. She laughed, but reached out a shaking hand to grasp the bread. Now, she said sleepily, chewing on the tiny bite she'd taken. About names. I grinned again, a tiny blush lighting my cheeks. I felt bad picking both Theodore's first and middle name. But as long as Bella was happy, I was happy, too. I kissed her cheek softly before speaking the name that had been floating around in my head for weeks. How about Addison, for a middle name? Theodore Addison Cullen. We can call him Tack for short. Get it? His initials. T.A.C. Bella snorted into her butter bread, and my grin grew. But it fell when I realized the more likely reason that she was amused. Did she not like the name? I would let her pick, if that was what she wanted. But then she smiled a tired, and yet breathtaking smile. I love it, Edward. But I swear, if you call my baby Tack, I'll kill you. I nodded furiously, the lopsided grin quickly making its way back onto my lips. I paused, though, hesitant. You really like it. You don't want to pick his name. I mean, you are his mom, and... Bella had a really bad habit of interrupting me. I'd have to speak to her about that. I did pick his name. You suggested it, and I picked it, technically. Now shut up. But I'm naming our second son. His name is going to be Paris Anthony Cullen. I grinned. We can call him Pack. Pack and Tack. I like it. Bella, however, frowned. Edward, she growled, and her voice was low and dangerous. I laughed loudly, clutching my sides. How long had it been since I'd laughed like this? Too long. I was so happy, even though I knew that our child, our Theodore, would still have problems throughout his life. Those problems seemed more like roadblocks now rather than towering, stone walls. The problems that I knew we would face were insignificant compared to the thought of actually losing my baby. I would care for him. I would give him the world, if that would make him happy. I would give him love. I would give him so much love, that he wouldn't know what to do with it all. He was my baby boy, and he was alive. So, I murmured quietly, and I smiled very softly as I played with Bella's delicate fingers. Theodore Addison Cullen, are you sure, Bella? She nodded without hesitation, and grinned around a mouthful of toast. I love it, she whispered, and I breathed a sigh of absolute happiness as I kissed her forehead softly. But then I sighed, as I heard a soft knock on the door. Bella, love, I whispered, and my voice was gruff with my annoyance at being interrupted. The doctor is here. He wants to come in. Are you feeling up to it? She nodded eagerly, and pushed her tray aside. She grinned, and folded her hands in her lap as she waited. Dr. Trey had barely stepped inside the room before she assaulted him with questions. Is Theodore all right? Can I listen to his heart again on the ultrasound again? Is he healed now? Dr. Trey laughed quietly, and walked over to where I was sitting on the bed beside Bella. I smiled at him apologetically, but he just shook his head silently. I smiled, too, as I wrapped my arms gently around Bella's small, soft body. I kissed her forehead, and rested both of my hands on her stomach, careful of the still healing wound. As a matter of fact, Dr. Trey finally spoke. We're going to do an ultrasound right now, to see how things are turning out. Bella beamed happily as Dr. Trey laid her bed back before pulling the machine around to where we could see it. He very carefully pressed the wand to Bella's stomach, purposely avoiding the sensitive areas. He murmured, and I felt my heart begin to beat fast as I watched my little boy on the screen. He moved around, and kicked his tiny legs forward. I grinned, then, as the most beautiful sound in the world washed over me. Theodore's heartbeat. His heartbeat is very strong, Dr. Trey noted quietly. And the graft on his back is healing nicely. He's moving around, which is a good thing, and he seems quite aware of the sounds around him. I finally let myself smile, as I continued to watch the image on the screen. So he's all right. Bella gripped my hand tightly as we waited for the doctor's words. Yes, he seems fine. There were no complications with the surgery. However, we will need to wait until we can perform a prenatal MRI to see if the swelling in his brain has begun to reduce to be sure that everything turned out how we hoped. I nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. I turned to stare at Bella, and my breath caught once again. My love was laying absolutely still, a soft smile on her angelic face. Her eyes were closed, and her face was serene in her happiness. Bella, I whispered, and she opened her blind eyes to reveal her breathtaking gaze. I smiled very tenderly, and grasped her hand in mine. Our baby boy is gonna be all right, I whispered, and the words, spoken for the first time since the moment over 2 months ago when we'd first discovered that our baby boy was sick, they seemed so true. It seemed as though everything would be all right, that our baby boy would be fine. My smile grew, and my heart beat frantically this time, though it beat from my erratic happiness rather than my fear. She simply smiled, but that was all that she needed to do, because the absolutely serene expression that had settled on her beautiful face was all I needed to know that she was, for the first time in so long, truly happy. I love you, she breathed, and I kissed her softly, fleetingly. I love you, too. You have no idea, I murmured, and Dr. Trey cleared his throat quietly. Bella turned the most delicious shade of red as she buried her head in my chest. I just laughed, and turned to stare at the man before me. So, I whispered, and I held Bella as close to me as possible, considering the various wires and the ultrasound wand that was still held to her stomach. How soon can we go home? Dr. Trey laughed, and raised an eyebrow. Anxious, are we? I nodded eagerly, and he just shook his head in amusement as he flipped the ultrasound machine off. He turned to face us, and placed his hands in his lap. His expression had turned from amusement to complete seriousness. Soon. A few days, at the most, if no complications occur. But, he added, and his eyes bore into mine with such intensity that my breath caught. One of the greatest risks of this surgery is premature birth of the child. There are a lot of precautions you are going to have to take to make sure that the little one stays right where he should be for the next few months. I nodded quickly, clenching my fists tightly. Of course, I already knew that not many children who received this surgery made it to full term. But still, first, Dr. Trey continued, I'd like to put Bella on best rest. Not complete bed rest, of course. You can still move around, shower, and get up for your own meals. But I'd like it very much if you spent the majority of your time in bed. Also, no sexual contact. Sexual activity is linked to triggering labor, and we do not want that to happen. Simply a precaution. Avoid lifting heavy objects, avoid lifting anything, if possible. Don't let your blood pressure get too high, make sure that Bella remains calm, Edward. Don't let her get too upset, or tired. Keep her in a quiet, calm atmosphere, if possible. No small children, or animals. I know you're in school right now, Bella, but I would highly advise against going back until the little one is born. I interrupted him then, frowning. Bella and I have been looking into a possible surgery to repair her vision. Is that going to be possible? Dr. Trey smiled sadly, and shook his head. No, not until after she gives birth. Preparing mentally for a surgery like that, and for any possible outcomes, can be very stressful. Also, certain medications that I would deem unsafe for the baby would be used. Bella frowned, and bit her lip. I noticed that her beautiful gaze was guarded, but strong. I smiled at her, and kissed her cheek before turning back to the man in front of us. Thank you, I whispered. For everything. For saving our baby, mostly. But also for encouraging us, and for always smiling. Dr. Trey didn't respond. Instead, he clapped me on the shoulder, and with one final, encouraging squeeze, he left the room. Silence followed in his wake, and neither Bella or I broke it for what seemed forever. Finally, though, she spoke, and her voice was quiet and soft. Edward, I laid down beside her, my fingers dancing softly over her baby bump. I'd pushed the cloth up, once again, so I could touch her delicate skin. I don't want to go back to school. At all. Well, that was surprising. My words were fast, and more fierce than I'd intended for them to be. You don't want to finish. But you were so close, and... But she cut me off by placing her fingers gently to my lips. She smiled softly, and my heart beat frantically as she stared at me with such love shining in her beautiful gaze. I want to finish, but I don't want to leave Theodore alone. Ever. He's going to be a special baby, and I want to be there for him every moment of every day. I want to finish school, so badly. But there has to be other options. Options that won't take me away from my baby. I thought about that for a moment, still frowning. Of course, Theodore would require all of our attention, and I was determined to be the best father that I could be. But I knew that I, at least, needed to finish college. How else would I be able to support the ones I loved? But, if that's what you think is best, I murmured, and I tried not to let the disappointment seep into my tone. I knew Bella was right. Our baby needed us, not a nanny or babysitter. He needed his mommy, and his daddy. And there was only one way that could happen. But, I continued softly, in a few years, if you want to go back, the option will still be open. Bella smiled. Maybe, she whispered, but she didn't sound sure. Instead, she sounded sad. I frowned as I stared into her beautiful gaze. She was giving up so much. She was giving up the chance to get her sight back for now, at least. She could always have the surgery later, and she was giving up the future she'd always wanted. She was giving up the chance to see our baby when he was first born, too. I want this, Edward, she finally whispered, as if she had sensed the doubt and the worry over her sacrifices lingering in my tone. I love our little boy, and I want what's best for him. You're right. Maybe, in a few years, I can go back to school. I mean, it's not fathomable now, anyway. For me, at least. Besides, you and Theodore are all that matter. So I don't get to graduate. So what? Do you really think that a little piece of paper telling me that I'm smart matters more than you and our baby? I smiled, chuckling softly. I love you, Bella. She smiled finally, and laid her head on my chest. She yawned, and her eyes began to flutter closed. It was then, as I glanced reflexively at the clock, that I realized how long I'd kept her awake for. I kissed her forehead, and she tucked her head into the crook of my shoulder. Sleep, my Bella. But I just woke up. And besides, Teddy isn't tired, she protested, and I laughed more loudly then. I was sure my eyes were sparkling with both amusement and love as I pecked Bella's nose lightly. But you just had major surgery. Sleep, Bella, she huffed, but her eyes remained closed, and eventually, her breathing began to even out. I smiled, and curled closer to her before wrapping a thick, warm blanket around us both. And as I watched her, and marveled over how happy she was to give up everything for our son, my own eyes began to grow heavy. Theodore Addison Cullen. I smiled then, as I wrapped my arms tightly around the one woman I would love for the rest of my life. And then I followed her into dreamland, where the future was painted so brightly before me. But even as I dreamed, I couldn't help but wonder, would the future that was set before us be as easy as the one in my dreams? What kind of challenges would we face? Would Theodore face? But, I supposed, as long as we were together, we could do anything. October 21st, Friday, 2:13 p.m. Bella Pav. I was now 7 months, 2 weeks, and 4 days pregnant. And I felt like I was going to explode. Edward chuckled as I pouted. He simply rubbed my very bloated tummy, and kissed me softly on the lips. He was sitting beside me on our large, 4-poster bed, going over some papers. I felt my eyes pool with tears once more as I listened to the papers shuffle around as he edited his essay. For me, he had transferred out of Dartmouth and into the local college that housed only 1,000 or more students. For me, he had left behind the college of his dreams so that he could be with me. To stay with me while he finished his last year of studies. In the meantime, he had secured a job in construction, and had rented a small apartment right outside of Forks. I was never alone, though. During the day, while Edward was at work or in class, either Esme or Angela would make the 30-minute drive to be with me. I felt bad about having Angela come out, though, because if I thought I was big, then surely she was in imminent danger of exploding at any moment. Her baby girl was due any day now. I giggled randomly, and Edward chuckled quietly as well. He didn't speak, though, and he began to hum quietly as he absently rubbed my bare tummy. My tank top had been pushed up hours ago so that my wonderful, amazing, perfect husband could rub away the aches that our little monster created each time he kicked me. I feel like I'm going to pop, I noted absently, and Edward howled with laughter. He still didn't speak, though. Instead, he went back to reading over his silly essay. I rolled my eyes. He was so determined to go above and beyond his very best. He'd told me, again and again, that he didn't mind, though, because it was a small price to pay for everything I was giving him. I love you, I finally whispered absently, and I felt the bed move under me. I worried, for one brief second, that Edward was leaving me. But then I felt the warm pressure of his arms around me, and I sighed in contentment. I win. Take that, you silly essay. I giggled to myself again, and then shivered as I felt Edward's cold, rough fingers trace the scar that stretched across my tummy. But they didn't stop there. Instead, his fingers brushed my hip softly, and then, very briefly, my collarbone. I let my eyes flutter closed as I sighed in pleasure. Edward hadn't touched me in so long, considering the restrictions we were under. I breathed happily, and his lips tugged gently on my ear as he smiled against my skin. Just 1 month more. You're doing beautifully, my Bella. I groaned as his hand settled innocently on my stomach once more. My bottom lip jutted out, and Edward chuckled softly. He kissed my forehead, and rested his head on my shoulder. Neither of us spoke for a very long time. The only sounds were our soft breathing and the occasional sigh of happiness that slipped past my lips as Edward continued to gently caress my stomach. I feel like we're cheating, I blurted out randomly. I felt Edward smile against the skin of my neck, and heard him chuckle softly. How so, my love? We got to pick our baby's birthday. How cool is that? Edward laughed again, and shifted his body beside me. It's sort of sad, in a way, though, he whispered, and his warm breath cascaded over my comparatively cold skin. The fact that we didn't even have the option for a natural birth, and the fact that we had to choose a date almost 2 weeks early to avoid complications during the C-section. But at the same time, I countered, it's a beautiful feeling to know that our baby is healthy. Well, as healthy as is possible, that is. I'm content. Are you, Edward? He sighed deeply, but I felt his lips lift into a smile. I'm not simply content. I'm happy. So blissfully happy. I can't even describe the feelings that course through me like fire. I love you, Bella, and I love Teddy. I smiled tenderly, and let my blind eyes flutter closed as I placed my hand on top of Edward's where it rested so lightly over where I knew our baby boy was sleeping. His next words, though, were spoken very quietly, and made me open my eyes once more. What about colors? He murmured, and my heart beat fast at his words. When he spoke again, his voice was louder, and so beautifully happy. For our house, I mean. When we build, we're going to have to paint, you know. I know we already decided on yellow for the kitchen, but what about our room? I murmured, pleasantly surprised at the turn in conversation. He'd been randomly questioning me about colors, or rooms, and I had a silent suspicion that he was drawing up plans for the house that we would soon build. But then I frowned, and my heart plummeted as I remembered the realization that I'd come to days before when Edward had previously questioned me about bathrooms, something that he had so obviously overlooked. But Edward, we can't afford to build for a long time. Not with the loan you took out for my surgery, and college, and any surgeries or medicines that Teddy will need. We can't break into fund we set up for him, but there's nothing else, and... Shish, my love, he murmured comfortingly. I'll find a way. I want only the best for you and our baby. We can't keep living here. It's nice, but it's a house, not a home. I closed my eyes and took in a deep, shaking breath. I felt my whole body shudder, and that was when the tears began to flow so freely. Bella, Edward breathed softly. Oh, Bella, my love. Please don't cry. Everything will work out in the end. I know it will. I just feel, sometimes, like I'm not doing enough. I feel like I'm not giving you everything I should be giving you. Sometimes I feel that you're the one who's made all of the sacrifices. I want to give you a home, and even doing that much causes these beautiful tears to escape your magnificent eyes. I love you. I want to give you the world. I would, if I could. I feel so damn useless sometimes. His words were calm, sweet, and then he sighed in frustration and rolled away from me. My breath caught, and I reached out for him, needing for him to hold me again. Edward, I choked, and my hands shook as I searched through the ever-present darkness that encased my world. Edward, don't leave me. I'm as sorry. I'll stop crying, I promise. I heard another sigh, but this one was softer. And then warm arms encased me again, and my breathing slowed and my heartbeat returned to normal. I felt complete again, in his arms. I tried very hard not to cry as I spoke, but the traitor tears still slipped slowly from my eyes. Never say that again, Edward Cullen, I scolded him tearfully. You've given me everything. You've given me your love, and that's enough. You gave me Teddy, and oh, Edward, you're not useless. Without you by my side, I would crumble to pieces. I can't live, I can't breathe, without you here. It hurts when you're gone. It hurts when you're not holding me. I could never live without you. And it doesn't matter to me that we don't have a fancy house, or extra money to spend. All I need is you, and this child that we've created together. Us, Edward, our little family. I don't want to lose sight of that. Nothing else matters. Nothing. Not money, or cars, or luxuries, or anything. You, Edward, I only need you. Edward remained silent, though I could feel his warm weight beside me. I love you, I added softly, and as I wiped frantically at my tears, he pulled me closer. He gently pushed my hands away from my face, and lovingly, softly, kissed the salty tears from my pale skin. I love you, too, my Bella. Forever, all right, until the end of time, I will love you. I will never love another. No matter what happens, you are my only love. I smiled, and buried my face in Edward's chest. But I still want to build us a house. I groaned, hiccuping as I laughed simultaneously. Edward chuckled, and began to hum softly the lullaby that he'd written for me so long ago. His song was interrupted, though, when Teddy kicked particularly hard against my stomach and Edward's hand. We both laughed. My laugh was quiet and still laced with tears. Edward's was laced with happiness and wonder as he softly caressed my tummy. Hey, baby, Edward murmured, and he moved beside me until he was face to face with my bulging tummy. Please stop kicking your mommy. You're getting to be quite the big boy, and it's hurting her now. I smiled softly. It doesn't hurt that bad, Edward. Just a little bit. Edward chuckled, and leaned up to kiss my cheek. I know, my love. But seeing you hurt in any way whatsoever is very hard for me. I just smiled and closed my eyes, sighing happily as Edward wrapped me tightly in his warm embrace once more. I'm going to sleep now, so tell your son to go to sleep, too. Edward smiled against the skin of my neck, and began to hum softly once more. And I noticed, as I began to slip away, that Theodore's movements calmed with each beautiful note that slipped past Edward's soft lips. Good night, Bella, Edward murmured when his song finished. And then he moved down to kiss my stomach lightly once more. Good night, my son. I smiled. October 22nd, Saturday 8:17 p.m. Edward Pav. I feel like I'm doing everything wrong, I murmured quietly, sighing as I clasped my hands tightly together in my lap. I can't seem to get my life on track. Sure, I love Bella and I would do anything for her. But that's the problem. I want to do so much for her. I want to build her a house. Sometimes, I see her standing in the nursery we've set up for Theodore, and I know that she's dreaming of a real nursery, and not the tiny room that we've given him. I know she dreams of painting and decorating, and buying him a beautiful crib. But I can't give her any of that. I can barely pay the bills right now, and in God, it's so hard right now. My father smiled softly at me, and grasped my shoulder tightly in encouragement. You're wrong, Edward. You're not doing everything wrong, you're doing everything right. You love Bella, and your son. You're going to college full-time, and working, and doing your very best to provide everything that you possibly can for your family. Everything will turn out in the end. You just have to trust in that, and live each day as it comes. I sighed, and ran a hand through my messy hair. I blew out a deep breath, and let my eyes wander all around the room. You can go now, Edward. You're all patched up. I smiled at my father in thanks, and stood tenderly to my feet, being careful not to move my shoulder. How long will I be in the sling? I grumbled. My father chuckled, and smiled. A week, maybe more. I rolled my eyes and groaned, mentally calculating the lost income that this week out of work would cause. I also sighed in defeat as I realized that I wouldn't be able to sew anything more on my project. Thanks, Dad. Get well soon, son. And try not to fall through any more roofs, all right? I chuckled, and nodded, wincing as my previously dislocated shoulder protested loudly. Here's a prescription for some pain meds, my father added, passing me the small, white prescription slip. Take it easy for a few days, give your arm some time to heal. I nodded, but I still didn't move. I sighed, and turned to my father once more. Can you keep a secret? I still haven't told your mother that it was you who broke her favorite vase when you were 5, and not the cat. I chuckled, remembering that day. I had been so terrified. But that wasn't the point. I haven't been working overtime technically like I told Bella. I've been doing something else. My father's face grew emotionless, hard. You're not having an affair, are you? My eyes widened, and my words were more forceful, more loud, than I'd intended. No, God, no. Never. How could you even think that, Dad? He shrugged, and met my gaze with a sheepish expression. I had to ask. I glared at him, not at all sure I wanted to share my news with him anymore. But then he grinned, and I sighed, shoving my uninjured hand into my pocket. I didn't fall on the job, I admitted, glancing up at my father, so I could watch his reaction to my next words. Me and some of the guys we're building in the meadow, and I fell there. I'm building Bella's house, Dad. I started months ago. It's almost done. The guys at work have been helping me, for a good price, too. I want to be done before the baby comes. I want for us to take Teddy to a place that he can always call home. My father smiled a tiny smile, and my heart hammered hard and fast in my chest. Even though my father and I had disagreed throughout my lifetime on what seemed every major turning point, his opinion still mattered. His smile, and his soft words of approval still mattered so much to me. I felt like such a little boy waiting anxiously for the words my father would speak. But when he did speak, his words were confused. Edward, how can you afford this? I'm not judging you, not by any means. I understand where you're coming from, wanting to give Bella a home. But how? I blew out a deep breath, my eyes dropping to the floor. Like I said, the guys are helping me for a really good price. I took out another loan for the materials, and to get the foundation laid. I'm trying to do everything that I can by myself, but I can't do it all. There was actually a reason I brought this up. It's kind of selfish, actually. I grinned sheepishly, and my father nodded for me to continue, his expression calm. I can't afford to hire anyone else to help me, but I know that I can't finish in the next month. I was wondering if you and some of the guys at the hospital would be willing to help me. Just one day, to help me get the roof finished. I already asked Jake, and he said that he can gather some guys from the reservation. All the guys at work are willing to help, too, and I think, with enough help, that one day would be enough to finish. Please, Dad, could you at least ask around? This is really important to me. Finally, my father smiled. I felt warmth flow throughout my whole body, and I smiled, too. The warmth of approval, acceptance. I felt like a little boy again, beaming in pride as his father smiled at a poorly made sand castle. Of course, Edward, my father whispered, and he clasped my uninjured shoulder tightly. I'll see what I can do. At the very least, I'll come out and help. I smiled, and breathed out deeply. Thanks, Dad. My father nodded, and then cocked his head to the side. So when are you planning on letting Bella in on the secret? My smile turned to a full-blown grin and I shifted around in my seat like an excited child. When she gets out of the hospital. When we being Theodore home. I'm going to bring them to the meadow, instead of the apartment. I just hope she won't be pissed at me for spending so much money. Both my father and I laughed. We both knew that Bella would complain about the expenses. But I knew, at the same time, that it was worth it. It would always be worth it. Because she was worth everything. I finally stood to my feet. Thanks, Dad, I whispered, walking slowly to the door. Thanks for everything, really. My father smiled, but didn't turn to face me. Our eyes met in the reflection in the mirror, though, and the tenderness and love shining in his eyes was enough to make my heart beat faster. You're welcome, son, he murmured, casting his gaze away from mine. You're welcome. I smiled, and walked away. October 27th. Friday 5:11 p.m. Bella Pav. I smiled as I let my fingers run so very lightly over the raised print on the page. The words flew away beneath my fingertips, like leaves on a windy day. But though the words flew past at such an astonishing speed, they stayed so clear in my mind as a story formed in my head. The words were already painted on the page, but as I read each one, they painted in my mind a picture more beautiful, more vivid, than any other book ever had. Edward was gone again today, working overtime to pull in some extra income since, for the past week, he'd been unable to work, thanks to his injured arm. I smiled, and flipped the page again. He was so dedicated, so determined to do anything and everything that he could. I was alone today, though, which he hadn't liked one bit. But Esme was in Seattle, and Angela had been admitted to the hospital so that they could induce labor. She was a week overdue, and the doc said that the little one needed to come out sooner rather than later. They were inducing her tomorrow, and Edward had promised to bring me. I smiled, but then winced as Theodore kicked me once more. I put my book down, and rubbed my tummy softly. Please go to sleep, little one. You've been up all day. Theodore, of course, didn't listen. Instead, he kicked me again. Man, that kid had power. He was kicking harder than ever, and it was honestly hurting very much. I winced, and opened my mouth to plead with my baby boy once more. Theodore, Mommy is. But before I would force the words past my lips, a very different kind of pain ripped through my body. I cried out, and curled my knees loosely to my chest, breathing deeply and clenching my eyes shut as I waited for the pain to pass. It did pass, but though it was no longer burning me, a ghost of pain still lingered. It wasn't enough to keep the tears falling, but it was enough to make me whimper quietly as I stumbled from the bed. My trembling fingers wrapped around the phone. But before I could lift it to my ear and dial the number I knew my heart, the pain ripped through me again. I felt warm water slide slowly down my legs, and I collapsed in front of the bed, crying out. I understood now, the pain that I had been feeling for so many hours. The pain that was an echo of what it felt like when Theodore kicked. The pain that had grown harder as each hour passed. My water had broken, and I had gone into labor. I whimpered, and wrapped my arms loosely around my stomach as I reached for the phone again. But in my pained haste, I had dropped it, and I didn't know where it had gone. Edward, I cried out as another wave of pain hit me. My hands clenched and unclenched quickly, my fingernails digging into my skin. Edward, I whimpered, and as if I had somehow managed to call him back to me, I heard his voice in my ear, and I felt his warm arms encase me. Shish, my love, calm down, shish. Edward, I cried, and I felt his warm lips on my cheek, brushing away the tears. Too soon, I whimpered. It's too soon. Teddy will be fine. Love, he murmured, and I felt his warm hands running quickly over my skin, quickly dressing me in the soft cloth that would protect me from the sun. You held on long enough. Teddy is big enough, strong enough, to live now. Shish, love, calm down. Let me bring you to the hospital. Your water already broke. How long has it been hurting? I tried to answer him, but all that slipped past my lips was a cry of pain. I felt Edward's arms tighten around me as he lifted me gently from the bed and began walking. The movement of his body calmed me a little, and I blew out a deep, shaking breath. A few hours, I stuttered, gripping Edward's shirt tightly and burying my head in his chest. I thought Teddy was just kicking. I didn't, but Edward cut me off by pressing his lips gently to mine. Shish, love, not your fault. Calm down. Close your eyes. We'll be at the hospital soon. I nodded, and let my blind eyes flutter closed. My baby Teddy, October 27th, Friday 7 p.m., Edward Pav. The day had been exhausting, but rewarding. My and Bella's house was finished, mostly. Of course, we still had to paint and furnish the bedrooms, but I wanted to do that part with Bella. The only rooms I'd painted were the kitchen, bathrooms, and the living room. I'd had to paint Teddy's nursery, too, of course, so that the paint would have plenty of time to dry. I didn't want the fumes to bother him. It wasn't just a house, though, it was a home, too. A place that Bella and I could raise a family in. A place that we could call our own. I turned the car off with a happy sigh, and bounded quickly to the front door of the small apartment that Bella and I had been living in for so many weeks. I smiled as I pushed the key into the lock and turned it swiftly. The door fell open under my hand, and my smile grew to dangerous proportions as I moved quickly through the halls, desperate to find my Bella. She would be sleeping at this point, I was sure, either that, or she was still reading the book I'd bought for her the other day. I opened my mouth to call out, but no words left my lips. Instead, a very different voice called out. A cry of pain echoed through the empty house, and as I froze, my heart shattered. Edward, my angel cried, and there was such anguish, such pain in her voice that I began to tremble. I dropped my bag on the floor, and stumbled forward, my hands shaking as I threw open the bedroom door. I wasn't exactly sure what I expected to find, but when I saw Bella on the floor, her hands wrapped tightly around her swollen stomach, my heart began to pound erratically. I fell down beside her, and wrapped my arms firmly around her small frame. I whispered soft, encouraging words to her as I moved quickly to grab her son's suit. I knew what was happening. I knew. Shish, my love, calm down, shish. Quote, Edward, she cried, and she clutched herself to me tightly as I kissed her tears away. Too soon, she whimpered. It's too soon. Teddy will be fine. Love, I murmured softly, my fingers shaking so hard that I could barely bring up the zipper on the soft blue cloth that would protect Bella in the sun. You held on long enough. Teddy is big enough, strong enough, to live now. Shish, love, calm down. Let me bring you to the hospital. Your water already broke. How long has it been hurting? She moved her lips to respond, but all that came out was yet another cry of pain. A few hours, she finally stuttered, and her tiny hands gripped so tightly to my shirt that I was sure it'd rip. I didn't care. I thought Teddy was just kicking. I didn't. Quote, but I cut her words off by pressing my lips gently to hers. Shish, love, not your fault. Calm down. Close your eyes. We'll be at the hospital soon. I scooped Bella into my arms, and bolted through the door. I buckled her into the car quickly and yet still carefully before running to my side. I shoved the key into the ignition with such force that I was sure the metal had bent. Bella cried out again, and I knew that I needed to hurry. There wasn't much time left. I gripped my cell phone with shaking hands as I sped through the streets of Forks, desperate to get Bella to someone who could help. Dad, I whispered, my voice shaking, as soon as he picked up. Bella went into labor. Oh, God, it's too early. Despite my reassurances to the angel sitting beside me, I couldn't help but be fearful that it was too early. Would Teddy be all right? My father spoke quickly, softly. Edward, calm down. Take a deep breath. How far along, exactly, is Bella? I took a deep breath like he'd asked, but immediately began to panic once more when Bella grasped my hand tighter than ever. She cried out once more, biting her lip as tears flowed quickly down her ashen cheeks. 35 weeks. Dad, it's happening so quickly. She's been in labor for hours, but just didn't know it. She thought Teddy was simply kicking her. The contractions are only minutes apart now. Everything will be fine, Edward, my father reassured me softly, gently. 35 weeks is good. Very good. Teddy probably weighs around 5 pounds. He's healthy, Edward. He can breathe on his own now. He'll be fine. Trust me, Edward. He will be fine. Are you at the hospital? I nodded, but then realized that my father couldn't see me. So I took a deep breath, and forced myself to answer. I just pulled up. Dad, can you come down? I want you to be here. In the room, if possible, when they deliver the baby. Please, I'm already on my way. Keep Bella calm, Edward. Don't let her panic. Hold her, talk her through this. I'll be there in a minute, all right. I nodded again, and then hung up without saying goodbye. I tossed the phone into the backseat, and moved quickly from the car. As I was opening Bella's door, however, she cried out once more, and my heart sputtered hyperactively. I gently lifted her into my arms, and moved quickly toward the emergency room doors. Help me, I cried out, running straight into the main room. My wife is in labor. Help, please, help me. Quote. 3 nurses quickly moved to my side, and within seconds, they had Bella on a bed, the side rails pulled up. I stood uselessly in the background, watching as they quickly hooked her up to both a monitor and a fetal monitor. I smiled the tiniest bit, though, as I listened to Teddy's heartbeat. It was fast, strong. Edward, Bella whispered, and I moved to her side without thinking. I took her hand into mine, and smiled at her. Yes, my love, I murmured gently, brushing the sweaty hair from her beautiful eyes. I smiled, and kissed her forehead gently. It hurts, she whimpered quietly, and my smile slipped the smallest bit. But I held her hand tighter than ever, and continued to run my shaking fingers through her soft hair. I know, love, I know, I'm sorry, so sorry. I turned to the nurse then, the young lady that was monitoring both Bella and Teddy's vitals. I spoke quickly, and my voice was strong. The frightened trembling had been forgotten to make way for the need to whisper the words that were so important. Teddy, our baby, had a prenatal operation at 22 weeks to repair a spina bifida defect. We need to see Dr. Kane. He was supposed to induce labor at 38 weeks, and perform a C-section. Is he here? Can you page him? Oh, of course. The nurse stuttered. She was about to say something else, but another voice cut her off. Edward. I felt first fear, and then relief pour through me as my father's voice cut through the thick tension in the air. I turned to him, a breath of relief slipping past my lips. I smiled, finally. Dad, I breathed, but my attention didn't stay on him for long. Bella cried out once more, but this time, her cries didn't stop. She continued to whimper even after the initial pain had passed. Tears made their way slowly down her pale cheeks, and I turned to my father with frightened eyes. This baby won't wait, he yelled, upset at the slow nurses. Page Dr. Kane now. Why yes, sir. The young woman stuttered, and she ran from our side in the same moment that my father moved to place a loving hand on Bella's cheek. Does it still hurt, Bella? Why yes, she cried, and I gripped her hand tighter as I swiftly kissed away her tears. It hurts so be bad. Oh, Bella, love. Quote. I wished, more than anything, that I could take away her pain. But even as she continued to cry, she smiled. Her blind, Beautiful eyes met mine, and she smiled. I tried to smile, too, but my lips kept slipping back into a terrified frown each time she would cry out. "I love you, Edward," she whispered, and it seemed odd that, in that moment, I was the one that needed to be reassured. "I love you, too, sweetheart," I whispered, brushing my fingers through her hair once more. "Are you ready?" Bella laughed. It was a soft, quiet sound. Her smile grew. "No, but Teddy sure as hell is." I laughed, finally, and I felt my heart soar as I watched the woman I loved breathing in deeply as her body prepared itself to give birth to our son. My heart plummeted, though, as Bella cried out once more. Everything after that was a blur. Dr. Kane finally arrived, and quickly moved us to the labor and delivery ward of the hospital. Teddy's birth wasn't a beautiful, breathtaking moment, though, like everyone described it to be. There was no glowing mother, really, who glows while giving birth. No one, that's who, and I was more of a nervous wreck than Bella was. I was numb. I barely remembered anything. I remember Dr. Kane instructing me to hold Bella's hand. I remember the tears, both mine and Bella's, that flowed so freely. I remember that neither of us spoke. The only words that we needed to say were already painted so clearly in our eyes. The first moment that I can honestly say that I would never forget was when they placed my squirming, 5-pound, 3-ounce son in my arms. "My son, Theodore Addison Cullen, welcome to the world," I murmured in awe, brushing the sticky mess of golden red fuzz away from his bright blue eyes. He wailed loudly, and kicked my hand away from him in the same moment that I cut the last remaining, physical tie between mother and son. "Do you want to see him, love?" I whispered, and though I'd only known my son for mere moments, the thought of not having his warm weight in my arms made my heart clench painfully. Bella nodded breathlessly, and I moved behind the white curtain that had been set up as a prop. More than anything, Bella couldn't have watched the bloody removal scene, even if she had wanted to. "Please, Edward, let me see my baby." I nodded, though I knew that I couldn't let her hold him until the nurse had cleaned him up. "He's beautiful," Bella marveled, tears overflowing from her beautiful eyes as she ran her fingers delicately, softly, over Teddy's warm skin. I nodded in agreement, and Dr. Kane smiled at me from where he was swiftly, carefully, sewing the incision on Bella's abdomen shut. The nurse took Teddy away from me, and I felt like taking him right back from her. But instead of chasing her down, I held Bella's hand, and gazed deeply into her ice-blue gaze. "I wish that you could see him," I breathed, and she smiled a tearful smile. "Me, too," she whispered softly. But as I continued to stare into her beautiful eyes, I could see that she had no regrets. I knew that she didn't regret a single choice we'd made. She didn't regret that she couldn't see our son as I did, because the reason she couldn't see him was the reason he was healthy and alive. I smiled at her, but my eyes wandered when I heard my son once more. Teddy was protesting loudly to the gloved hands that were handling him so carefully. His tiny lips puckered, and he let out a wail that seemed far too loud for his tiny body. His little feet kicked strongly back and forth, and his little hands, clenched into fists, waved around wildly. Dr. Kane noticed my preoccupation, and chuckled heartily. "He's a feisty little one. You'll be able to take him home soon, I imagine." "Home?" I smiled, and a tiny laugh escaped my lips. But then my son was placed back in my arms, his hair fuzzy now that the messy afterbirth had been cleared from it, and I could concentrate on nothing but the tiny miracle that Bella and I had created together. "I want to hold him," Bella begged me, and I turned to her, my heart clenching as I watched the tears flow slowly down her pale cheeks. I smiled and nodded, and gently placed our son on her chest. Teddy still kicked his tiny feet back and forth, but he was silent as he took in everything around him with wide, blue eyes that seemed so much brighter in contrast to the dull, blue bodysuit he now wore. His hands were curled to his chest, and his legs to his body. He was still curled in the same way that he had been in Bella's womb. Old habits die hard, I supposed. "He's so little," Bella marveled, and she let loose a awe-filled sigh as she grasped Teddy's hand in hers. I just smiled, and brushed back the soft fuzz of bronze hair that covered Teddy's head. I didn't have any words to describe the feelings that seemed to overflow from my very being. "He has my hair," I whispered. "He has blue eyes, too, but all newborns do. I can't wait to see what color they turn." I hope they'll be brown, exactly like yours used to be. Or maybe they'll stay blue, like yours are now. He has your lips, but my nose, I think. He's beautiful, Bella said once more, and I smiled and nodded, not speaking as I continued to stare at the tiny being that had been hiding from us for so many months. I reached out, and touched his little foot. He squealed, and pulled his foot back towards him, puckering his lips as he worked up to another loud cry. I laughed, and Dr. Kane offered me one final smile before reaching his hands out to take Teddy. May I? Though he appears healthy, he needs to go to the NICU for some testing. We just want to be 100% sure that everything healed fine after the surgery, he explained, and I nodded, gently lifting my son into my arms one final time before handing him to Dr. Kane. Be a good boy now, I murmured, letting my fingers dance delicately over the red, irritated skin of Teddy's forehead. I love you, Teddy. Teddy squealed, as if in agreement of my statement. Bella chuckled, but it was half-hearted. I noticed that my smile was forced, as well. I chuckled sadly, and kissed Bella softly on the head. I miss him already. God, I love you, Bella. She smiled, and rested her head on my arm as she took a deep, exhausted breath. I love you, too, Edward, she whispered, and I squeezed her hand tightly as the nurses shooed me out of the room. They quickly changed and cleaned Bella up, and then she was moved into a small, bright blue room. I grinned at the "it's a boy" sign that hung decoratively over the bed, and shook my head in amusement. But the amusement faded from my expression the moment that I saw my Bella, sleeping so peacefully in the middle of the large, white bed. She seemed so small, so fragile. But this was different. The last time I'd harbored those thoughts, Bella had been fighting for her own life. Now, she was resting after giving life to another human being. A beautiful, perfect, tiny baby, a part of her, and a part of me, put together to make the most beautiful child in all of existence. Edward, I smiled, as I listened to my father's soft voice. I couldn't, tear my eyes away from Bella, however. I murmured, and I sighed in contentment as my father laid a comforting hand on my shoulder. Teddy has been moved to the nursery. Do you want to see him? I bit my lip, and I was torn between the decision to stay with my Bella, or to go see my son once more. I smiled, though, and finally tore my eyes away from Bella's soft, beautiful frame. Just a moment, I whispered, and I walked silently over to Bella's bedside. I kissed her forehead softly, and she stirred, her blind eyes opening slowly. Edward, she breathed sleepily, and I kissed her once more before pulling back to stare into her beautiful eyes. I'm going to go check on Teddy, love. Will you be all right for a moment? She nodded, and reached out to take my hand into hers. She squeezed it softly, supportively, and smiled. Go, she whispered, her eyes already fluttering closed once more. Please, make sure our baby boy isn't alone. I smiled, and chuckled softly as I pulled my hand out of hers and gently brushed back the soft hair that fell to her shoulders. He'll never be alone, my love. Never, she smiled, even in sleep. And, surprisingly, my smile didn't slip even as I walked out of the door. I was too excited to concentrate on the feelings of emptiness that filled me. My son. And then we were there. My father smiled, and squeezed my shoulder encouragingly before he walked away. I stared after him for a second, and then turned to the observation window that was carved into the west wall of the nursery. My eyes flowed quickly over the children until I caught sight of the messy, fuzzy bronze hair that I would recognize anywhere. I pressed both hands to the window, and chuckled softly as I listened to my son squeal as the nurse pressed his itsy-bitsy, ink-covered foot against the paper she held. I grinned as I stared at the tiny footprint that was stained forever onto Teddy's birth certificate. He's perfect, I murmured, and my eyes were only for him. There were many other newborn children in the nursery as well, but I didn't even spare them a second glance. My son was the only one I saw. He really is very cute. Has quite a temper, though, a familiar voice chuckled. Just like you. I whirled around, my eyes wide. Jacob, what are you doing here? The man before me grinned, and his shaggy, black hair hung into his sparkling eyes. Angela went into labor, only hours before the docs were scheduled to induce her. See there, he whispered, and he pointed to the bassinet beside Teddy's. That's my baby girl. That's my little Emmy. And I noticed, as I watched Jake watch his own child, that his eyes held the same adoring gaze that mine did, and his voice carried the same tone of awe when he spoke of his daughter. I grinned, and let my eyes wander over the little body of Jake's second daughter. "Tough break," I said, laughing as my eyes wandered back to my son. He was wailing loudly once more as he tried very hard to throw the baby blue cap off of his head. "2 daughters. Beautiful, both of them. You're going to have to fight he boys off with a stick." Jacob stiffened, and his smile fell immediately as his gaze flickered to my still wailing son. I grinned, and I could almost hear the thoughts running around in his head. I opened my mouth to tease him about the possibility of boys once more, but no words came out. I was cut off by the only partially joking voice of the man I considered one of my only friends. "Keep your son away from my daughter," Jacob growled, and I laughed loudly. Jacob pouted, and I grinned, but I still couldn't manage to tear my eyes from my son. My next words were filled with awe. The momentary amusement was completely gone. "He's so small. It's hard to imagine that I helped create him. That he's mine, and I get to care for him." Jacob scoffed, and rolled his eyes. "Believe me, reality sets in very quickly once you get him home and the 3 a.m. feedings start." Jacob paused, and his eyebrows smashed together in concentration. "Every 2 hours. Oh, God, why did I agree to having another one again? Can I take her back?" I laughed again, and shook my head. How could Teddy ever cease to be the amazing creature that he was? I couldn't imagine ever getting annoyed or upset at him. "My baby boy," I whispered once more, still in awe as I reached out to press both hands against the glass once more. I grinned lopsidedly, and wished more than anything that I could hold him once more. "Congrats, man," Jacob whispered, and he smiled as he clapped me on the shoulder. "You're a daddy." And as Jacob whispered the words that hadn't seemed real before, reality suddenly came crashing in. The last few months had seemed like a dream, as all the while I had tried not to get too attached to the tiny being that might or might not live. But now, I was a daddy. Oh, God, what had I gotten myself into? October 29th, Sunday 9:15 a.m., Bella Pav. There is, of course, still a possibility of a buildup of fluid in the brain, Dr. Kane said softly, and I bit my lip as I shifted my son's weight in my arms. But as I listened to my baby squeal happily as he kicked Edward once more, I smiled. We had been through so much, and my baby boy was healthy. There was no room for sorrow. I was overflowing with happiness and joy. We had come so far, we could do anything. Dr. Kane continued to speak, his voice quiet and soft. And of course, since spina bifida affects the spine, lower body motion might have been damaged. We're hoping that we caught and repaired the defect early enough, but don't worry if Teddy hasn't started walking by 16 months. Of course, Dr. Kane continued, and I could hear the smile in his voice now. That's a long way off. And by the way this little man keeps kicking Daddy, I'm pretty sure he won't have problems with his legs. I grinned as my baby squealed in agreement. He shifted in my arms, and kicked his legs forward again, to where I knew Edward was sitting, watching over me as I held our son. "Thank you, Dr. Kane," I whispered, and I looked up to meet his gaze. Because even though I couldn't see his face, I needed him to be able to read in my tearful gaze the feelings that I couldn't express through words. "For everything. You're welcome, Bella," he murmured, and he brushed his hand gently against Teddy's forehead. He chuckled softly, and his chair scraped across the floor as he stood to his feet. "I'll leave you alone now. If you need anything, just hit the call button, all right?" I tried to respond, but I couldn't. I was too wrapped up in my son to really do anything. Edward responded for me, however, and as I listened to the soft murmur of his voice, I turned to where I knew he was sitting. He spoke before I could. "How are you feeling, love?" he murmured, and he brushed his lips very tenderly against my forehead. "Are you still in pain?" I shook my head. The pain had been numbed. I grinned, and reached out to touch Edward's face very gently. I splayed my fingers out, and he sighed happily as he leaned into my warm touch. My grin melted into a loving smile as I leaned into his chest. Teddy, however, didn't like not being the center of attention. He squealed, and I chuckled quietly as I turned my blind gaze back to where I knew he was resting quietly in my arms. I rested my warm hand on his bare tummy, and he patted my hand gently. I turned to Edward, my eyes filled with awe. Describe him again, please, I breathed, and Edward smiled against the skin of my neck as he reached his hand forward to place on top of mine. Together, we held our son close as he whispered the words that painted such a vivid picture in my mind. He has such wide, curious eyes. They look exactly like yours right now. They're so deep, so reflective. He's just a newborn, and yet his eyes carry the knowledge of so many years. His hair is a fuzzy, bronze mess. Exactly like mine. Poor kid. I giggled breathlessly, and Edward chuckled as he kissed my cheek fleetingly. He continued to speak, his voice a quiet, husky murmur. He has 10 tiny toes, and 10 tiny fingers. So small. His skin is still a little red. That'll fade, I know. He's so perfect, Bella. I wish more than anything that you could see him. I smiled. I could see him. Because, through Edward's beautiful, vivid descriptions, I had painted a picture in my mind more beautiful than anything I'd ever seen. Except, of course, for the man beside me. I breathed out deeply in surprise as realization hit. My words were whispered, quiet. Describe yourself, Edward, I breathed. Please. I had seen him only once. In my dream, my vision, whatever it had been. When I'd woken from the fever-induced coma to be thrown immediately into the vision of Edward covered in blood, I shivered as I remembered once more that fateful day. But I'd never asked my husband to describe himself to me. I knew why. Of course, I didn't love him for what he looked like. I loved him for who he was. Edward stiffened beside me. I grinned. I know you're hot, Edward. No need to be embarrassed. I've seen you plenty of times. I just want to hear you tell me. He sighed, but he smiled against the skin of my neck as he kissed the warm skin softly. Only for you, my Bella. Only for you. He paused, and sighed again. I could feel the heat of his cheeks against my neck. It made me smile. Oh, my sweet, easily embarrassed husband. My hair is a mess. It's a bronze, reddish color. I think I cursed our son. He'll never be able to brush it down. My eyes are a deep, emerald green. My mother has always told me that she can see into my very soul when she looks into my eyes. I have a very hot body. I giggled, and slapped his shoulder playfully. He chuckled, and buried his head in the crook of my neck as he lifted his hand from mine to brush Teddy's hair back softly. I love you, Bella. Soon, all right, soon, you'll be able to see everything. I'll show you the world. The sun as it sets so beautifully at night, and the way the moon sparkles on the lake. I'll show you the ducks, and the cliffs that seem so beautifully dangerous. I'll show you me, and our son. I'll show you the beautiful, bright blue sky, and the way the stars sparkle just for you. Edward paused, and moved both of his hands from the squirming body of our baby boy. His hands didn't remain in motion for long, though. They settled on either side of my face as his lips very gently brushed against mine, just barely touching, not lingering. I know this sounds horrible, but sometimes I'm glad that you're blind. I want to be the one to show you the world, and all of the beauties it holds. I want to be the first one you see. I'm so selfish, but it's true. I love you so much. I smiled a watery smile, and then hiccuped. Edward chuckled as he kissed me once more, this more firmly. I'll love you, too, Edward, I stuttered, hastily wiping away the tears that had gathered in my eyes. Edward's hand gently pushed mine out of the way, and he gently kissed each cheek as he brushed the tears away himself. He kissed my nose softly, and then each eyelid as my eyes fluttered closed once more. Forever, all right, he murmured, and he moved then until I was seated somewhat more conveniently on his lap. I smiled, and nodded as I held my son close. Forever, I agreed, and the words had never sounded more beautiful. October 30th, Monday 11:22 p.m., Edward Pav. Hey, little man, how about you go to sleep now, so Daddy can sleep, too? I whispered, yawning as I rubbed Teddy's bare tummy. He squealed in protest, and tried to kick my hands away from him. His tiny fingers clasped onto mine, and he didn't let go. His bright blue eyes widened even further as he kicked his tiny legs back and forth desperately. Wah, he informed me, and I groaned as I scooped him into my arms. He immediately fell silent as he squirmed himself into a more comfortable position in the crook of my arm. His bright, curious eyes met mine, and he popped his fingers out of his mouth to wave at me. I couldn't help myself. I grinned brightly, and pressed a soft kiss to my son's head. He, of course, squealed in response as he slapped a tiny hand to his forehead, curious about the slobbery gift I'd given him. "Sleep, baby," I murmured, but he just continued to stare at me as he curled his arms to his chest and his feet as close to his little body as he could. He didn't yawn. He just stared without blinking for the longest time. "Don't worry, Edward," a soft voice informed me. "You won't be getting anything even closely resembling sleep for a very long time." I turned in surprise to glare at my father. "Ha ha," I grumbled, and I stared at him through red, sleep-deprived eyes. My father didn't smile, though, like I expected him to. Instead, he took a seat next to me, and held out his arms. I gratefully passed him Teddy, and rubbed my eyes tiredly. "I'm serious, son. Bella had to deliver Teddy via C-section," my father said, and he frowned as Teddy began to immediately cry. "The recovery time for a C-section is much longer than for a natural birth. You're going to have to do a lot more of the work. She's not allowed to lift heavy objects, and she won't be able to move around for long. She needs to rest. She's going to be a lot more tired than usual, as well. You're going to have to step up to the plate, and take responsibility. I know things seemed unreal for the first few months. But now you have a son to care for, and he's completely dependent on you. You, Edward." I smiled, and sighed happily as I took my squirming, squealing son back from my father. He fell silent in my arms immediately, and my smile grew. "He likes me," I whispered in awe, and my father chuckled. "He loves you, Edward. You're his daddy." My grin fell, but it wasn't because I was sad or disappointed. It just seemed so completely unreal that I was a father. That this beautiful, tiny, perfect boy was mine. That it was me he would look up to, that he would depend on. "Thanks, Dad," I whispered, and my father stood from his seat. He placed a comforting hand on my shoulder, and gave me a final, encouraging smile before he walked to the door. I turned back to my son. "So, what say we have a nap? I'll hold you, if that's what you want." Teddy seemed fond of this idea. He yawned, and tucked his tiny head into the crook of my arm once more as I moved to the rocking chair in the corner of the bright blue hospital room. I smiled, and leaned my head against the hard wood as I settled in for a long night. "Love you, Teddy," I whispered, and my eyes finally fell closed. November 3rd, Thursday 7:10 p.m. "Hurry up, Edward," Bella urged me quietly. She tugged the sleeve of my shirt, and I chuckled as I continued to fill out the release papers for both Bella and Teddy. "I want to go home." I smiled. Home. But then my smile faded, and my hand faltered. I pulled the pen away from the paper before I could ruin it. I bit my lip, and sighed. Bella's face fell, too, when she realized that I was no longer smiling. She frowned, and ran her fingers lightly across my lips. The light motion made my heart race, and my eyes fluttered closed under her warm touch. "What's wrong, Edward?" she whispered, and I shook my head, smiling once more as I kissed her fingertips softly. "Nothing, love," I whispered, and I turned back to the paper in front of me. But though a smile was pasted on my lips, my heart was still in turmoil. I wanted, more than anything, to bring Bella to our new house, our home, but at the same time, I wanted to wait. I wanted her to see the house. I wanted her to be able to see everything. I wanted her to see Teddy's nursery. I wanted to see the beauty of the meadow. I wanted it to be special. I wanted to bring her home after her surgery. After she could see. I wanted this to be special. Over the past few days, I had agonized about what I was going to do. But now I was out of time, and I was at a crossroad. But as I stared into Bella's beautiful, blind eyes once more, I smiled. Did it really matter? She was going to yell at me either way. I chuckled quietly at the thought, and finished signing my name with a final stroke of the pen. I placed it down, and then turned to my love. "Are you ready to go home?" I whispered, and as I whispered those words, nothing else seemed to matter. The trivial worries that had gone through my mind only moments before seemed stupid. The fact that Bella couldn't see had never concerned me before. Why now? I wanted Bella and our son to live in the house that I'd built for them. I wanted them to never leave the place that was already filled with so much love. I smiled, and took Bella's hand tightly in mine. I carried our son, tucked warmly in the crook of my arm, sleeping silently, in the other. "Let's go home," I whispered, and Bella nodded happily as she leaned into me. Her soft hair tickled my arm, and I smiled. It was dark outside, so Bella wouldn't have to hide her beautiful face behind the soft fabric that protected her from the sun. "Let's," she agreed. 7:34 p.m., Bella Pav. I smiled as Edward's hand clasped mine tightly. But instead of helping me down, like I had assumed he would, he instead swept me tenderly into his arms and held me close to his chest. I giggled, and buried my face in his chest. But then he sighed, and I reached up to trace his lips with my fingers. He was frowning. "Why?" "I just realized that I can't carry both my beautiful wife and my son at the same time." I smiled, and held my arms out. "Let me carry Teddy," I said, and Edward quickly agreed. He placed me down only long enough to help unbuckle Teddy from his bright blue, dinosaur-covered car seat. Then, when our baby boy was tucked safely in the crook of my arm, Edward gently swept me into his warm embrace once more. I giggled once more, and I was sure that my face was red. "What are you doing, Edward?" He grinned against the warm skin of my cheek as he kissed me fleetingly. "I'm carrying my wife and son home." "Is that so bad?" I grinned widely, and shook my head, breathing a sigh of utter contentment as Edward began to move. I reached a hand out to brush against the wood of the door as Edward swiftly opened it. I frowned, though. The wood under my fingertips was amazingly smooth, not at all like it should be. "Welcome home, love," Edward whispered, his voice quiet and light, and beautiful, like velvet, as he placed me gently on the ground. My feet, bare, for I had refused to put my shoes on, shuffled slowly across what seemed like a sea of cotton. I reached down, and brushed my fingers against the soft floor. "Edward," I breathed, and my breath caught. Tears formed in my eyes, and my fingers shook. "Where are we?" But I already knew. The secret smiles, the late hours, the sawdust on his clothes that couldn't have possibly come from laying concrete. The all-consuming joy that I could hear in his voice when he talked about the project he was working on. It all made sense now. "Welcome home." Edward smiled as he pressed his lips against the skin right beneath my ear. "It's not finished, but it's close. We're facing out toward the meadow. The trees are surrounding us, and the river flows right behind us. Before us is the bright, beautiful flow of our meadow." He paused, and breathed in deeply as his arms tightened around both me and our son. When he continued to speak, his voice was even quieter. "I know that finances are tight right now, but none of that matters. Please don't worry about anything, love. That's my job. Your job is to rest, and to heal, and to be happy here, in our new home. I love you," he added, and he chuckled quietly. I shivered as his warm breath cascaded over my comparatively cool skin. "Please don't yell at me. I wanted so badly to do this for you. I didn't build you this house to prove anything, Bella. I didn't do this simply to make myself feel better because of what I can't give you. I did this for you. I want us to raise our son in a place that we can always call home." I took in a deep, shuddering breath, but I still couldn't speak. Edward's words, so beautiful, still resonating in my head. "Bella," he murmured, and I could hear the worry in his voice. "Please say something before I go insane." I couldn't help it. I giggled, a slightly insane sound, actually. But as soon as that one giggle slipped past my lips, brought on by Edward's plea for me not to yell at him, everything came rushing forward. The tears flowed, and my whole body shook. A smile reached my lips, and my knees went weak. I was insanely grateful for Edward's strong, loving embrace in that moment, because if he hadn't been holding me, I was sure I would have collapsed. "Bella," he murmured softly, and he leaned his forehead against mine. Amazingly, Teddy was still sleeping, blissfully unaware of the world around him, in my arms. I smiled, and choked back yet another sob. I was only able to force out 2 words. But they were the only words that were needed in that moment. Thank you." Edward smiled, and kissed me very softly. He let us sink slowly, carefully, to the ground as he coaxed my lips open with his own. His hands cupped my cheeks, and his body was warm against mine. "I love you," I finally whispered, and Edward merely smiled against my forehead, where his lips now rested. "I know," he whispered, and he wrapped me securely in his embrace. Neither of us moved for the longest time. Instead, we sat silently on the soft, cool carpet by the open door. The wind ruffled my hair, and the cool, night air made me shiver. I smiled, and I let my eyes flutter closed. Welcome home. November 3rd, Thursday 8:10 p.m., Edward Pov. I wasn't sure for how long we both just sat there, holding each other, crying tears not of sadness but instead of joy. The feelings that were coursing through me were staggering: happiness, contentment, surprise, but most of all, love. Love for the beautiful woman in my arms, and the tiny baby sandwiched between us. The baby that we had created together, the tiny little boy who we had given so much for, and for whom we would still be willing to give the world for. I smiled, and then chuckled quietly as Teddy began to protest loudly to being squished. Bella giggled, too, though the sound was muffled with sobs. But she smiled, and gently bounced our son in her arms. Had it really been 6 days? It seemed as though he had been born only minutes ago. I shuffled quickly to my feet, and wrapped my arms around the only woman I would ever love. I led her silently, slowly, through the halls of the house, trying to fight the smile that wanted so badly to rise to my lips every time she would run her hands against the soft wood of the wall and sigh happily. She likes the house, was the childish thought that wouldn't stop running through my head. Where is Teddy's nursery? She asked, and her voice was breathless. This time I did smile. Right here, my love, I whispered, and it was true. We stood, together, my arms wrapped around the waist of my love, in front of the open door of our son's nursery. Said little, baby boy squealed happily as Bella walked shakily forward. I walked forward with her, matching my steps to hers, unwilling to let her go. The sunlight filters in through the large, tinted picture window. I began to whisper softly, before Bella could even ask me to. I think Teddy will love that when he's older. He's on the 2nd story, and his room looks down on the river. The trees are swaying tenderly right outside of the glass. The crib is right in front of us. The wood is a beautiful, red rose color, dark, faint. It's sturdy. The walls are beige, faint, once again. The carpet under our feet is the softest that I could possibly find. When our baby boy falls as he learns to walk, he'll land on a sea of clouds. I paused in my whispering to press my lips gently to Bella's temple, just to the side of her beautiful, blind eyes. The theme is teddy bears. Get it? I whispered, and Bella giggled. I laughed, too, and molded my arms softly to Bella's. I guided her forward, and helped her gently lay Teddy inside of his crib. There were no blankets, no pillows, no stuffed animals, nothing that Teddy could possibly hurt himself with. But the bedding, tied tightly to the rungs of the cribs, was painted brightly with smiling bears, and the smiling stuffed animals caught Teddy's interest immediately. As his tiny body was laid gently inside of his baby bed, he gurgled, and reached forward to swat at the illustrations. I smiled, and reached up to turn the mobile on. The little, light brown teddy bears began to spin in a circle as the lullaby I'd written for Bella played softly, quietly. Edward, Bella whispered, and her voice was thick with tears. As that, I smiled once more, and I wondered fleetingly if it was possible for anyone to be so happy. But I knew it was, because I was. Your lullaby, I thought. That Teddy might like it. And he did. He stared, eyes wide and unblinking, at the teddy bears that hung from the mobile as Bella's lullaby flowed very quietly through the room. His tiny arms and legs stilled, and then, after what seemed to be an eternity, his baby blue eyes began to slowly, ever so slowly, slip closed. Bella and I just stood there, content in each other's arms as we listened to our son's soft, rhythmic breathing. Finally, though, the beautiful creature in my arms spoke. It's perfect, Edward. Thank you so much. I smiled softly, and brushed my fingers lovingly across the soft planes of Bella's features. I could hear the words and the worries that she refused to speak. I knew she was concerned about the money we had, or the lack thereof, but she was choosing not to voice her concerns out loud. I was thankful for that, but I wished more than anything that she wouldn't worry. I gently took Bella's hand into mine, and led her silently through the rest of the house after checking to make sure that Teddy was fast asleep and safe in his new crib. When we entered our new bedroom, Bella immediately sat on the bed, stretching out and sighing happily. I grinned from ear to ear, but my smile faltered when Bella's happy sigh melted into something else. I lay down beside her, and took her hands into mine. She turned on her side, wincing slightly as the incision on her abdomen was jostled. "Bella," I murmured softly, and I reached out to touch her cheek very tenderly. "Tell me what's wrong, please." She sighed again, and bit her lip. Her voice was very quiet, very soft. Don't get me wrong, I love the house. I love that you built it for Teddy and me, that you wanted to give us a home. But, Edward, I just had major surgery, had a baby, and we're going to have a surgery to fix my sight soon. How can we possibly afford all of this? It's impossible, even with you taking out a loan for my surgery. My 6-day stay in the hospital for having Teddy alone is thousands, and…" I cut her off by gently pressing my lips to hers. I pulled away quickly, and pressed my hands to both sides of her face, holding her blind gaze to mine. My thumbs rubbed soothing circles on her cheeks, and I could only hope that my words were just as comforting. "Bella, love, calm down. Shish. Listen to me, please. Teddy's surgery, your surgery, was, surprisingly, covered mostly by the insurance since it was a low-risk procedure. If Teddy had been in real danger of dying, the insurance company wouldn't have paid for it. The rest I was able to take out of my college fund, since Seattle University is nowhere near as expensive as Dartmouth was. Yes, I did have to take a loan out for the house, but only for the materials. Your eye surgery will, once again, be partly covered by the insurance. Your hospital stay was partially covered by the insurance, too. What isn't covered will be portioned into manageable payments. Money will be tight for a long while, but everything will work out in the end. I promise you, no matter what, that we will be all right. My father and my mother have offered time and time again to help us out, but I know that we can do this. But if, for some reason, we can't, my family will help us through anything. Do you trust me, Bella?" She nodded, and I caught the tears that had begun to escape her beautiful eyes with my lips as I kissed first her right cheek, and then her left very tenderly. "Yes," she breathed shakily. "Then trust me when I say this, everything will be fine." "Do you trust me?" She nodded, this time more firmly. Her voice was stronger, louder. "Yes, Edward." I smiled, and kissed her forehead before pulling her carefully into my arms. "I love you," I whispered, and she smiled against the skin of my neck. "I love you, too." "So," I ventured, and my voice was playful now. A teasing smile was on my lips, and though I knew that Bella couldn't see it, I knew she could hear the teasing edge in my voice. "What did the doc say about sex?" Bella giggled, swatting my arm away from her playfully. 6 weeks, Edward, at least. Dr. Kane said that if it hurt too much even after 6 weeks, that we should to wait even longer. I smiled, and nuzzled Bella's cheek with my own. "I know, love, I'm just joking. I would never do anything to hurt you. Never. I'll wait as long as it takes. I love you," I added, and she giggled again. "You are quite possibly the most patient, loving man on the face of the earth. It's been over 4 months since we were intimate, and you're still willing to wait. How did I get so lucky to find you? It still amazes me to this day that you chose me, that you were willing to give up everything for me." I sighed, but my smile didn't waver. "Silly Bella," I said, and I kissed her nose softly. "I am the one who will never understand why you chose me. But you did, and I love you, and if you will have me, I want to be with you forever." Bella smiled, and sighed deeply, happily. "Now who's the silly one?" "Forever, Edward. I've already promised you that, again and again." We were silent for several moments, but Bella's body was tense beside mine. I held her closer to me, and rubbed her back softly, trying to get her to calm down. My mind was racing, though. Why was she so tense? I was about to ask her. I couldn't seem to be patient around her, no matter how hard I tried. I had to know what she was thinking, when she spoke softly. "Can we go back to Teddy's nursery? I hate being so far away from him. Can he sleep with us tonight? His nursery is all the way across the hall, and…" I chuckled, and kissed Bella's nose softly. "Of course, love. It's called separation anxiety. Most mothers experience it. We have a bassinet in here for him, so he can be in the room." Doctors say it's best for the baby to spend the first few weeks in the room with its parents, anyway. Bella's eyes lit up, and her cheeks flushed with excitement. Really? I chuckled. Really, my love. Now, let's go get our son. Bella's eyes glowed with excitement as I helped her from our bed. She bounced along beside me as we moved across the hall, and she breathed a sigh of what could only be described as absolute happiness as she cradled our sleeping baby in her arms once more. I love you, Bella, I murmured softly, and she buried her head in my chest as I wrapped my arms tightly around her and our gently slumbering son. So much, she smiled, and breathed a sigh of contentment. Me, too, she murmured quietly, and I chuckled. You should sleep now, Bella. It's been a long day, and you need your rest. Bella nodded, and we walked, together, back to the room we shared. I helped her gently lay our son into his bassinet, and I curled my wife, my only love, tightly to my side as we lay down on the queen-sized bed that dominated the right side of the room. Sleep tight, love, I murmured, and when she didn't answer, I pulled away, and then smiled. She was already fast asleep, her eyes closed and her mouth open in a tiny, oh as she breathed deeply, softly. I smiled, and let my own eyes fluttered closed. I quickly slipped into a deep sleep, all the while wishing and waiting for the moment when my baby boy would wake me with his loud, desperate cry. I loved that cry, because it meant one thing to me, and one thing only, that he needed me, that he loved me, and that he wanted my warm arms around him. November 10th, Thursday 8:10 a.m., Bella Pav. Bella, are you sure? I laughed softly, and leaned up on my tiptoes to kiss Edward fleetingly on the nose. He sighed, and wrapped his arms tightly around me and the tiny miracle that I held in my arms. I'm sure, I whispered, and then I smiled. And besides, Esme and Alice will be with me. You need to stay here and do man things. I could almost hear Edward's eyebrows raising. Man things. I giggled, and blushed as I elbowed my husband gently in the stomach. I doubted he even felt it. That man had a stomach of steel. You know, man things, like setting up the grill, and dealing with both my father and your father while keeping Jasper and Emmett from blowing things up. I don't want my housewarming party ruined, or my house for that matter. Edward groaned. Ah, yes, Emmett and Jasper. I never would have imagined that Jasper could get himself in so much trouble. Honestly, I think he's trying to impress Alice. Or just make her laugh. I notice that he turns completely red when she giggles. I smiled, and kissed Edward on the cheek again. He sighed. My kiss had been, to him, a reminder of what was happening. And you're sure you don't want me to come with you? I laughed, and I was sure that my blind eyes were sparkling happily. Of course I want you to come, but you need to stay here, Edward. I'll be fine. It's just a check-up, to make sure that Teddy and I are fine. Edward sighed again. I know, love, I know. My dad's a doctor, remember. But that doesn't mean I feel any better when you leave my side. I smiled, and, without saying another word, I pulled the top of my sunsuit down before I walked silently to the car where Alice and Esme were already waiting. Esme helped me secure Teddy in his dinosaur-covered car seat, and then her warm hand caught mine. I looked up to meet her gaze, because though I knew I couldn't see her, I was sure she wanted to be looking into my eyes when she spoke. Bella, are you all right? I nodded, a small smile on my lips. I'm fine. I just haven't left Edward's side since Teddy was born. I know I have to. I'm being silly. But I'm afraid that he's going to miss something, in the few hours that we'll be gone. Maybe he'll miss Teddy's first smile, or... I trailed off, and shook my head. I'm being stupid, huh? Esme laughed quietly, and her hand cupped my cheek. She kissed my forehead softly. No, you're not. You're being a beautiful, wonderful mother and wife. But don't worry, Teddy won't start smiling for weeks, maybe a month or more. Maybe, when he does, you'll be able to see it. I smiled at that thought, euphoric. I would like that, I think, I whispered, and Esme chuckled quietly as she started the car. We rode in silence for a long while, Alice's occasional question about babies being the only distraction to break the uncomfortable silence. But eventually, we reached the clinic, and I carefully unbuckled my squirming son from his car seat. He squealed happily and waved his tiny fits around until his itsy-bitsy fingers grasped my chin. Wah, he informed me excitedly, and I smiled as I kissed his tiny fingers. He squealed again, and pressed his warm head into my shoulder. I cradled him carefully in my arms as I moved slowly, ever so carefully, into the clinic. Esme walked on one side of me, always there to catch me if I fell. Alice bounced along on my other side, humming quietly to herself. The clinic was warm compared to the outside temperature. I quickly unbundled Teddy, not wanting him to get too warm. Esme quickly checked me in, and the nurse told her that Dr. Sanders would be out to see me soon. I smiled, and captured my baby's hand in mine as he waved it around excitedly. "Silly baby," I murmured lovingly, and all of my fear began to evaporate as Teddy wiggled, warm and safe, in my arms. How could he be anything but healthy? He was so active, so strong. He was my little fighter, and I knew he was going to be just fine. So was I, so why was I afraid? "Bella, sweetheart," I glanced up to where the soft voice of Esme had come from. Was she sitting next to me? I wasn't sure. I murmured absently, turning my attention back to my son. Esme chuckled quietly. "We're a little early. Do you need to use the restroom or anything?" I shook my head, and a smile lit my lips once more as Teddy's tiny fingers wrapped strongly around my thumb. "Hey, baby," I whispered, and I held him as close as possible without hurting him. "Pretty baby," I cooed, and he squealed once more. Alice, beside me, giggled, and leaned over my arm. I could feel her warm weight pressing into me, and I was careful to keep her from squishing my baby. She spoke seconds later. "Can I hold Teddy?" she asked excitedly. Can I, please?" I chuckled, but then bit my lip, my eyes overflowing with worry. No one but Edward and I had ever held Teddy. He just seemed too small, so fragile. Was it horrible of me not to want anyone else to touch my baby? I knew it was, but it wasn't because I was selfish. Instead, it was because I was worried that he would get hurt. I couldn't see, I couldn't watch over the hands that held my son. "But, please, Bella," Alice begged, and I could imagine her eyes wide and her bottom lip sticking out. I opened my mouth to speak, but Esme beat me to it. "Alice, dear," she murmured softly, and she placed a hand on my arm as she spoke quietly to little Alice. "Not right now, sweetie. Bella is," but I cut her off, a tiny smile making its way to my lips. How could I deny anyone the chance to hold such perfection in their arms? "No," I said quickly. "It's all right, but, Esme, could you watch over Alice?" Esme's voice was soft, quiet. I was sure that she was smiling. "Of course, Bella," she murmured, and I listened anxiously as she moved from her seat beside me. I heard her and Alice speaking in low tones. "Hold your arms just like this, sweetie," Esme murmured, and I smiled as I waited. When the little girl's arms were looped loosely in a cradle, I gently, carefully, pressed my son into her grasp. She giggled, but held still as Teddy took in his new surroundings. "Hi, Teddy Bear," Alice whispered, smiling as she spoke, her own secret conversation with my son. "I'm Auntie Alice. I love you." I felt tears prickling at my eyes. The tiny smile that had graced my lips only moments before grew to dangerous proportions. I grinned, and took in a deep, shaking breath. "I love you lots," Alice continued. "You're my favorite. Besides Jasper, I think. I love Jasper lots and lots. But I love you lots and lots, too. I need another heart, so that I can love people even more. You're going to have so much fun. When you get bigger, I'll take you shopping. And Edward will teach you to play baseball, and Bella will show you the beautiful world in a way that's all her own. She's special, you know," Alice murmured, and I choked on a silent sob as I listened to the little girl paint a beautiful future for my son. "Your mommy is the most specialist person ever." I laughed, and sobbed all at the same time. At 10, little Alice was still so innocent, but at the same time, she was so wise. She understood everything that her wide, curious eyes took in, and yet she retained that information in a way that was beautiful, a way that didn't taint the glorious innocence that she carried. "Bella Cullen," I jumped, my blind eyes wide as I turned in the direction that the voice had come from. The voice was soft, sweet, but it had broken into the serene beauty that had settled around me. I smiled, though, as I gently took my baby boy back from the tiny arms that held him. "Here," I whispered, and Esme grasped my free hand in hers as we stood together. "Everything will be fine," she whispered, and she touched her lips gently to my cheek. "I promise." And, in that moment, there was no way that I could doubt her. 10:30 a.m. Edward Pav. "Why are you nervous?" I frowned, and turned in the direction that the soft, quiet voice had come from. Emerald eyes met blue, and Jasper stared back at me without blinking. He stood, his elbows propped up on the rack beside the grill. His chin rested in his hands, and his eyes pierced mine without pause. "I'm not nervous," I murmured silently. "I just don't like being away from Bella." Jasper grinned now. "I don't like being away from Alice, either. My chest feels really tight when she goes away." "But," he continued to probe, his eyebrows furrowing. "You are nervous, or maybe scared." "Why?" I sighed. The little boy before me, though he continued to grow taller each and every day, was so intuitive. He caught everything, understood everything. He was often quiet, but it wasn't because he didn't have anything to say. Instead, it was because he was caught up in his own little world, separate from our own. I sighed, and gave in. "I'm afraid that something bad will show up on either Bella or Teddy's checkup." "Oh," Jasper said, and he frowned, his eyebrows smashing together in confusion. His bright eyes were clouded with concentration, and when he finally spoke, his words were quiet. "So what? I mean, if something bad does show up, you won't love them any less, right?" "I wouldn't love Alice any less even if she had 3 eyes and webbed feet." The laughter that burst from me was frantic. I bit my amusement down to light chuckles as I caught the amused expressions of both Emmett and my father. "No," I finally decided. "I won't love them any less. No matter what." Jasper nodded, a small smile finally making its way to his silent lips. He didn't say anything else after that. Instead, he stood beside me, silently offering support while we waited, together, for the most important people in our lives to return to our sides. For me, Belle and Teddy. And for Jasper, and I was finally beginning to accept the fact that his and Alice's connection grew stronger every day, and not weaker, my sister. "They're home," he finally whispered. "Huh," I murmured, and I cast my gaze forward just in time to see Bella running toward the sound of my voice. I smiled brightly, and she laughed a carefree laugh as she launched herself into my arms. "I love you, Edward," she exclaimed happily, and I laughed, too. I buried my head in her sunsuit-clad shoulder. "I love you, too," I whispered, and in that moment I didn't even feel the need to ask the obvious question, how did it go? Because I knew I would love them. No matter what. December 25th, Sunday 6 a.m., Edward Pav. I groaned loudly as I rolled over in bed. I listened intently, trying to pick the sound of my baby's cry out of the many noises that filled my sleepy mind. There was the sleet, slamming hard into the roof outside, and the sound of music, loud, coming from the kitchen. But I didn't hear Teddy cry, and he was over an hour overdue for his morning feeding. Could he possibly? No, I decided silently, yawning deeply. It was way too early for my son to be sleeping through the night. The tiny baby was barely even 2 months old, we had a long way to go. But I didn't mind. I grinned as I hopped quickly out of bed. As I pulled my jeans on over my boxers, I caught sight of the calendar on the wall. December 25th, Christmas. My baby's first Christmas. I was in even more of a hurry now. I flew quickly down the stairs, and my breath caught in my throat when I caught sight of the beautiful woman dancing quietly around the kitchen to the sound of the music I'd heard earlier. In her arms was our son, wide awake and alert, babbling happily as my Bella led him slowly around the room. My smile grew very tender, and I approached quietly, wrapping my arms around Bella from behind. Her movements stilled, and Teddy disapproved loudly. He liked moving, we'd learned quickly, though he preferred either my or Bella's arms to his swing. "Hello, my love," I murmured, and Bella giggled softly as I rocked us back and forth, silencing Teddy's cries as we moved across the room in a slow, sensual dance. I kissed Bella's neck softly, and smiled as I listened to her sigh in happy contentment. I turned her in my arms, to where our son was cushioned comfortably between us. When Teddy lay his head on my bare chest and let his tiny eyes flutter closed, I felt my heart swell with love. "Edward," Bella breathed, and I wrapped my arms tightly around her as I rested my head on her shoulder. Are you ready for our baby's first Christmas? Bella grinned, and lifted Teddy gently away from my chest. The baby was still resting peacefully when she turned him around in her arms so I could see the outfit he wore. I grinned. How had I missed it before? Dear Santa, I read aloud, the cute, scribbled words making me smile. They were set in a white background, surrounded by adorable images. I left you milk and cookies, and carrots for your reindeer. I have been a very good baby. Love, little M.E. Bella's smile grew. Look at his shoes, too. Alice helped me pick them out. I laughed as I touched Teddy's feet lightly. The bright red footies he wore were so very tiny, and yet so adorable. They're perfect, Bella. She grinned, and her cheeks flushed. Her eyes sparkled happily, and I quickly moved from her side to grab the camera that lay motionlessly on top of the fridge. I know the surgery's still about a month off, I whispered, kissing her softly on the forehead and then backing away. And I want you to remember this day forever. So I'm taking it upon myself to document every moment of our son's first Christmas. I proved my point by snapping the first picture, my beautiful wife, holding the tiny child that we had created through the love that we would forever share. Bella blushed even more deeply, and a smile appeared on my lips once more. I moved to take Bella back into my arms quickly, and kissed her softly. My family will be here in about half an hour. Want me to go set Teddy down in his swing? I can help you with breakfast. Bella nodded, and gently handed Teddy to me. I smiled. His warm weight was pleasant in my arms. He was getting bigger, too, though he was still very small. I walked quickly into the living room, where I tenderly lay my son in his swing. I spun the dial, and stepped back, breathing a sigh of contentment as I watched the swing begin its soft, rhythmic motion. The mobile began to swing, and the lullaby that I'd written for my love filled the room. Teddy shifted in his sleep, but didn't awaken. I smiled, and moved back to the kitchen, pausing in the doorway to watch as my Bella moved slowly around the room, the music having taken control of her slow, sensual movements once more. She swung her hips, still soft from pregnancy, back and forth slowly as she carefully, precisely, chopped the onions and peppers for the omelets she was beginning to prepare. I grinned. Bella's omelets were my favorite. Yum, I commented as I walked up behind her to wrap my arms around her waist. I rested my head on her shoulder, and breathed in deeply of her delicious scent. Bella grinned, and swatted my arm with her spatula. Shoo, she said, but I shook my head, and held on tighter. She sighed, but I could almost feel her happiness, so I knew I was forgiven for being stubborn. I want to help, I stated, and Bella rolled her beautiful, blind eyes once more. In the end, I won, and she handed me the spatula with a sigh. I grinned in triumph. 7:15 a.m. It wasn't long after we finished with breakfast that our families began to arrive. My father, mother, sister and brother came first. They came inside quickly, shivering from the cold. I smiled as I pressed a finger to my lips while pointing to Teddy's swing. My baby boy was still asleep, and though I loved him very dearly, I wanted him to stay that way for as long as possible. Merry Christmas, my father whispered, a grin dominating his pale features. I smiled back, and glanced down at the present that he had pressed into my hands. For Teddy, he explained, and I raised an eyebrow. The mischievous look on my father's face made me worry. Thanks, I think, I added, and he laughed softly. The sound, though very quiet, was enough to wake Teddy. He squealed loudly, his tiny face bright pink. But then his cry was drowned out by another, more beautiful, sound. Bella's laughter. She was smiling as she swung the baby gently into her arms. As I watched her, I smiled, and the rest of the world, the people surrounding me, disappeared. How had she ever worried about not being able to take care of a child? Sure, there were things she couldn't do. On the top of the list would be bathing, and changing diapers, but her touch was so gentle, and her soft words so loving. There was no child on this earth that had a more loving mother than our son. Shish, little man, she murmured, and I felt my father move to stand beside me as we watched mother and son silently. You have nothing to be upset about. You have lots of presents, too. Teddy's cries slowly began to quiet. Eventually, he fell silent in Bella's arms. His eyes stayed wide open, though. His cheeks were flushed from his crying spree, and a few tears still slipped down his face silently as he stuck 2 fingers into his mouth and sucked loudly. Bella smiled as she kissed him loudly on the forehead. "Now, let's go see Daddy and find out what he's holding." I grinned as I watched my wife dance quietly to my side. I glanced down at the gift still in my hands, and then back up to where Teddy lay in the arms of my love. "Grandpa Carlyle got this for you," I explained seriously, staring the infant in the eye. Little Alice giggled, and Emmett rolled his eyes before dropping down on the couch, obviously bored. I ignored them both and continued to talk to my son. "I'm a little bit scared, actually. You know what he got me for my first Christmas? An application to medical school. Let's not even mention my first birthday." I wasn't sure whether it was my joking tone, or my excitement as I shifted the gift back and forth in my hands, but either way, I'd excited Teddy, and he was squirming in Bella's arms as he reached clumsily for the brightly wrapped gift. "Wanna open it?" I asked, and though I knew that by letting Teddy open a present early I would be breaking a long-standing tradition, I didn't much mind. Whatever made my baby boy happy. "Here," I said, and I placed the small gift on his chest. His bright blue eyes glowed happily as he wrapped both tiny fists around the crinkly paper, and he gurgled in delight as he stuffed the wrapping into his mouth. I laughed, and Bella did, too, and my heart swelled with love as I listened to the beautiful sound of my wife's amusement. "Open it for him, Edward," Bella urged me quietly, and I smiled as I moved a step closer to Bella. As I moved, I noticed that my family had silently slipped from the room, obviously not wanting to intrude on our moment. But then I saw a bright flash of light, and turned to my father, amused. He grinned as he let the camera drop away from his face. "Sorry," he chuckled. I just shook my head and rolled my eyes as I began to pull the wrapping paper from Teddy's gift slowly. I was distracted, however, by Teddy's loud squeal. I laughed, and glanced over to where he was wiggling in Bella's arms. "What's wrong, little man? Maybe he wants to open his own presents," Bella mused. I chuckled quietly, and when my eyes met hers, the rest of the world melted away. I wasn't sure for how long I simply stared at her. Time had ceased to exist. She just had that effect on me. I was finally snapped from my thoughts as Teddy squealed again. "Or perhaps he wants you to open them faster," Bella corrected herself, and I chuckled again before tearing my eyes away from the most beautiful form of perfection that had ever graced the earth. "Oh, all right." In that moment, it was like I was a little child again. I quickly tore the wrapping away from the gift, and cast my eyes eagerly toward the soft fabric that lay in my hands. "My first scrubs," I read from the tag, and I groaned. "Oh, gee, thanks, Dad," I muttered half-heartedly, though I was still smiling. "My son is all of 2 months old, and you've already given him his first doctor outfit." My father chuckled and shrugged. I do what I can. I figure that, maybe if I get an early enough start, I can pull Teddy over to the dark side." I groaned again, and rolled my eyes once more. I rested my forehead on Bella's shoulder. My amusement quickly faded as I caught sight of Teddy tugging happily at the outfit. I turned to my father again, though I didn't move from Bella's side. "No, really, Dad, thanks. It's the thought that counts, right?" My father grinned. "Just wait until you see what your mother got him." "Oh, hush up, Carlyle." My mother chided him from the kitchen, and I chuckled as I wrapped my arms around Bella and pulled her close to me. "It's not bad, it's cute." "Yes," Carlyle agreed, "but I think you're taking his name a little bit too seriously." "And Edward isn't. Have you seen the nursery?" she said as she walked from the kitchen. But though her tone was teasing, her smile was light, happy. I grinned, too, and closed my eyes as I rested my head on Bella's shoulder. "I'm surprised that Alice hasn't. I wanna open a present, too," the little girl screamed, her eyes growing wide as she caught sight of the ripped wrapping paper. "Never mind," I concluded, and Bella laughed as Alice vibrated to a stop in front of my mother. "Presents, presents, presents," she chanted, and she giggled, her short hair bobbing up and down as she bounced back and forth. "Teddy got to open one. I wanna open a present, too." My mother turned back to Alice, and shook her head firmly. "Not until after our Christmas dinner, young lady." Alice pouted. "But Teddy," my mother simply looked at Alice, her expression firm. My little sister sighed, and rolled her eyes, grumbling quietly under her breath about teddy bears and selective favoring. I raised an eyebrow, but then shook my head, amused. "Gwa," Teddy informed me suddenly, and I turned to him, a smile forming on my lips. "What was that, little man?" Teddy waved the top of his outfit up and down as he grinned, obviously proud of his gift. He babbled in his own secret language, his tiny lips moved fast, but the sounds that filled the room were joyful, happy. I smiled and sighed happily as I leaned down to kiss his forehead. "Merry Christmas, baby boy." 5:12 p.m. It was a long while after Charlie arrived that the phone began to ring. Alice was happily playing with her new toys, and Teddy was sitting, completely content and sleepy, in the arms of my love. My mother and father were curled up silently on the couch, enjoying each other's company silently. I cast one quick glance around the room, smiling as I watched my family interact with one another, before I moved quickly into the kitchen. I picked up the phone, and pressed it to my ear. "Hello, Cullen residence. Edward Cullen speaking." The voice on the other end was professional, firm. "May I speak to Isabella Cullen?" I stiffened, my heart racing. "This is her husband. May I ask who is calling?" I heard a soft sigh on the other end before the voice introduced itself. "This is Dr. Kinder speaking, from the Institute of Health. I apologize profusely for interrupting your family on Christmas Day, but I was just informed of a cancellation in Dr. Jace's section of specialty. We would like to know as soon as possible if your wife would be interested in moving the surgery to repair her sight up to January the 2nd. My eyes widened, and my palms became slick with perspiration. My heart continued to race onward, though my mind was in complete shock. 7 days. 1 week. In 1 week, our lives could change in so many ways. I'd believed before that we had almost a month to come to terms to what was about to happen. 7 days. Yes, I whispered, because I knew, without a doubt, that Bella would want to go ahead with it. She wanted nothing more than to see our baby smile, to see his little face. To see me. "Very well, Mr. Cullen. I've put you down for January 2nd, at 8 in the morning. Merry Christmas," he added, and then he hung up. I simply stood there, with the phone pressed against my ear. The dial tone rang loudly, but I barely noticed it. 7 days. And I smiled. December 25th, Sunday 6:12 p.m., Bella Pav. "Hello, Cullen residence. Edward Cullen speaking." I heard Edward murmur, and I turned my attention from the noises surrounding me to concentrate on the voice of the man I loved. He was silent for a long time before speaking once more. "This is her husband. May I ask who is calling?" I frowned. Was someone calling for me? But Edward didn't come to my side, or call for me, so I assumed that someone was calling about me rather than for me. I listened harder, curious now. But the only other word he whispered was, "Yes," and then he fell silent once more. Eventually, I heard the click of the phone. He'd hung up. "Edward," I called quietly, for though I was surrounded by my family, I never felt more alone than when he wasn't by my side. "Who's on the phone?" I asked quietly, pretending that I hadn't heard him hang up. Instead of answering me, however, he walked quickly back to my side, and curled onto the couch beside me. His lips formed a hesitant smile against the soft skin of my neck. He didn't speak, but the way he held my hand softly in his as he kissed my neck softly, tenderly, reassured me that everything was fine. Curiosity was still raging within me, but I knew that if Edward wasn't ready to tell me, then I'd simply wait. I smiled, and curled into his side as I listened to my family. Alice was holding Teddy again, explaining to him the importance of fashion, and that his baby snow suit absolutely had to go. It was a soft brown color, but apparently, it needed to be blue, or possibly white so that it would match his eyes. I could imagine quite easily my baby's bright eyes wide as he stared in wonder at his aunt. The thought made me smile. Carlisle and Charlie were deep in conversation about fishing. They were planning a trip as soon as the ice cleared and the weather warmed. Esme was playing Emmett's new racing game with him, since he couldn't recruit anyone else. I giggled softly as I imagined the woman I considered a mother in so many ways playing video games in the same way that I'd sometimes heard the boys playing. "I win," she shouted, and her laugh was soft, sweet. Emmett grumbled, and demanded a rematch immediately. I continued to giggle until I was breathless. "Your cheeks are flushed so beautifully, love," Edward murmured, and my breath caught in my throat as he ran his lips tenderly across the soft skin of my collarbone. His kisses were hesitant, though, and I couldn't help but wonder why. The momentary flash of self-doubt that crossed my mind was immediately banished. He loved me, and that was all I needed to know. But, had it been the phone call? Who had been calling? Why had they wanted to talk to me? I sighed, and leaned back into Edward's side. I'd ask him tonight, when our families were gone. Maybe he was only hesitant to tell me because we were surrounded by so many people. For the moment, though, I smiled, and closed my eyes as I listened to the people around me. I basked in the love that filled the room, and sighed happily as I curled my small body onto Edward's lap. "Love you," I murmured, and he kissed me softly on the forehead. I felt my eyes grow heavy, and I smiled. "Go to sleep, love," Edward murmured, and I nodded before finally letting myself drift into the world of the unknown. 9:10 p.m., Edward Pav. "Thank you for letting us take some of the leftovers," my mother said for the 5th time, and I smirked as I kissed her on the cheek. "No, thank you. Bella and I would have been eating leftovers until Teddy's first birthday if you hadn't taken most of it off of our hands. Believe me, with Alice and Emmett around, what we gave you will only last a week or so." My mother laughed, and my father nodded firmly in agreement. Teddy simply squealed happily from where he was tucked warmly in the crook of my arm. My mother smiled at the sound, and gave Teddy one last kiss. "Good night, Teddy Bear," she whispered. "I hope you like your gift." I smiled warmly as I thought of the soft, fleece blanket that she had gotten him. It had come with a teddy bear, and had patterns of the same bear on it. "He does, Mom. Thank you." She smiled, and took my father's hand as they walked toward the car where Alice and Emmett waited impatiently. I waited in the doorway, waving as I watched them climb into the car. Once they had pulled away from the curb, I closed the door and turned my attention back to my son. "Bedtime, my little bear," I told him seriously. "I have to tell Mommy the big news now. Can you go to sleep for Daddy? He'll give you extra kisses tomorrow." Teddy seemed as though he couldn't care less. He squealed once more, and his tiny eyes sparkled happily. He didn't smile, though. He had yet to give his first smile, though most newborns had given theirs by the time they were a month and a half old. I couldn't help but believe that he was waiting. He was waiting for his mommy to watch him smile. I kissed his forehead. "No. Well, then you can tell her with me. I'm sure she's a lot less likely to kill me with you in between us than without." Teddy just popped 2 fingers into his mouth and stared at me with wide, unblinking eyes. His tiny feet kicked strongly into my arm, and I chuckled as I quickly locked the door. I turned immediately to the stairs, and ascended them quickly, eager to be by my Bella's side once more. When I walked into the bedroom, she was laying on the bed, still sleeping peacefully. I smiled, and climbed into the bed beside her, stretching out and laying Teddy's tiny body between the two of ours. "Bella, love," I murmured, and I ran my fingers tenderly through her soft hair, smiling very gently as I listened to her muttered protest at being awakened. "Wake up, sweetheart, Edward," she mumbled, and my grin grew even more. She simply clasped my hand in both of hers, and laid her head on top of our entwined fingers. "Love you," she murmured in her sleep, and my heart swelled. "I love you, too," I assured her, and I kissed her softly, my lips coaxing hers open quickly. She smiled, and finally responded. I grinned. I was victorious. "Sorry to wake you, love," I murmured, letting my fingers dance sensually across her cheek. "But I have something to tell you." She finally looked at me, her blind eyes laced with sleepiness but alert nonetheless. I smiled once more, but the smile quickly slipped from my lips. I knew I had made a mistake in immediately telling the doctor that we would take the opening, because though I knew that Bella would have made the same decision, I still should have asked her first. But I was at least firm in my belief that she wouldn't be able to stay mad at me for long. But that was just because she loved me. I kissed her softly once more, and laid my head on the pillow that she was using. Teddy curled into my side as I scooted closer to my love. "I have something to tell you," I murmured quietly, desperately trying to map out each of Bella's expressions in the dark. "Remember that phone call?" She nodded, and I could feel her heart beating fast under my hand as I let my fingers dance across her collarbone. It was the doctor, Dr. Kinder, Dr. Jace's assistant. They told me that they had an opening for January 2nd, I told her quietly, softly, deciding that the straight truth was the best. And I told them we'd take it. Bella's breath caught, and the room was completely silent save for Teddy's quiet breathing and his various baby sounds. He reached out and touched my face, gurgling happily. But even this action couldn't make me tear my eyes away from Bella's stunned gaze. "Bella," I murmured, reaching out to touch her cheek gently. "Please say something. I can call them back, if you want. We don't have to take the opening. I just thought that I should say yes, just in case you wanted to. I figured if you didn't, we could cancel and go back to when we had originally scheduled the surgery. I was worried that if I didn't accept, we wouldn't get another chance, and..." Bella finally seemed to recover from the shock. Her small, pale hand reached out to cover my lips. She didn't speak, but her eyes said enough. "I'm sorry," I breathed, and my whispered plea seemed to finally break her from the stunned daze that had set over her only moments before. "Edward," she whispered, and her blind gaze met mine. I reached out to take her hand in mine, and she didn't pull away. I smiled the smallest bit. "Edward," she breathed once more, and she tucked her head into my side to hide the tears that were just beginning to surface in her beautiful eyes. I want to see, so badly. I don't know if I'm ready yet." I let my eyes flutter closed as I pulled her as close as I dared with our son in between us. My words were soft, quiet, and yet confused and frustrated at the same time. "Bella, you've wanted this for so long. Why? What's wrong?" She sighed, and hiccuped as she choked back a sob. I was ready, at first. All I thought about were the good things. But then, "It's going to be hard, Edward," she whispered, and her hand tightened around mine. "It's been so long since I've seen the light. I wonder if it'll be hard, being able to see the sun, but not being able to feel its warmth. It was easy before, not longing for the sunlight, because I couldn't see it. I know I'm being stupid. I thought I'd have a couple weeks to get rid of these stupid, found less." Quote. I cut her off, this time pressing my lips softly to hers. When I pulled back, her eyes were half closed, and the tears that had pooled in her gaze before spilled over. "Your worries are not stupid, or found less, Bella. This is big," I murmured. "Bigger than anything. It's going to change your life, in so many ways. You have the right to be scared. I was the stupid one, accepting the opening. I should have talked to you first. I should have." Quote. This time, I cut myself off. I sighed, and ran my fingers gently across Bella's soft cheek. "Anything you want, Bella. Anything." She smiled, and sighed as I reached up to wipe her tears away. "No," she whispered. "I want to do this. January 2nd. I frowned. "Are you sure, Bella?" She bit her lip, and I wanted to put my foot down right then and tell her no way in hell. But this was her decision, her life. I had to let her make the final call. "I'm sure about you," she whispered. "And about our baby." I smiled. She did, too, as we reached down, hands still entwined, to rest our palms on Teddy's soft tummy. "Merry Christmas," I murmured, and she smiled and whispered the words back to me as I captured her lips very tenderly with my own. December 30th, Friday 2 p.m., Bella Pav. "Are you sure you don't mind watching him?" I asked one final time, and Esme sighed. I was sure she rolled her eyes, too. "I'm absolutely sure, Bella." I bit my lip, and my arms tightened around Teddy. He squealed in protest at being squished. I grinned at the sound. His tiny hands patted softly against my chest as he tried to get my attention. I was leaving him, for the first time. Sure, I'd left him before, for a few hours at a time. But this, 2 days, Edward murmured, wrapping his arms around my waist and pulling me against him. He rested his head on my shoulder. "It's only 2 days, love. He'll be fine. Besides, my mom has been itching for a chance to steal Teddy from us. She adores him. You trust my family, right?" I nodded. Of course I trusted his family. With my life. I felt Edward grin against my neck. "And since Teddy and I are your life, in a manner of speaking, you trust my family with our lives, too. Now, hand over the baby and let's get going." I pouted. I heard Esme giggle softly in the background, but I paid her no attention. "Aren't you at all sad to be leaving our baby for a few days?" I heard Edward sigh. He didn't speak for a few moments, and when he finally did, his words were hesitant. I'm not sure how to word this without sounding callous. But Bella, this isn't about him. This is about you. In 3 days, your life is going to change in so many ways. Yes, I'm sad to leave him. I've gotten so used to tucking him in at night and singing to him as he falls asleep. I love the feeling of his warm little body in my arms. But it's only 48 hours. We're not going to miss anything too important in those house. You, however, are important. No, we need to spend this time together, alone. I need this time with you. I sighed, and then leaned further into Edward's embrace. I knew he was right, of course. We needed this time away from our families, from reality. A few precious hours, alone in our own little world before our reality was turned upside down. All right, I whispered, and Edward kissed my cheek softly before his hands wrapped around mine. When he spoke, though, his words weren't directed toward me. Be a good little baby, all right, Teddy, he murmured, and I reached out to place my hand on top of his as he fanned his fingers very gently over our son's face. Make mommy and daddy proud. I smiled, and closed my blind eyes as I leaned heavily into Edward's embrace. And then Teddy was lifted gently from my arms, and Edward was leading me away. I felt almost empty without my baby's warm little body in my embrace, but at the same time that I felt so sad, I felt excitement cool in my belly. 2 whole days of silence to spend with the man I loved. I knew nothing important would happen in that time. I still wasn't ready, physically, for that. But despite that fact, I was still excited to spend some quiet time with Edward. Excited. Love. I grinned smugly. Maybe. Just a little bit. Edward laughed happily, and my grin melted into a happy sigh as I let him buckle me into the car. Where are we going? I questioned, and I felt him grin against the skin of my forehead as he kissed me. You'll see. He paused, his movements stilling. Well, you won't see, technically, but. I cut him off with a chuckle and a soft kiss. Just drive, Edward. He grinned once more. Your wish is my command. Oh, how I loved this man. And I knew that, no matter how many doubts or insecurities I had, the decisions I'd made were the right ones. Because nothing mattered to me more than Edward and our son. We'd given up so much in the fight to get where we were today, and we were finally getting something in return. It was stunning, really, the knowledge that I would soon be able to look upon the face of the man I loved so much. Let's go, Edward, I murmured as I rested my head against his arm. I'm ready for anything. And I was. January 2nd, Monday 7 a.m., Bella Pav. The world around me was encased in darkness, but every sound, every whisper seemed to be magnified tenfold. Edward's breathing, so soft and quiet, rang like bells in my ears. The soft tapping of my own foot and my own erratic breathing both seemed so very loud. Bella, Edward murmured, and I felt his warm body shift beside mine. My heart began to beat erratically as I turned my blind eyes to meet his gaze. Please tell me what you're thinking, he whispered, and his words were so soft, so gentle. It's so very hard to sit here beside you and not know what's going on inside that beautiful head of yours. I smiled, and hummed in pleasure as Edward's fingers danced sensually across my cheek. I spoke slowly, quietly. I'm so happy, Edward, I murmured, and I felt his fingers pause in their exploration of my soft skin before continuing their path. I smiled, and I let my eyes flutter closed. I'm excited to see your face. I'm excited to see Teddy smile. I want to see his first steps, and be able to tell him how beautiful his baby scribbles are when he shows them to me proudly. I want to be able to see his beautiful eyes sparkle as he says his first word. I'm scared, too, but I know that you'll never leave me. I know that you'll hold my hand through everything. So I'm all right. I'm ready. Please, don't worry about me, I whispered, and Edward's fingers were quickly replaced by his soft, warm lips. That, my love, is impossible. I giggled lightly, and then sighed. Then worry just a little bit less, please. I love you, Edward. I know you love me. No matter what happens, even if this doesn't work, that won't change. So, please, just hold my hand and believe that everything will be all right. I could feel Edward smiling as he pressed a chaste kiss to my cheek. All right, he murmured, and his hand captured mine in the same moment that my name was called. My whole body froze, and my heart beat fast in my chest. Edward's lips trailed slowly across my skin until they rested lightly on my ear. Forever, right? I nodded, and smiled as Edward helped me slowly to my feet. Forever, I agreed quietly. Everything after that was a blur. I remember the voice of our doctor, explaining slowly and clearly exactly what they were expecting to happen. He explained that the surgery would take several hours, and even after that, several days for my eyes to heal enough to take the bandages away. I was disappointed about that part. Why so long? But I quickly comforted myself by realizing that I'd waited over 4 years to see Edward. What difference would a few more days make? And then I was led down a long, echoing hall. Edward and I were silent as we walked, but Dr. Jace was not. He continued to explain, in a soft voice, what would happen after the surgery. Of course, since you've been blind for so many years, we'll have to be careful. First, just a few hours at a time in a dark room. Shapes and colors may make themselves known. As the days go on, we'll adjust the lighting slowly until you're in a semi-light room, enough to make out expressions and features. It'll take a week, maybe more, until you'll be able to stand in a fully lit room. Of course, you'll experience headaches often. This is normal. Your body is used to living in the darkness, experiencing the world from touch, taste and sound. Suddenly being able to see everything will be a bit of a shock. I nodded as I listened to him speak. Honestly, I remembered none of it. I knew Edward would, though. He hung on to Dr. Jace's every single word. How long will it take until I can see Edward? I could hear the smile in Dr. Jace's words. A few days, maybe more. You'll need to take it easy for a few days, give the implants a bit of time to heal. There will most likely be swelling. That, too, is normal. After the swelling goes down, we'll know it's safe to remove the bandages. I nodded, and opened my mouth to speak. But before the words could come out, we came to a stop, and warm, soft cloth was pressed into my arms. Here is a gown to change into. I'll leave you alone for a few minutes. I nodded again, barely listening. My fingers felt numb as I quickly changed into the gown. Edward tied it for me, and I shivered as his warm fingers danced over my back. And you're sure? He asked, his voice quiet, and yet still firm. Whatever you want, Bella. It's not too late to back out. I smiled. Yes, it is. And anyway, I'm sure. I want this. No matter what. Edward sighed deeply, and then his arms were around me, strong, warm. I fell into his embrace, and breathed in deeply of his scent. I'm ready, Edward, I murmured one final time. He kissed me softly on the forehead, and then let go of my hand. I'm ready, I whispered again, and I closed my blind eyes, hoping that the next time I opened them, my vision would be consumed by the man I loved. I love you, he told me softly, and I smiled. I love you, too. Bella Pav. Unknown time, unknown location. Edward. I frowned. My voice was scratchy. It hurt to talk. I took a deep breath in, and my frown deepened as I noticed, for the first time, the itchy bandages covering my eyes. I reached up to touch them, but Edward's hand caught mine before I could even brush the material. No, Bella, he chided me gently, and I pouted sleepily. But then my frown turned quickly into a wonder-filled smile. Is it over? I breathed, and Edward kissed my cheek softly before responding. Yes, he whispered, and my smile grew even wider. It's over. It's all over. Mom and Dad are bringing Teddy soon. I thought you might want to hold him. I asked Alice and Emmett to stay behind, though. I thought that too many people might overwhelm you. I stifled a giggle as I pressed my hand over Edward's mouth. My giggle turned into a happy sigh, though, as Edward caught my hand in his once more. His lips gently brushed against each finger before he kissed my palm and held me hand firmly in between both of his own. I want to see you, I whispered, and I could feel his lips form a smile against my hand. Soon, love. Not yet. I pouted again. This time, my pout was interrupted by the happy squeal of my son. My heart sped up, and my lips turned up in an excited smile. Teddy, I breathed, and Edward moved quickly from my side. I waited, impatient, for him to return. I listened to him thank his parents, and then asked for a moment alone. When he finally did return, He helped me sit up, and then he gently placed our baby boy in my arms. I grinned as I ran my fingers happily over Teddy's soft, baby features. He squealed as I touched his nose, and I laughed breathlessly at the sound. "Is he smiling?" I asked, and Edward laid his hand gently on top of mine where it laid, finally still, on top of Teddy's tummy. "No," he answered softly. "He's waiting so that Mommy can watch him." I felt my heart swell with an indescribable love. "I love you, baby boy," I murmured, and I smiled as Teddy's tiny, chubby hand moved to touch the bandages covering my eyes. "No, Teddy," Edward chided him in the same way he'd done to me only moments before. "You'll hurt Mommy. Don't touch." I wasn't sure if it was Edward's tone, or just a reflex action, but Teddy's immediately moved his hand back to his lap. He squealed, and then yawned deeply in that cute baby way of his. I smiled, and sighed happily. "Soon," I whispered longingly, and Edward moved swiftly behind me to take me into his arms. "Soon," he agreed. 9 a.m., Edward paused. The hours away from Bella's side were agonizing. I watched on from the observation deck, but that wasn't nearly close enough. I needed to be by her side, holding her hand. I wanted to run my fingers through her soft, beautiful hair and whisper quiet reassurances to her. I wanted to wipe away the tears that traced slowly down her ashen cheeks even as she slept. I reached out to press my hand against the glass, wanting to be closer to Bella in any way possible. She was sleeping peacefully, I knew. She wouldn't awaken until hours after the surgery was finished. I knew that, even then, she still wouldn't open her eyes. It would be days, and through that thought frustrated me, it also reassured me. It was selfish, really, for me to be scared. What did I have to be afraid of? But I was selfish, and I did have worries. I knew Bella loved me in a way that ran so much deeper than physical attraction. But I was vain enough to care what she thought of my physical appearance. And even more than that, I was afraid of how hard this was going to be for her. I hadn't lied when I'd promised to stay by her side. I would never leave her. But watching her struggle would be hard for me, too. I hated to see her in pain, especially when I knew there was nothing I could do. I sighed, and settled back into the uncomfortable chair I was currently occupying. "Here we go," a quiet voice murmured, and I quickly turned my eyes to the doctors that were moving so carefully around my Bella. "I've located the destroyed tissue. Cameron, hold this." Quote. My breathing sped up, and my heart pounded loudly in my chest. It was going to be a long few hours. Bella paused. Unknown time, unknown location. "Edward," I whispered, and I felt soft, cool hands gently touching my face. I felt Edward squeeze my hand tighter, and I felt his feather-light kisses on my fingertips. I heard his voice as he whispered gentle reassurances in my ear. I smelled his beautiful scent as he moved closer to me. And then, for the first time in so long, I saw. "Oh, Edward," I murmured, and the tears came fast and hard. I reached a shaking hand up to touch his face, and I smiled as the shape slowly came into focus. It was dark in the room, but the darkness was nothing new to me. Instead, the scene that shocked me was the one I could see playing out lightly before me. I saw shapes, and a distinct outline. I couldn't see my Edward's beautiful eyes, though, or his soft, gentle face. I could feel his hand, and as I traced my fingers slowly, sensually around his, the lines began to slowly make themselves known. "Oh, Edward," I cried again, and he gathered me slowly into his arms as I closed my eyes. "My Bella," he murmured, stroking my hair softly. "My love." I smiled, and choked back yet another sob. "Turn on the light. I want to see you," I begged him. "I need to see you. Please, Edward, please." He began to rock me back and forth slowly as he held me. His voice sounded pained as he spoke. "I'm so sorry, Bella. Dr. Jace said that it'll take a while before you're able to handle that. Soon, love, soon. I promise. I swear, that soon you'll be able to see me. And Teddy, too." I blubbered, and Edward chuckled, nodding. "And Teddy, too." I nodded, and let my eyes slip closed. It hurt, being able to see, and yet not. I wanted to see Edward, all of him, in the light. It made me sad that I couldn't see his eyes, or his face. But the fact that the little things were making themselves quickly known made me believe that, soon, I would be able to see. See everything. Soon. I repeated firmly, and Edward nodded. I didn't open my eyes again until another, louder, voice entered the conversation. Bella. I looked up, my eyes opening of their own accord. I squinted, and winced. It hurt a little bit. But, standing right before me, I could make out the distinct shape of Dr. Jace. I smiled. Hello, I whispered shyly, and he laughed quietly in the darkness. Tell me what you see. The shape moved, and suddenly, I could see two faint outlines in front of me. I smiled proudly as I answered, you're holding up 2 fingers. 3. But close. Very good, Bella. How does your head feel? I thought about that for a moment. It hurts a little bit. That's to be expected, Dr. Jace explained, and he touched my cheek fleetingly. There's still a bit of swelling in your eyes. I'm going to put the bandages back on for a while, all right? I nodded, and leaned back into Edward as my world was, once again, encased in complete darkness. And I wondered, in that moment, if the fact that I felt safe in the darkness should concern me. But it didn't matter. Nothing mattered. Nothing except for the man holding me, whispering softly to me. I love you, I breathed, and he replied, forever. 11:30 a.m. Edward Pov. Mr. Cullen. I blinked quickly, sitting up from my chair. My eyes flashed to the clock, and then back to the smiling face of Dr. Jace. I glanced down at the operation room, confused when I noticed that the room was empty. Where was Bella? I opened my mouth to speak, but Dr. Jace cut me off. You fell asleep for a while there. Bella just came out of surgery, and we're setting her up in a private room now. Follow me. I nodded quickly, and stood to my feet, frowning as the guilt crashed over me. I'd fallen asleep. When? How? But, I quickly reassured myself, everything was fine. Bella was fine. I didn't have enough room in my heart to harbor the guilt. Instead, it was filled with love, and longing for the woman that I called my wife. Bella, I murmured, my eyes widening as I took in her still, silent form. I frowned, but then remembered Dr. Jace's words. She wouldn't wake up for several hours. But she was so pale. I walked quickly to her side, and took her hand into mine. The bandages that covered her eyes, her face, scared me. I reached a shaking hand out to press my fingers very gently to the white gauze. I noticed the faint trace of blood slowly seeping through the fabric. Is she? Dr. Jace moved silently to my side, and placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. The surgery went even better than expected. The incision sites will continue to ooze a little bit of blood for a few hours. After that, we'll remove the bandages periodically to check on Bella's progress. Once the swelling goes down, we'll remove the bandages in a completely dark room. Hopefully, Bella will be able to make out distant shapes and forms. We're hoping for some basic sight in a semi-dark room. Anything more would be astounding. 60% sight is, in general, blurry in a fully lit room. We probably won't see much progress for a few days, so don't worry too much, all right? I nodded, barely listening to the doctor's soft, comforting words. Instead, I focused on the woman laying before me. I ran my fingers sensually over Bella's cheek, and I began to sob happily as she smiled, even in sleep, at my touch. Edward, she murmured quietly, and I kissed her fingers one by one, gently. Love you, I murmured, and I pulled up a chair beside her bed before sitting down. I take it you're going to be here for a while? Dr. Jace asked with a smile. I nodded, smiling back as I wiped the tears away with the back of my hand. As long as it takes. Bella Pov. Unknown time, unknown location. Bella, love, open you eyes. I took a deep breath in, and then let my eyes flutter slowly open. The first thing I noticed, though, was that the light was blinding. Ironic, huh? But it was so bright, it hurt, almost. My head pounded as I tried to focus. I tried to turn my gaze toward Edward, but I kept becoming distracted. My eyes flickered around the room so fast that I almost became dizzy. The bright walls, the shiny sink. But then my eyes landed on the hand holding mine, and I couldn't look away. Long, strong fingers gripped mine tightly. I followed the pale skin quickly, and my eyes opened even wider when my eyes met the loving gaze of the man I knew I would love unconditionally for the rest of my life, and possibly even beyond, too. Edward, I gasped, and I felt the tears of wonder pooling quickly in my adoring gaze. Edward, I whispered once more, and he smiled. I watched. I saw. His lips lift in a very gently, very loving smile. I reached out, and traced his soft, rosy lips. I smiled through the tears that clouded my vision. Edward. Bella. He breathed, and he placed his hands on either side of my face. My hands immediately moved to cover his, and I felt my heart racing as he gently leaned in to brush his lips against mine. My eyes stayed wide open as he leaned in for a second kiss, and then a third. It was like everything was so new, it almost seemed as though Edward had never kissed me before. Because now, I could feel, and see him. I could see the way his eyes fluttered closed in pleasure, and I could see his chest rising and falling fast with his hard breathing. I could see his hands, tightening on the skin of my face, holding me tightly to him. I could see his flushed skin as he finally pulled away. I could see the love that filled his beautiful, emerald green eyes. I smiled, and I wasn't sure whether I laughed or cried. I think I did a little bit of both as I touched his face once more, spreading my fingers out on his cheek. As soon as I touched him, though, it was like I couldn't stop. My fingers traced every plane of his beautiful face. What I had only ever felt before I could now see. The hard line of his jaw, the soft curve of his nose. The roughness of his eyebrows made me giggle, and the look of absolute, adoring love that filled his eyes at the sound left me breathless. My fingers moved to his ears, and I watched in wonder as I pressed the soft skin beneath my own fingers. And then, finally, I spoke. "You're beautiful," I whispered, and I immediately turned bright red. It was the truth, of course. He was beyond beautiful, but I hadn't meant to say it quite so bluntly. But when he smiled, I smiled, too. Maybe blunt was a good thing. "You're beautiful," I said again, and as I whispered the words, my eyes continued to drink the sight of the man before me in. So beautiful. He smiled, and then he kissed me again. And everything else melted away. January 7th, Sunday 7 a.m., Edward Pav. 5 days after Bella's surgery. Edward. I turned quickly in the direction that Bella's beautiful voice had come from. I smiled, when I saw her moving slowly around in the bed. Her hands immediately went to touch the small bandages that still covered the edges of her eyes. "No, Bella," I whispered, and I caught her hand in mine before she could upset the stitches. "Don't touch." She smiled, and then her beautiful eyes fluttered open. When her eyes finally met mine, I let out a quiet laugh. It was a laugh of happiness, though, because as I looked into her eyes, she looked into mine, too. She saw the emotion that was shining in my eyes, just as I saw the emotion in hers. "Am I dreaming?" she whispered, holding my hand tightly to her cheek as her gaze continued to search mine. "Seeing you, seeing everything," I smiled, and laughed quietly as I closed my eyes and rested my head on the pillow next to Bella's. "No," I whispered, "it wasn't a dream. This isn't a dream. This is real. I want to see Teddy," she breathed, and my smile grew to dangerous proportions. "Soon, love. My mother is bringing him in. You can see him as soon as he gets here. But I'm happy to spend this time alone with you. Just for a little longer. I know I'm being very selfish, but I can't help it." She laughed, and smiled, and as I held her tightly in my arms, I couldn't think of a time in my life when I'd ever been happier. January 7th, Sunday 7:15 a.m., Bella Pav. I couldn't stop looking at him. His beautiful eyes, his soft face, his strong jaw, his messy bronze hair. I grinned as I thought the last part, and reached up to tangle my hands in the messy locks. He raised one eyebrow, but a small smile was playing on his lips as he kissed my cheek. I flushed, but didn't move my hands from his hair. "Soft," I informed him, and then I smiled. "Beautiful." I knew it was soft before, but now it looks soft, too. I paused, frowning, and that didn't make any sense whatsoever. "I think I'm crazy. As long as you still love me, I don't care how crazy you are," Edward murmured, and I caught the flash of his warm hand moving from my face to take my own hand in his. He smiled, and I smiled, too. "Besides," he continued, "as long as you're happy, nothing else matters." I smiled, and rested my head on his shoulder. "I'm happier than I ever imagined possible. I'm happy that I can see you. I'm happy that we've gotten this far. So many months ago, when we found out about Teddy and the spina bifida, at times it seemed like we'd never make it to this point. But, somehow, we got to where we are now. Teddy is a healthy, active baby, and I can see. It's amazing, Edward. Things are blurry, and the headaches are pretty bad, and sometimes when I reach for something, I end up hitting into something else, but it's amazing. I never thought I'd be able to see again. I never thought I would be able to look into your eyes, and see your love for me as well as feel it. I never thought that I'd be able to watch my children grow up. It's been a dream all of these years, one I barely even let myself believe in. And now, quote, I couldn't continue, though, for the tears were too much. I was sobbing loudly as Edward took me into his arms. The world around me grew very blurry, and I laughed as I cried, because it was ironic that my tears would cloud my vision, making it impossible to see Edward. I'm so happy, Edward, I cried, holding myself tightly to him as I tried desperately to blink away the tears that were still pooling in my eyes. I was happy before. I was content, even if this hadn't happened, even if I had stayed blind for the rest of my life, I would have been happy. I never would have stopped loving you. But this, and now. Quote, he didn't respond. He simply held me tighter against him. He kissed my cheek softly, and then my forehead. His long, firm fingers traced soft, sensual patterns along my back. His warm body moved with mine, creating a slow, soothing movement. Finally, though, his sweet voice washed over me. I'm happy, too, Bella. I'm happy because you're happy. I smiled, and hugged myself even tighter to him. But then the need to see him again took over me, and I leaned back to run my fingers quickly over his face, memorizing his features again. I never wanted to forget him. I wanted to be able to paint a picture-perfect image of him in my mind. I wanted his soulful eyes to haunt my dreams. I smiled. I love you, he whispered, and though I loved seeing him like this, I knew I would give it all up just to hear those words slip past his beautiful lips once more. I love you, too. 1:20 p.m. Teddy is here, love, Edward murmured suddenly, breaking into my thoughts. My heart sped up as I pressed my face back into Edward's chest. I breathed in quick, deep, frantic breaths. My eyes were wide with both excitement and nervousness. My need to see Edward was just that, a need. An all-consuming need that burned at me until I was able to capture his image within my gaze. But seeing my baby boy was so different. I wasn't sure why, it just was. I loved him just the same way that I loved Edward, more than my own life. But, my son informed me excitedly, and it was only then that I realized he was resting in my embrace. His warm little body filled my hands, and his own arms waved excitedly in front of me. His warm, baby hands brushed softly against my cheek, and it was then that I finally looked down. My breath caught, and tears pooled in my eyes. Beautiful, was the only word that came to my mind. I glanced quickly up at Edward, and my heart sped up even more as I took in his adoring gaze. He stared at me, his eyes halfway closed and filled with so much love. He's so beautiful, I whispered, and I reached out slowly, ever so slowly, so I could be sure to touch my baby gently, carefully, and pressed my fingertips to Teddy's cheek. He squealed, and his hand reached out to grasp my fingers in his tiny grip. I choked on a sob as I ran my shaking fingers over Teddy's tiny face. His rosy cheeks, his bright eyes, emerald green now, like Daddy's, his chubby cheeks, his tiny, rosy lips. I tried to hold back a cry as I brushed my hand through the messy, bronze hair that his daddy had cursed him with. And then, the most miraculous thing happened. He smiled. I couldn't hold back the tears then, as I watched his little, baby lips lift in the most beautiful smile. His mouth opened wide, and his eyes were so bright, so happy. Even though my whole world was blurry, in that one moment, everything seemed so clear. The fuzz that seemed to constantly cloud my vision was gone, and all I saw was my baby, my son, the little human being that was a part of me, and a part of the man I would love for the rest of my life. Teddy, I breathed, and in that moment, I felt Edward's arms wound around me. I smiled, and leaned into his embrace as I held Teddy closer to me. He rested his head on my chest, and patted my cheek with his hand happily. Beautiful baby, I informed him, and his tiny cheeks puffed out happily as he giggled. His face was flushed as he wiggled in my arms. Beautiful, I repeated, and I let my eyes finally flutter closed as Edward kissed my cheek softly. It's amazing. There's so much to take in. It's, quote, Edward smiled softly. We have the rest forever, love. Go slowly. Memorize every single thing you see. Take it all in slowly. I'll help you however I can, all right. I nodded, and then I, too, smiled. I was in my perfect paradise. January 9th, Tuesday 10:26 a.m., Edward Pav. Mama, I want her to see me first. Please, please, please. I heard my mom chuckle, and Alice huff in annoyance. I could see both Alice and Emmett peering anxiously around the doorway. Alice's porcelain pale face was glowing with excitement. She waved at me, careful to keep her little body out of Bella's line of sight. Mama, please. My mother laughed once more, and then gently pushed Alice forward. Go on, sweetie. I'm sure Bella's anxious to see you, too. Alice whooped in joy as she bounced into the room. She covered her own face until she was just inches away from us. I sat, holding Teddy, right beside my love. Don't look, Alice said frantically, and Bella giggled quietly as she closed her own eyes in compliance. Alice frantically ran her hands through her short, spiky hair, her cheeks flushing in both excitement and worry. She made sure that her short, brown skirt was smoothed perfectly, and that her white tank top was adjusted just so. Then, she reached up to take Bella's hands away from her eyes. You can look now. Alice's smile slowly grew as Bella's eyes ran over her tiny frame. Am I pretty? She asked excitedly, and Bella chuckled softly as she brushed her fingers against Alice's cheek. You're beautiful, sweetie. But what happened to your long hair? Alice blushed deeply now, from her hairline to her toes, as she fumbled for words. I cut it. When you were sick, and my mama cut your hair, I wanted to have hair just like you. I cut it myself, but I messed up. Mama had to fix it for me. I cut it for you. Do you like it? My Bella smiled, and then brushed her fingers experimentally through Alice's soft, dark hair. I love it. Alice beamed. Yay. Hear that, Emmett? Bella loves me. I chuckled, and Bella did, too. Emmett huffed from his position in the doorway, and then he walked forward. Bella smiled at him, too, as she lifted Alice to sit on the bed beside her. I was about to protest about her lifting Alice, but then realized that commenting would only get me in trouble with her. After all, it was her eyes she'd just had surgery on. And Jazzy said that he wants to take me to the dance. Mama is gonna go with me to buy a dress. Will you come, too? We're going to go this Friday, and... My smile quickly melted away as Alice's words finally settled. Dance. I interrupted her, frowning deeply. My mother chuckled from the doorway, walking forward as Alice blushed and hid her head in Bella's chest. It's just a harmless dance at the school. Apparently, junior high also has dances now, along with high school. Jasper is in 8th grade now, you know. He wants to go this year, and he wants to take Alice. She's 10, I protested, and my mother shrugged. I'm fully aware of that fact, Edward. And she can't dance. Bella pressed a hand over her lips to stifle a giggle. I barely noticed. Jasper taught her. But she's 10, and you're being an overprotective older brother. I understand your feelings, Edward, but it's just a harmless dance. It's in the gym, and 100-odd other children will be there, along with parents and teachers. She'll be fine. Besides, you know as well as I do that Jasper is a perfect gentleman. He will treat my baby girl with respect, she said firmly, brushed her hand through Alice's soft, spiky hair. Or else. I'm almost 11, Alice piped up randomly, and her happy voice was enough to cause a tiny smile to form on my lips. Tell me if he does anything out of line, all right. I said, turning now to my little sister. I'll give him the scary big brother talk for you. Kay. Alice agreed easily, and my smile grew as I watched her lean her head on Bella's chest, completely content. January 12th, Friday 7:12 p.m., Bella Pav. We're home, love, Edward murmured, and I smiled as he took my hand and helped me out of the car. I stumbled as we walked slowly to the house, and Edward chuckled before wrapping an arm tightly around my waist. It's beautiful, I whispered, and it struck me then how often I'd used the word beautiful since the surgery. Perhaps I needed new words. But beautiful really was the only way to describe the house. The wood it was so carefully crafted from looked old, rustic. The windows were all large, picturesque. I was sure that, during the day, the sun would shine beautiful through them. The tinting would, of course, keep most of the light out. But I was sure it would be beautiful, nonetheless. The trees that danced in the wind framed the house perfectly. The flowers that softly caressed the porch steps were colorful, soft, light. They were winter flowers. Edward had helped me plant them. They smelled beautiful, and now I knew that they looked the same way, too. "Come inside," Edward whispered, and his hand captured mine once more. I nodded, silently taking in the majestic scene that slowly played out before me. The living room, the kitchen, and then our bedroom, draped in beautiful golden fabric. Edward led me slowly over to the bed, and he lay down, pulling me down beside him and then into his arms. He rested his head in the crook of my neck, and sighed in happy contentment. "Perhaps we should have told me parents to take Teddy for a week instead of just for the night," he murmured against the soft skin of my shoulder. "I feel very selfish right now. I want you to myself for a while." I grinned, and then giggled. I smiled, and closed my eyes. Edward's soft, warm fingers danced slowly over my face, and then across my neck. I shivered, and it had nothing to do with the cold. And as Edward's hands trailed slowly down my arms, and then my hip, other feelings made themselves known. I drew in a deep, shaking breath. "Love me, Edward." He knew what I meant without asking. He kissed my cheek softly, and then trailed his lips to caress the outer shell of my ear. "Are you sure, love?" He breathed huskily, and I nodded, shivering once more. "I'm ready," I murmured, and I smiled as I looked into Edward's eyes. His hands never left my face. His fingers caressed my skin very gently as he continued to search my gaze. I knew he wouldn't find what he was looking for. I was sure about this. "Make love to me, Edward." He smiled finally, and then his lips captured mine. His hands finally left my face, and as soon as they began to move, they never stilled. They danced lightly on my skin through the fabric of my clothing, and then they caressed my warm body, skin on skin. His kisses quickly became more urgent, and his eyes were filled with what could only be described as desire. It was so different, this making love. Before, I felt, and now, I saw. I saw Edward's large, warm hands as they caressed me so intimately. I saw his pale expressions, drowned in love and desire and the desire to please me. I saw his own pleasure, as he joined me on the journey that I was sure would be very short this time. It was our first time in a long time, and neither of us would last long before jumping off the cliff that we were already so close to begin with. "Edward," I breathed his name when we finally joined together. He kissed my neck softly. He moved slowly, careful even in the midst of passion not to hurt me. His whispers of pleasure joined my own, and though it had been so long for him, too, he was sure to push me over the edge before joining me. Afterwards, I rested in his arms, satisfied and completely content. "Thank you," I whispered sleepily, and he chuckled as he kissed me softly once more. "Silly Bella, I love you, and that is one thing you will never have to thank me for." March 1st, Thursday 1:26 p.m., Bella Pav. "Edward." "Bella." I grinned, and bumped my shoulder into his as we walked slowly along under the star-filled sky. Teddy's warm, 5-month-old body filled my arms. "Are we there yet?" "We'll get there when we get there." I just grinned once more, and a tiny giggle slipped past my lips. I was so happy, so blissfully, completely happy. My life was perfect. Teddy was healthy, as his last checkup had shown. I could see, and was getting better at it every day. Depth perception was no longer a problem, and the fuzziness had mostly been corrected by the pair of thin-rimmed glasses that I now wore. Edward was just finishing his last semester in college, and we were finally settled into our new home. We'd painted the last wall just today, thus the outing. Edward was an overprotective worrywart, and had ushered both me and Teddy outside as soon as the sun had gone down to escape the paint fumes. "We're here, love," he whispered, breaking into my thoughts. I turned my eyes from the quietly babbling baby in my arms first to the man beside me, and then to the bright, shiny object in front of me. My eyes grew wide, and my whole body shook. Teddy squealed loudly, and pointed a tiny, chubby finger toward the car. "My car, Edward." Quote. He just grinned. A huge, ear-to-ear grin that dominated his whole, pale face. "Well, if you're going to learn to drive, you're going to learn in style." I rolled my eyes, but I couldn't help stealing a second glance at the car, and then a third. Oh, fine, so I liked it. I liked it a lot. But it was so pretty, how could I not like it? Edward turned to me, and his bright green eyes were sparkling happily. So, he asked, and he looked like he was about to start dancing in anticipation. I giggled, and a smile lit my pale lips. I love it, I told him, and I meant it. I did love it. It's a Volvo, he explained quickly, taking my words as encouragement to fly into a detailed explanation of the car in front of me. They have one of the highest rated safety systems ever. There's a lot of room, too, so when we have more children, we won't have to invest in another car. The engine. I pressed a hand quickly over his mouth, and his words ceased immediately. His eyes were still sparkling happily, though. Come again, I asked, taking my hand away from his mouth. The engine, he asked, confused. I shook my head. No, the other part. The safety system. No, the other part. His grin grew yet again. Was that even possible at this point? More children. I nodded, and he wrapped his arms around me from behind. His fingers danced softly over Teddy's covered tummy, and his grin melted into a loving smile as Teddy reached to grab the hand that was touching him. I always thought we'd have, 5 or 10 children, he whispered, and he chuckled quietly. Besides, we need to have a Paris Anthony. And perhaps a Charlie, too, named after your father. I was grinning now, too. If we're going to have a Charlie, we need a Carlisle and Esme, too. That would be 4 boys, love. We'd need to give little Esme a sister, perhaps we could name her Marie. After you. I could feel the tears welling up in my eyes. My smile was so soft as I stared at the baby in my arms, and then turned to look into the eyes I loved so much. If we're naming one after me, we're naming one after you. Baby Edward, Edward Jr. He can be the baby of the family, the littlest, I told him quietly, and he kissed my lips chastely before pulling me forward. Perhaps I should have gotten you a minivan instead of a Volvo. It seems as though we're going to need a whole lot of room. Teddy, Charlie, Esme, Carlisle, Marie, and little EJ, that's a lot of children. I laughed, and the sound was so carefree, so happy. And maybe, I whispered hesitantly, maybe, we can give one of our baby girls my mom's name, as a middle. Maybe Marie Renee. Edward paused. He fell completely silent. Are you sure, Bella? He finally asked, and I smiled as I nodded. As misguided as her actions were, as much as she hurt me and Dad, she loved us. I know she did. She's like a little child. If something hurt her, her first response was to run. I understand that now. When we found out that Teddy was sick, I wanted to run, at first, too. The easiest solution, but I couldn't, because I knew it would hurt you, and Teddy, and me. I knew that if I ever ran away from this, from you, that I wouldn't be able to continue living. I think that the difference between me and my mom is the level of our love. I love you so much that I don't think I could even continue breathing if you weren't by my side. And though I tried very hard not to let myself love Teddy at first, because I was so afraid of the pain loving him would cause if he didn't make it through the surgery, I love him so much now that it's breathtaking. I paused, and took a deep, shaking breath in. My mom made her choices, and I will be the first to admit that they were wrong. I don't think I'm ready to forgive her yet, but I know I will get there someday. And I think that this would help me heal. If we ever have a baby girl, can we name her Marie Renee Cullen? Edward didn't respond for the longest time. His grip on me tightened, and his breathing was rough and hard. Finally, though, his soft words washed over me. Anything for you, my love. Marie Renee Cullen sounds like a beautiful name. He paused then, and I knew without looking that he was frowning. When he spoke, though, his words weren't the ones I expected. But do we really have to name our other children after all of our parents? That could get confusing. As middle names, maybe, but, quote, he trailed off, and I laughed. Of course not, Edward. Now, how about we get to work on making those children instead of just dreaming about them? Let's take a car for a test drive first, he suggested, and that happy glow was immediately back in his eyes. I sighed and rolled my own eyes. Boys and their toys. I see how it is, I commented as Edward opened the passenger door for me. You love the car more than you love me. He laughed, But when he leaned down and caught my gaze, his eyes were intense, and so full of love that my breath caught. And that, my love, is impossible. Because I love you more than anyone on this earth has ever loved anyone or anything. I smiled as his lips captured mine. With one exception, I murmured into the kiss. Because I think I love you more. He grinned as he pulled away from me. Impossible. I sighed happily as I practically melted into my seat. Teddy squealed in my arms, and I laughed shakily as Edward clambered into the driver's seat. He took my hand in his, and that silly grin quickly returned to his rosy lips. Shall we? I giggled. We shall. Edward started the car, and we began to move forward very quickly then. And we didn't look back. January 31st, Sunday 9:12 p.m., Bella Pav, 2.5 years later. Mama, tell me story. The tiny boy demanded, and Edward chuckled unhelpfully from his position on the other side of our 3-year-old son's tiny, teddy bear the ammed bed. I smiled very softly as I brushed my fingers through Teddy's hair. He grinned up at me, his eyes sparkling happily as he wiggled his small body further under the covers. I could see only his emerald green eyes and his messy, bronze hair now. Story. I laughed, and kissed his cheek softly. Despite the fact that it was now 2 hours past his bedtime, I couldn't refuse him. Of course, baby. What story do you want to hear? The Prince and the Princess. I smiled, and nodded before turning my gaze to meet Edward's. He smiled very softly at me, and motioned for me to start. Once upon a time, there was a prince and a princess. The princess was bound under a curse. She would never again be able to stand under the sunlight. She thought for sure that she would never find a prince of her own, for who wanted to love someone who was forever bound to a world of darkness? But one night, while the princess was laying under the stars, thinking softly to herself, a young, handsome prince stumbled into her life. Edward quickly took over then, smiling as he reached over our son's head to take my hand into his. I smiled back at him, resting my free hand on my heavily swollen stomach. The prince knew that he loved the princess before he even knew her name. He loved her more than anything. But the princess didn't know what love felt like, for she had never loved anyone except for her father. I interrupted, grinning as I caught Edward's playful glare. He continued on quickly, his eyes drifting downward to the little boy that lay still, completely absorbed by the story he'd heard 100 times before, between us. The prince told the princess that he loved her, and she said that she loved him, too. But she didn't mean the romantic kind of love, and because she didn't love the prince in the same way that he loved her, the prince was very sad. And then the princess fell ill. I quickly took over. I never let Edward tell this part, because though he knew I forgave him a long time ago, he still felt guilt over what had happened to me. I didn't want him to have to relieve that pain, and I didn't want his guilt to weave its way into the story that we whispered to our little boy every single night. The prince stayed by the princess's side the whole time she was sick. She realized then, when she was so ill, that she did love the prince the same way that he loved her. She worried, though, that the prince was too badly hurt to accept her love. Edward smiled, and squeezed my hand, indicating silently that he'd like to tell this part. He always did. And then, the princess began to get better. Slowly but surely, she gained back her health. The prince was so very happy, that he asked her to marry him. She said yes, of course, and they were later married in the very same hospital that the princess had stayed in while she was sick. And they had a baby. Teddy interrupted, his eyes sparkling now as he wiggled closer to me. His tiny hands, pale and soft, patted my swollen tummy. Baby. I smiled, and captured his hand in mine, kissing his fingers softly. This baby comes later, I reminded him. And the first baby doesn't come quite yet. But we'll skip to the part where he does come in, Edward decided. Because the rest of it is boring. It's school stuff. Icky sool, Teddy declared, patting my stomach for emphasis as his lips turned down in a frown. Icky. That's right, Edward encouraged him. Icky. I rolled my eyes, and swatted Edward playfully on the arm. He grinned at me as if to say, sorry. I bit my lip to hold back a chuckle as I returned my attention to my son. All right, we'll skip the school stuff. Baby, Teddy reminded me, and I laughed, nodding. Baby, that's right. One day, the princess got sick again, and the prince got very worried about her. He thought that it was the same sickness as the one she'd had years before. So he took her to a doctor. I edited the story, as always, because Teddy didn't need to know about home pregnancy tests and such, and asked them to make sure she was all right. They poked her with needles. Need icky. Ouch. Teddy interrupted again, his rosy lips set in a tiny grin. I nodded fiercely, agreeing with him wholeheartedly. I was about to continue, but Edward's soft, smooth voice cut me off. The doctor people gave the prince and the princess good news, though not bad news. They told the princess that she was going to have a baby. The prince and the princess were delighted, but their happiness turned to sadness very quickly when they found out that their baby was sick. He needed to be healed very quickly, before he was even born. The doctors said that everything would be fine, and it was. The prince and the princess's baby was born a few months later. He was a healthy baby boy. He was special, though. Teddy nodded thoughtfully, reaching out a hand to grip Edward's large fingers while his other tiny hand gripped mine. I'm special, he whispered, and I smiled, kissing him softly on the cheek. Yes, you are, baby. You're very special. I'm different, he whispered, and I cast my gaze up to meet Edward's. His anguished eyes met mine, and I sighed very quietly as I shifted until I was laying down beside my tiny baby. Oh, sweetheart, I whispered, and I brushed my fingers gently through his soft hair. You're special. Never let anyone tell you otherwise. Yes, you're different, but that's what makes you special. I wanna walk, he whispered, and his emerald green eyes were filled with tears now. I kissed his cheek, and a tiny smile lit my face as Edward laid down beside both of, pulling Teddy into his strong arms. You will walk, Teddy. It'll just take a while. You're special, remember. Teddy nodded, and I had to bite my lip to hold back the tears. What else did you tell such a small child? How could you explain to him why he couldn't walk, when all the other kids could? That he couldn't control the movement of his legs simply because of the spinal condition he'd been born with? How did you explain to him the surgery that he had undergone when he was just a year old to implant the shunt in his brain to drain the dangerous fluids that had built up there? How did you explain to him that he was no less loved because of these tiny flaws? The prince and the princess love their baby boy very much, I whispered quietly. We love you. Love Bibi more, he whispered, patting my heavily pregnant stomach. 'Cause she's not special. No, Teddy, Edward said firmly, and Teddy moved his gaze to meet Daddy's. His curious eyes were brimming with tears as Edward gently brushed his fingers across Teddy's cheek. We love you just as much as we love the new baby. It doesn't matter to us that you're special, and just because the new baby isn't special doesn't mean that we love her more. We love you both. So much. Teddy seemed to think that over for a moment, and then he nodded, his tiny lips lifting in a perfect smile. Love Dada and Mama, too. I kissed his forehead. That's my boy. He grinned a toothy grin, and laid his little head on my stomach. He liked to feel the baby kick, it amused him. He already loved his baby sister very much. Bibi, he said, and he planted a slobbery kiss on my stomach. Love Bibi. I smiled a watery smile, and moved my gaze to meet Edward's. He, too, was smiling, as he took my hand in his once more. He kissed my forehead, and I let my eyes flutter closed sleepily as I listened to the last line of the prince and the princess's story. It was my favorite part. And they lived happily ever after. The end. June 1st, Saturday 2002 to 2:11 p.m., third-person POV. I hold. The tiny boy asked, and his little, pale hands reached forward, clasping and unclasping as he grinned. Tiny blue eyes sparkled from beneath shaggy, blonde hair. I hold baby. Carlisle Cullen nodded, moving toward his son's best friend, 3-year-old Jasper Hale. The tiny boy had tagged along to the hospital, as he'd been with the Cullens on an outing when Esme had gone into labor. Now, 2 hours after the birth of 6-pound, 9-ounce Alice Mary Cullen, both boys wanted desperately to see the little girl who already had everyone wrapped around her tiny, pink fingers. Here, Carlisle murmured gently, and he leaned down beside the chair that Jasper was sitting in. The little boy's feet dangled over the edge. He grinned, swinging his legs back and forth. Hold your arms like this, and support her head. Jasper nodded, and his face was glowing with pride as he stared down at the tiny creature in his arms. Newborn eyes opened, and Jasper's own eyes grew wide as he stared into the baby's bright, blue gaze. "Pretty," he announced, resting a hand on baby Alice's tummy. He glanced up at Carlyle and grinned yet another toothy grin. "Pretty baby." Carlyle nodded, smiling at the gentle little boy. "Very pretty," he agreed, and he ran a hand through Jasper's shaggy hair, coaxing yet another grin from the little boy that barely ever smiled. "I love this baby girl," Jasper whispered, and he leaned down to place a soft kiss on Alice's forehead. "I'll love her forever." Carlyle's smile grew. "You do that," he whispered back, and blue eyes met soft brown. "Forever, all right, I'll hold you to that." With still yet another happy smile, Jasper nodded, wiggling in his seat as a light flush lit his pale cheeks. "Yes, sir." Baby Alice squealed, and reached out to grab Jasper's fingers in her tiny hand. She held on tightly, and blue met blue once more. Jasper kissed her once more on the forehead, and as his rosy lips met Alice's soft, baby skin, the tiny boy knew that he would never break his promise to this angel's father. How could he ever not love her? It was an impossibility. The end. Thanks for watching.